Good morning, IRI. I'm Rachel Baker, one of your game announcers here this weekend. Really excited to kick off the day with you together at the 25th Indiana Robotics Invitational. This is day 2. We are so excited to continue the high octane, really exciting level of competition that we saw yesterday, and I have no doubt will continue and even increase in its intensity today. Wanted to give a little bit of an overview of what this year's game is for any of you who may be joining who are new to this year's game, and then we're going to be doing a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday, give you a little bit of an introduction into what IRI is, how we run things here, and then help give an overview of what we're going to be talking about and what you're going to see on this live stream today. And then we're going to get started with opening ceremonies and awards at 8:30 Eastern time. So really excited to be here. Yesterday was exhilarating. We got within 60 points of the world high score during a qualification match. I have no doubt that today, especially during the playoffs, we are going to see the high level of competition that these 50 teams have brought to this year's IRI continue to keep us all very entertained and excited. So before we get there, wanted to show on the screen a little bit of the match so that you can see what this field looks like this year and how this game is played. So first, of course, we're here in Indiana. This is Indiana. We're here in Indianapolis, Lawrence specifically. This is the 25th year that the Indiana Robotics Invitational has happened. It has been in Indianapolis every single year, and we are so excited to be here again this year for 2026. So for those of you who are not as familiar with Rebuilt, the 2026 FRC game, welcome. You are officially in the off season, so you missed the main season, but maybe go back and check out some of those champs matches. They were pretty cool. But want to give an overview for those of you who are maybe not as familiar with this year's game. This year's game is primarily a shooting game. It is an archival game that is archaeology themed. The FIRST Game Design Committee went back to previous games to incorporate elements from last year's games and games before that in order to create an entirely new game, new challenge for teams to compete in. So you have two sides of the field. First, you have your red side, and then, of course, your blue side. This is a game, though, that has a nice neutral zone here in the middle that allows teams to be able to meet in a neutral zone and grab as many of the fuel cells as possible. So this year, each alliance needs to start in their own zone. However, during autonomous period, they can cross into the neutral zone in order to collect more fuel. Each robot starts with fuel, these foam balls that you see here arranged into the shape of Indiana in the center of the field. You can see that teams are able to start and preload their balls, begin in their zone, and then they take those fuels and they score them into their alliance's hub. Each fuel that is scored in the hub during any period of the match is worth 1 point. And so sounds simple, right? Take the fuel, put it into the hub. However, there is a time-based component to this year's game as well. These hubs are not activated or eligible to be scored in the entirety of the match. There are 6 phases over the course of the match, each of them lasting about 25 seconds, where for that period of time, when your alliance's hub is activated, you're able to score fuel into that hub and earn points for your alliance. So the hubs are they switch back and forth with activation. So the Blue Alliance will have their hub activated for 25 seconds, and then at the end of that period, or shift as it's called, the hub then switches and is activated for the Red Alliance. And that continues back and forth over the period of the match, helping teams make sure that they not only have to optimize and manage their time, but they also have to shift very rapidly between 2 different styles of play. We've seen a lot of offense, of course, here. We have some of the highest scoring robots in the world here at IRI this year. But the off shift, when you're not able to score points for your team, also forces teams to have to prepare for their next offensive shift and do defense against their opponents. This is a pretty defensive-heavy game, even though I mentioned earlier you have your red zone and you have your blue zone. There's not that many protected areas in this year's game. Obviously, there's still penalties for pinning or for other ungracious professionalism like conduct or other just benign rule violations. However, this is a game that encourages offense and defense, and so we're seeing a lot of teams cross over into each other's zones to try to, one, play kind of one-on-one, man-on-man, robot-on-robot defense, but also try and starve their other opponents from access to fuel cells. There's a limited number of fuel on the field at any given point. When fuel is scored into the hub, it comes down and is deposited back onto the field, which means that there is this endless cycle of fuel. And so you will see a lot of robots swarm to the center of the field, to the neutral zone, in order to get that access to the fuel. But they also will cross over into each other's zones, usually over the bumps or under the trellises, in order to access their other opponent's fuel so that they can score it and so that their opponents don't have ready access to those scoring elements. One other component of the game that I think is good for us to review, even though we have not seen much of it yet, there is an end game period, the last 30 seconds of the match. One notable thing about the end game period is that both alliances' hubs are activated, but the other notable component is that there are these towers at the end of each of the alliance's zones. These towers allow robots to climb on each level. There's 3 levels here. 1, 2, 3. And as you ascend and hang your robot on each level, you can score 10, 20, or 30 points for each level. And then there are also a ranking point component to this if you have multiple robots scoring on the tower as well. We've seen pretty low adoption of the tower as teams have streamlined and prioritized their robot design for this year's game strategy. We've not seen a lot of tower climbing robots. I think that teams have decided to shift a lot of their robots' weight in order to optimize their shooting and scoring, since especially here at IRI, but also at Champs and DCMPs, we're seeing robots who are able to have hoppers full of fuel that can hold, 50, 60, 70 fuel cells in their robot. And so if you're able to have a large hopper and then score those fuels pretty consistently and reliably into a hub, it makes the analysis of what the best, what your best ability to score points is in a limited amount of time, I think, point a lot of teams into the direction of fuel rather than the tower. So maybe we'll see that change today, but we have primarily seen a very kind of significant drive towards only having fuel-based robots. They have dominated the competition already here today and yesterday, and I suspect that that will continue apace as we continue into the 2026 IRI. That's this year's game. It's really fun and exciting to see, especially, I think, seeing the high level of teams that we have here. It's really fun to see teams collaborate together, especially in qualification matches. And I have no idea what's going to happen during the playoff matches. We have a top 8 that shook up pretty consistently yesterday. We had a couple of teams that were hanging around the top 3, but really it was and still is anyone's game. And so we're really excited to continue that today. We're going to be starting off with qualification matches in the next hour or so, and it's going to be really fun to see where the teams that are competing today take us with their matches where they compete against each other. Some other items. IRI, for those of you who aren't as familiar, IRI stands for the Indiana Robotics Invitational. It is an invite-only, really kind of exciting off-season event that started 25 years ago. We're still doing it today. The slogan, the tagline of the competition is where the egos come to play. Kind of the idea is having a list of teams who are ready and able to compete at the highest level of competition and have that high level of competition be distilled and accessible right here in the heart of Indiana, here in Indianapolis. We're at Lawrence Central High School this year, a really incredible venue. We really appreciate the Lawrence Central crew for having us, and this competition is hosted by teams 45, 234, and 1024, our incredible host teams. When you're here, you also are able to kind of peruse a silent auction that we have. We also have a live auction, both of which are raising money for Riley's Children's Hospital, making sure that we give back to the Indianapolis community. It has always been a priority for IRI, and so we are continuing that with continuing to support Riley's Children's Hospital this year. We also, later today, are going to be having some fun mentor matches. So can't wait to see what that happens. I think that will likely happen during our lunch break. I think it's dinosaur themed. There may be some dino blow up suits that we see some of our mentors compete in. That'll be really exciting and fun. We like to keep things light and loose and a little zany here at IRI, and so that is continuing apace. And we also have corn, fresh Indiana corn, straight from the fields, ready for your consumption, grilled by our concession stand team, Team 1024, and dipped in delicious butter. It is a incredibly tantalizing savory treat here in Indiana that we serve every year. And also, we have a number of teams this year here from Georgia, which is pretty cool. And one of those teams brought up some watermelon for us to share and enjoy as well. So we've got great corn, we've got great watermelon, great food is also a priority for us here at IRI, in addition to great robots competing on the field together. And I think yesterday we saw that happen. We saw a high score, like I mentioned earlier, within 60 points of the world's high score in qualification match number 36 with teams 2481, 2056, and 1768. They scored 908 points, which is just wild for a qualification match. I would be surprised if we did not break that high score today during the playoffs, or maybe even sooner than that. That would be pretty fun. And ideally, we would love to break the world's high score. We'll see if that happens. But that, I think, is one example of how fun and exhilarating the competition has been so far. It is pretty nuts to be reading off scores here at IRI and see, you have a score of over 700 points and you lost that match just because your opponent maybe scored more than you, which is really, really fun to see and kind of wild, and I think going to be even more exciting during the playoff matches. Like I mentioned, we've had kind of contention in the top 8, a lot of teams mixing up and around, but right now, as things stand, we finished 53 qualification matches yesterday. We're going to be going all the way past 70 matches today before we go into our playoffs. But after those 53 qualification matches, Team 8044, Denim Venom, is ranked number 1. They have a record of winning 5 matches and only losing 1. In second place, we have 67, the Hot Team, and in third place, 5687, the Outliers from Portland, Maine. It has been really fun to see all of those teams compete, especially with some of the rule changes that we make here at IRI. Like I mentioned, one of the goals of this competition is to make sure that teams are able to compete at the highest level of play and have fun doing it. And so each year there are a number of rule changes that the IRI board and committee make in order to let teams get a little loose, get a little funky with it, have some fun. And so this year, there's a number of changes that have been made. First, of course, we're using the Champs RP points. That means in order to get the Energized bonus ranking point, you need to score 360 points. And in order to get the Supercharged ranking point, you need to score 500 fuel into your hubs. And then we also have a change to the number of fuel cells that teams are able to preload their robots with. They can start each match with 24 fuel preloaded. That has contributed to us seeing higher autonomous scoring kind of across the qualification matches. I think that that's partially due to the preload, but we also are seeing teams pretty consistently be able to go across the bump, go into the neutral zone, collect a hopper full of fuel, come back, score, and then do that twice in auto. And then when you have alliances that have 2 robots that do that, we're seeing autonomous period scores pretty regularly over 120, 130, 150. It's been pretty exciting to see some matches where going into teleop, teams have scored almost 200 points in autonomous period, just from the collective ability of their alliance to be able to use that time really judiciously and efficiently and put up a lot of fuel in a short period of time. The third rule change of note that I wanted to discuss was the addition of a video replay option during the playoff matches. So IRI has a little bit of a history of experimenting with the way that playoffs are conducted and run. A few years ago, IRI piloted a kind of experiment of what time limits could look like during alliance selection as a precursor to the eventual rule changes that were made kind of broadly across FRC. And so this year, there's another experiment happening where we are going to be allowing teams during the playoff matches to have a set of cards that they can use to request a video replay. For those of you who have been watching the World Cup recently, I think we all know how game-changing and how helpful of a resource it can be for referees to be able to have access to a video replay. This is something that hasn't really been done before in FRC for good reason, but this is something that we are going to be trying out and seeing how it goes. I think the referees are excited to give it a whirl, try something new. They've been practicing some of the video replay mechanics to make sure that they're prepared for today, but that rule change does not go into effect until the playoff matches where each alliance is given that set of cards. I think it's maybe 4, so that they can go and request a replay when there is a situation that warrants it, and they're able to do so. I wish I had grabbed a card before I came over here, but they're on these very cute little Uno playing cards that are IRI customized. There's some up for sale in the silent auction as a little souvenir, but I'm pretty excited to see how that goes. I think that having a video replay, especially for an off-season event, is a fun experiment to have, and it'll be exciting to hear what the teams think and what the referees think after this experiment to see if it would be worth doing again next year or seeing if other events would want to adopt that as well. So those are the main rule changes. There's also some other small ones, like, for example, teams are allowed to cross the center line during the autonomous period and not incur a foul unless they make contact with an opposing robot when they are over the center line. Stuff like that, really trying to help streamline the game a little bit and make it a little more loose and fun for teams. And I think it's been a great success so far. The video replay stuff will be interesting to see how that plays out later this afternoon. Speaking of later this afternoon, I want to give a brief rundown of what the rest of today is going to look like. As I mentioned yesterday, we started strong, running 53 qualification matches, relatively on schedule. Really, really big ups to our field staff for helping make sure that things are running smoothly. We're going to be continuing that today. In about an hour, we're going to be starting qualification matches, going to match 70, closing things out. Each team is getting around 9 matches to play. We have 50 teams here, so that has been really exciting. And then we also are, in a little bit, in 10 minutes or so, going to be starting opening ceremonies where there will also be awards announced. We have a student scholarship award that is given out every year. There's also a mentor award and a volunteer of the year award, which will be awarded today. Really excited to see who wins those cool awards. Then later today, we're going to be also doing a live auction for some higher ticket items that aren't in the silent auction. Those live auction and silent auction items, like I mentioned earlier, are going to be going to support Riley Children's Hospital, a local children's hospital here in the Indianapolis area that we are so honored to be able to support this year at IRI. There's also going to be mentor matches later today, I believe during our lunch period or maybe during one of the playoff breaks, like I mentioned. And then midday today, after we finish qualification matches, of course, there's going to be alliance selection. One of the other rule changes that makes IRI a little unique is that instead of doing the serpentine draft order 1-8, 8-1, 1-8, we change things up here a little bit at IRI, and we don't do serpentine. We go 1-8, 1-8, 1-8. Part of that is because IRI, we want to make sure that the number 1 alliance, and number 2 alliance, and number 3 alliance, that teams are rewarded by being able to pick in their ranked order. And it really, I think, shifts around a little bit some of the dispersion, the distribution of teams during playoffs. It's going to be really exciting to see who ends up in that number 1 spot, who ends up in that top 8, and what those 1-8, 1-8, 1-8 selections are going to be today. After alliance selections, we'll have a lunch break, and then we're going to get into playoffs. Kind of your typical playoffs structure that's new in the past 5 or so years. We're going to be continuing that with the upper and the lower bracket for teams to be able to duke it out, compete, and hopefully maybe get a new world high score. We're pretty close to it. I think we can do it. I think it'd be pretty cool. And then we will be crowning our next 2026 IRI champion for our 25th year. For those keeping track at home, OP Robotics has won last year and many, 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 many times before that. And so it's going to be fun to see if they continue their winning streak or if someone unseats them. They're currently ranked 6th today. We'll see if that changes. I'm sure that that's a team that everyone's keeping their eyes on, but they're not the only powerhouse here. Like we have seen throughout yesterday's matches, we have a lot of really cool, exciting, high-octane teams here that are showing us their best game, and we're going to continue to see that today. So we're going to get started with qualification matches soon. We're going to start with opening ceremonies in the next 10 minutes or so, hand out some awards, hear from some of our planning committee, and then get into the second day of the 25th year of the Indiana Robotics Invitational. Stay tuned, and we'll talk to you again soon. Cool. Woohoo!
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Okay, and look, I am not the guy that normally does this, but I gotta ask one more time. How are y'all doing? That's better. That's better. Welcome to the second day of the 25th IRI. Real quick poll, how many people were in bed by midnight? You're in bed by midnight. That's not bad, okay? What about if you were in bed by 1 o'clock? Do I got any 2 o'clocks? 3? 5? No, okay. We'll ask other questions later on. So we had a lot of really exciting matches yesterday. I want to give a big thanks to all of our volunteers. Let's hear it for them real quick. Especially our field reset crew who is out here taping the carpet. There's more tape down here than you would imagine. And we are just excited to see where the games go today. Of course, the easy schedule to tell you before we get into some awards is we have some qualification matches, we have alliance selection, and then we get to see how many robots can try to explode all at one time because it's IRI. And that's just what happens, and it's a lot of fun. So until then, we have scholarships, and we have some mentor awards and volunteer awards and all those things to give out this morning. And so I want to bring out three wonderful gentlemen after they're done talking off of the corner. Chris Fultz, Andy Baker, and Jeff Smith. Could y'all come over this direction? You're going to stand right over here for me. They're coming. Got to come around this way. By the way, if you haven't had a chance to bid on the auction and you haven't seen these beautiful shirts, they're up for auction right now. The guys in the shirts are not up for auction, or are you up for auction? He's up for auction if the price is right. So, here's the way this is going to work. We're going to give out some awards. If we call you individually or your team out, we'd ask that you'd come down. Whoever's here, I know there are people in the pits and we can't run over there and get them, but if whoever's here, if you'd come down, come right through this open gate right there. You're going to go right through here, come get the award, and then you can come back out the same way you came in. That makes it simple, and go right that direction. Everybody get it? Thumbs up if you got it for me. Awesome. Okay, so here's our awards for the year. We're excited to recognize students, mentors, volunteers, and organizations who are key to the ongoing success of the IRI. First, a huge thank you to everyone who donated a backpack. This year we have 74, leading to a total of 2,187 backpacks donated to help kickstart the early education careers of our young and eager students. 2,187 backpacks. That is amazing to think about. Since the beginning, the IRI has awarded over $140,000 in scholarships to 87 students. That's impressive. Today, we add 3 more to this list. Each scholarship is $1,500. I'm going to call each individual down one at a time. First, from Andy Mark, is Jenna Glinzer, Team 45. Right that direction, or that direction. Yeah, you can go around that way, it's fine. You want to grab a picture right there? Congratulations. Okay. Next, the scholarship from the IRI, we have Amanda Esmeyer from Team 930. Congratulations. Also, another scholarship from the IRI is going to Kumain Kelly from team 6721. It looks like they may not be in the building. If they're in the pit, get them to come around this direction and we'll recognize them in a second. Next, we would like to recognize the IRI Mentor of the Year. Thank you for the fantastic essays, and thank you to all the mentors who continue to impact our students. The best way to announce this award is to copy the summary sentences from the student essay. This mentor embodies the FRC mission of inspiring young people to become leaders and innovators. Their unwavering commitment, endless generosity, and genuine love for every student has transformed their team. Congratulations to Lori Saluga from Team 8085. Congratulations. Oh, the students here? Okay, I want to go back. Also from the IRA, Kumain Kelly, team 6721. Congratulations. We also want to recognize the IRI Volunteer of the Year. This volunteer has been a crucial part of the IRI experience for more than a decade. You see him every year, front and center, but may not know the impact he brings. The setup, competition, and the teardown all rely on him. He may be noble, but bravo to this year Volunteers of the Year, Daniel Bravo. Congrats. Our last award and recognition is the IRI Foundations Award. This award recognizes a person or organization who has a major impact on the IRI. It all began in May of 2000 when a team from Kokomo, Indiana wanted to host an off-season FIRST event. Off-season events were new and rare, and it was a huge challenge to undertake. After two very successful events in 2000 and 2001, the team and their leaders wanted to grow the event and reached out to Team 234 and 393 to help. For 2002, the IRI moved to Lawrence North High School and was a catalyst for Team 2024, who is now a host team. This year, we celebrate the 25th IRI. We want to recognize Team 45, the Technocats, for their vision and commitment 27 years ago that led us to where we are today. Congratulations, Team 45, the Technocats. If you're here, come on down, guys. Get ready to get a picture. We'll let them get the table off first. Okay, so are y'all ready for some, let's try it again. Are y'all ready for some matches today? Before we get started, would you please rise to the national anthems of Canada and the United States of America? Now, technically, according to the schedule, the first match isn't supposed to start until 9 o'clock, so I have 15 minutes here. Unless you're ready to get started early. You want to get started a little bit early? Okay. Before we go, on the count of 3, I need a stomp, one big stomp. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, go. I want 2 stomps. 1, 2, 3, go. When I raise my hands, I want you to cheer as loud as you can. Let's practice for the finals. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. And done. Let's get these robots out, guys. Okay, real quick announcement. If you have team pizza orders, they need to be turned into the concession stand by 9 o'clock. Team pizza orders, concession stand by 9. Thanks so much. Okay, here we are. First qualification match of this second day of the 25th IRI. This is getting a lot of numbers here. On the Red Alliance, they look awake, they look alive. It's 80-44.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denham Venom.
And right there next to them, their alliance partner, 469.
Coming in from Michigan, it's the Gorillas.
And here we are at 94-01.
Midas Mayhem.
Thank you. Going across the other side. On the Blue Alliance, you're ready to go, you're ready to go, you're ready to go. 59-07.
The CC Shambots.
10-23.
From Temperance, it's Bedford Express.
And 17-41.
From Greenwood, Indiana, Red Alert.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we enter our first match of the day, we're going to start off on the Blue Alliance with 1741. Getting a reload from that depot, launching those fuel up and into the hub. As their alliance partners now returning from that neutral zone to deposit to help them bring that score up to 48. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance Denim Venom currently stuck up on that bump with just a few seconds remaining of autonomous. The Red Alliance takes the early lead, 90 points to the Blue Alliance, 72. Denim Venom trying to see if they can get back over that bump to deposit any more fuel before that hub is deactivated. They're going to be a little bit too slow and start shuttling it to their alliance partners. Meanwhile, on that Blue Alliance, they're going to try to make the most of that active hub with Bedford Express, unloading the rest of their hopper and now returning underneath that trench to start gathering some fuel in the neutral zone alongside Denim Venom. With just 5 seconds left in this activation period, 5907 launching a few more fuel up with the Red Alliance now active. Denim Venom once again trying to get on that Red Alliance zone, but is stuck up on that bump. The Blue Alliance robot is going to see if they can shut them out, delaying their access, leaving only half the time remaining in this activation cycle. Bedford Express continuing to play some defense against the Red Alliance as Denim Venom continues shooting up those fuel from the depot. With 1 second left, we're going to make our way back over to the Blue Alliance, where 5907 already launching up 30 more fuel for their alliance, helping them take the lead 258 to 185 with half our time remaining. 9401 Midas Mayhem now making their way over to the neutral zone. After getting a quick reload, they're going to bring those fuel back over towards those human players in the outpost. Meanwhile, Bedford Express for the Blue Alliance is going to launch another dozen fuel before their hub was deactivated. Denim Venom for the Red Alliance, now with another wonderful arch of streams being crossed with their alliance partner Midas Mayhem shooting from the outpost. With just under 40 seconds left to go, the Blue Alliance still just 30 fuel short of getting that energized ringing point, with a Red Alliance needing an additional 60. Bedford Express now making their way across the neutral zone once again with a hopper with fuel, while their alliance partner, the Shambots, loaded up from the traversal area. Denim Venom doing the same for the Red Alliance. We are just 20 points separated with 20 seconds left to go. With 4 teams in the neutral zone collecting fuel, we're going to see them race their way back underneath the trench and over the bump to start depositing it into the hub. The Blue Alliance is going to try to expand their lead with 5907 getting another 30 fuel for their alliance with the 1 second left to go. That is all the time we have for our first qualification match of the day. And the results are in. The winner of that match is going to be going to the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 457 to 430.
Well, welcome back, day 2 here at IRI. Let's introduce ourselves.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Ben. I'm from 2041.
I'm Levi. I'm from 1987.
All right.
Quite a match we had to start us off this morning.
Yeah, I think most of us expected this to, start, go a little bit the other way and a little bit more high scoring, especially on the red side. You know, did we have the results already? I missed that one.
We have.
Oh, yeah, it's right up there.
It's right in front of us.
Oh,
Blue
yeah, I should
Alliance
just
took
look
it
at that.
457.
Oh, yeah. But, geez. Yeah, I was not expecting that on that front because Deno's been playing extremely well all weekend on that
They
front.
have. They came into this match ranked #1.
Yes. I mean, it really shows the power of, I think I saw 1741 do, I want to say, 3 different, like, blocks across that, you know,
Yes.
just like between trench blocks and,
I will see if I can
bump blocks.
find it here.
Yeah, just stopping people from getting across in those transit lanes right there.
So they come over
Yeah.
right out of the gate.
Yeah, so just, you know, being a wall, and I mean,
Mhm.
it was a huge factor in this match because you got the triple cycling offense, and no
Right.
one else, especially, was doing the picks that they need to do when you got these full hoppers that are trying to get across the bump or blocking the trench, you know, and, you know, the bottom line is, like, you know, if you're doing a triple offense strategy, you got to be throwing picks.
Right, and
Yeah.
Blue Alliance comes in here with the opposite strategy, almost a triple defense. We can see Denim Venom comes through, and then here is where they get locked down by that defense. Right here. If my pen will work. There it is, right there. You can see them block Denim Venom and keep them held back for a significant portion of their active shift. And that is where Blue Alliance is able to build up the lead that they needed for this match.
Oh, yeah.
To take the win. And Denim struggled to take it back there with their alliance partners.
Yeah, and if you see here, you got all 3 Blue Alliance robots.
We do.
In the Red Alliance zone that is during the red period.
All 6 robots on that end of the field.
All 6 robots on that end of the field. They are making sure that the Red Alliance, that they had triple turret, did not have balls to do anything
Yes,
with.
yes.
That was a fantastic strategy on their part for making sure that that area, that they didn't have the balls to work with.
Yeah, we can see they don't start shooting until 7 seconds left in their shift. And even then, they're missing half of them from that hit they took. And their time's over, and they are now down almost 50 points.
Yeah.
We keep going through that match, and Blue Alliance, despite going and playing defense, they're still ready to score right into shift number 4 here. You can see them taking a further lead. At some point, they're over 100 points ahead.
Yeah, the reality here is red is not going down to blue side to pull blue's balls as much, and blue is also not stockpiling balls down there.
No, you can see that over here. They don't have that much on their end. Red Alliance, right along the wall, has a pretty significant amount.
Yeah, they're running down the red side, filling up there, and then going back and using those. It's really, it's keeping, you know, and then 1741 is blocking the transit lane to make it so one of the red robots can't score, so it's essentially becomes a 1-for-1. Yeah, I mean, it really, really dynamite strategy on this in terms of game piece control.
We had a very tight final score, and I think that's partly in contributing what you're about to see here. Is Blue's going to come down and suck up a full hopper load right down that wall.
Yeah.
Gobbling all those up and then pushing some of them as well out of the way. So that is qualification match number 54. Blue Alliance upsetter #1 ranked team here at IRI. They've got our next match on the field. Let's send it to them.
Originating in Fort Collins, Colorado, the Highlanders.
And how about 39-40?
From Kokomo, Indiana, it's Cybertooth.
Coming across the other side of the field on the Blue Alliance, it's 359.
The Hawaiian Kids.
17-10.
From Kansas, it's Ravionics Revolution.
And 7-8-9-0.
From Burlington, North Carolina, Sequence.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
As we enter autonomous, the high-end leaders going to get that fuel from the depot and are going to start launching it up from that corner, getting about 50 points for their alliance. Meanwhile, over on blue, 78-90 sequence goes over that bump after getting some fuel in the neutral zone alongside the Hawaiian kids, bringing their score leading to 125 points to the Red Alliance 62. With that last shot from the outpost coming for the Red Alliance, we're going to see 44-99 Highlanders getting a refill in that neutral zone as the Blue Alliance 17-10. Timberlake gets caught in a sandstorm. Meanwhile, the Hawaiian kids go underneath that red trench to start stealing some of that fuel over near that red traversal area. 78-90 going to see if they can play any defense against 39-40 Cybertooth as they start launching some of that fuel up and into that hub. With just 5 seconds left of this hub activation period, we're now going to see that blue hub reactivated. 359 Hawaiian kids once again launching up that fuel near the traversal area. Their alliance partner Sequence is going to see if they can join them. They're going to have some defense being happening from the Red Alliance Cybertooth, causing the Hawaiian kids a couple second delay in launching up that fuel. Meanwhile, Highlanders are filling up that massive hopper, one of the largest dumper robots we have at this competition. They're going to get delayed by their alliance partner who's currently having some technical difficulties. They sneak their way around and start launching up all of that fuel, getting one by one, bringing their score all the way up to over 150 points with just over 1 minute left to go. 39-40 Cybertooth goes back over that Blue Alliance zone once again to start playing some defense on this now activated blue hub. Hawaiian kids launching up that fuel over near the traversal area as the Highlanders stealing some fuel over from that Blue Alliance depot. Sequence trying to sneak their way underneath that trench and launching some of that fuel into the hub, getting 30 more points for their alliance. As 39-40 the Cybertooth getting her to collect some of that fuel coming out of that blue hub now and return over that red bump to launch it up at the start of endgame. The Blue Alliance needs just 30 more fuel in order to supercharge their hub. Red Alliance needing another 130 to energize it. 39-40, seeing if they can get any of that fuel coming out of that Blue Alliance zone and then play some defense against the Hawaiian kids. Their alliance partner, the Highlanders, are currently stuck up in that corner with 3 bots all near that blue depot. Sequence coming in underneath that blue trench now with the 1 second left to go. That is all the time we have in this qualification match. Everybody dance now because the scores are in and the winner of that match goes to the Blue Alliance with a final match score of a number to 262. That number was actually 567, earning the Blue Alliance 5 ranking points.
Well, Ben, what did we see in that match?
Well, I think the Blue Alliance took control, and they kept control.
They certainly did.
I put it that way. I think it shows a little bit of the power, too, of, the 2 on offense, 1 on defense for the most part strategy, because 17-10, a lot of their role, just kind of staying on 4-4-9-9 the whole time. There was a little bit of scoring in there, but I think that really making sure that they kept the big ball drop under control. That was pretty good on their part.
Yes, Red Alliance ended up with a dead robot for half the match. Certainly did not help their situation. We can see that as we come
for sure
about halfway through auto. We can see 65-17.
Yeah,
they get a little dead there. Coming out auto, perhaps. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just sitting up until 1 minute through the match, and Blue Alliance at this point has taken a substantial lead. That's going to be hard to fight back.
Yeah, it's really difficult there. I think, without having that extra robot, 4-4-9-9 really didn't have much help to get across the bumps. So it was a lot trickier in order to get back over there and, drop a big load in there. So the bottom line is, you got to keep going. You got to keep your robot running. This is the game.
Yes.
A little bit of attrition in this game. You got to make sure that you're that you're good
Absolutely.
there. And it's unfortunate that 65-17 wasn't able to keep going the whole time. Otherwise, we might have seen a different result.
We very well could have,
Yeah.
and not in a good spot either, blocking that trench. The
the
bump there.
Yeah.
And it's forcing Highlanders to take one of a couple routes, and Blue Alliance, we can see here, is keeping them from getting over there, really slowing them down to stock up.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And you can see in there, like, the, 3940's trying to help them out, but 1710's pretty good. They're moving where they need to go and holding positions.
Yeah,
so,
they completely rebuilt the robot partway through season, went to the big dumper, and it has done them well, served them very well. I'm hearing that our field staff has already just about got our field ready.
Already moving to the next one. All right.
We'll kick it over to them.
All right, let's go.
Moving right along, let's move to this next match right here on the Red Alliance. They're ready to play. I got 195.
Originating in Southington, Connecticut, it's the Cyber Knights.
1768.
From Massachusetts, Nashoba Robotics.
And 3641.
It's the Flying Toasters.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 1918.
From Michigan, it's the Newaygo County Gears.
2377.
From Pasadena, Maryland, C Company.
And 1732.
It's from Milwaukee, the Hilltopper Robotics.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
With 4 robots in the center of the field, we're going to see those hungry robots get those fuel to their Alliance zone and start depositing them into that hub. 1768 coming in for another round of the neutral zone before going back over that bump, depositing another 15 fuel with only 2 seconds left of autonomous. We're going to see the Red Alliance take that, or the Blue Alliance is going to take the early lead. Red Alliance is actually going to be taking the early lead, 107 to 101. That red hub is going to be deactivated momentarily, and we're going to see a storm of yellow going into that top of that hub as the Blue Alliance starts shuttling that fuel from the neutral zone into their Alliance zone. 3641 colliding with their Alliance partner Nashoba as both teams start seeing if they can get the rest of that fuel in the desert of the center field. With 195 launching it from that traversal area in blue all the way to that Red Alliance zone. With 2 seconds left of this cycle, we're now going to go back over to the Red Alliance, where the Flying Toasters launch up some more fuel alongside Neshoba Robotics. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, the Cyber Knights, are going to be seeing if they can get any fuel loaded up and playing some. They're being heavily defended against by that Blue Alliance Newaygo County Gears. With just over half our time remaining, the Red Alliance is going to maintain that lead of 315 points to the Blue Alliance 167. 2377 C Company launching a few fuel now over that traversal area as 3641. Going to go ahead and starve that Blue Alliance, launching about 30 more fuel to the other side of the field. Meanwhile, the 1732 Hilltopper Robotics is going to see if they can get any fuel in the neutral zone to get back over before that Alliance hub is now deactivated. Meanwhile, Cyber Knights already launching 20 more fuel into that hub, while their Alliance partner, the Flying Toasters, re-enter that neutral zone, grabbing a few more fuel right in front into the mouth of C Company. As those fuel continually coming back down into the neutral zone, the Red Alliance now just 50 fuel short of supercharging their hub. 1918 caught in a sandstorm over in that Red Alliance zone. Meanwhile, we have another storm of fuel coming into that Red Alliance hub with just over 20 seconds left to go. The Red Alliance has now surpassed that supercharged threshold, guaranteeing their Alliance 2 ranking points. The Blue Alliance 2377 C Company gathering a few more fuel in that traversal area, lining themselves up with the hub, depositing 3 more with 2 seconds left to go. That will be all the time we have in qualification match number 56 here at IRI. I'll just shoot the scores and I'll say it. And the scores are in for that match. The winner is going to be the Red Alliance. However, there is a red card being issued against 195, the Cyber Knights, for intentionally disabling 1918 Newaygo County Gears.
Well, Ben, I was not expecting to see that in our score post.
Yeah, me neither. But you know, I think you know, Red early on they went through and they had a good take in auto. They had a great transition period. You know, I think there was a lot there that that red played right. A little unfortunate on the red card on the back end there, but
Yeah.
like in general there, I think red's play was just a little bit better and more efficient. I don't think they made necessarily. There were a lot of robots in the middle. I don't know that was ideal, but I think that they, in general, I think the flow on red was a little bit better, and then blue had a couple technical issues that kind of complicated things.
Yeah, we were pretty tight coming out of auto there.
Yeah.
Blue got going first, and red had no problem keeping up.
Yeah.
They pulled ahead for a little portion of it.
Yep.
And end up taking it just barely, 107 to 101 coming out of autonomous.
Yeah.
Pretty tight.
Yeah, very tight for sure.
How do you think that affected getting that preferred shift coming out of auto, helped them take that?
I think all 3 red robots were ready to have a full hopper ready to unload right during those 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So you can see here, I think the score goes up by like another 60 points or something like this.
Yeah, we can see in our replay here, all 3 red robots make it over in the transition shift and are absolutely unloading into that hub. You can see it start to clog up, and that helped them pull into a substantial lead. They're now up by almost 40, while blue is scrambling to get ready for their first shift. And red has already got a pretty significant stockpile going.
Yeah, they've got quite the stockpile over there. They're definitely trying to clear out the middle and throw balls to the other side. It really kind of shows that some of these blue robots, when you're doing that, you got to send at least someone down there
10, 20,
to pull to get some of the pieces. Anyway, I think we're going back to field.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
It's 45.
Technocats.
And 17-20.
From Matthews, Indiana, Fixed Gears.
Let's go over to the Blue Alliance, where I got 90-32.
Originating in Cary, North Carolina, Robo Whales.
And it's time for the morning. Team 5000.
Transiting from Hingham, Massachusetts, the Hammerheads.
And it's 80-85.
Mojo.
It's too early in the morning for that stuff. You kidding me? I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we enter this next match, 80-85, going to start launching those 8 preloaded fuel into that hub, scoring all for 8 points for their alliance. Their partners are both going to try to re-enter that neutral zone, already recollecting that fuel and taking a few that were just processed by that red hub. As the Blue Lions continue storming the blue hub, we're going to see a few more shots coming out of 10-24. At the start of teleop, the Blue Alliance takes the early lead, 121 to the Red Alliance 50. 80-85 Mojo currently gathering a couple of fuel on the field as Team 45 goes over that bump, start launching up a couple dozen fuel into that hub successfully. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance 90-32 Robo Whales gonna go ahead and start moving some of that fuel over to their alliance zone as the Blue Alliance 5000 goes over their own bump to prepare for this hub activation period starting in just a few more seconds. 5000 pre-started that stream in order to maximize efficiency. Their 2 alliance partners join in, allowing that score to climb all the way up to nearly 300. Back over on the Red Alliance, Team 45 continues gathering that fuel as 80-85 becomes unstuck from that fuel. Meanwhile, their alliance partner 90-32 scoring another 25 fuel into that hub before it is deactivated. And with that re-hub re-energized once again, Cyberbyte is grabbing a few more fuel from that depot area and is going to return to the corner in order to ensure maximize efficiency of scoring those fuel elements. With just over 1 minute left to go, the Blue Lions still just 13 fuel short of energizing their hub, with a Red Alliance 100 short. 17:20 fixed gears. Gonna go ahead and return to the center of the field at the start of our next activation period, with the 9032 Robo Whales gathering a few more fuel in that neutral zone now as they make their way underneath that trench. Their alliance partner 8085 Mojo gonna make their way over to that Red Alliance zone, where they are sandwiched in between 1024 and 45 temporarily. They're gonna retreat back to the neutral zone, grabbing the rest of it and shuttling it to their alliance partners as we enter endgame. The Blue Alliance has now also crossed that 500-point mark, getting them this supercharged ranking point, with the Red Alliance sitting at 339. Team 45, the Technocats, lodging a couple more fuel now over near that depot area. With just 10 seconds left to go, the Robo Whales are making another cloud of yellow as they get a quick refill from that depot area. With the 1 second left to go, time is expired. And the scores are in. The winner of that match goes to the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 602 to 415.
602 to 415. Quite a match there we see, Ben. Blue Alliance moving up in the ranks. Red falling just a hair. What'd you think of that match?
You know, I think Blue came out in auto with a little bit of the lead, and they were able to hold it throughout. I thought that you know, through it you get a little bit of hybrid defense from 80-85, that, you know, doing some bump blocking and those sorts of things there. You know, I think that helped them out there a little bit on that front. You know, I think you know, really everyone was scoring pretty well. Like, you know, lots of scoring across all robots in this match. That was all pretty good. But I think a little bit of the, you know, strategic edge in terms of the mix and the hybrid roles that Blue was doing helped give them a little bit of the edge here.
Yeah, I'll just click play through this match. We can see our autonomous, the Blue Alliance, as we go through, they start taking the lead. That first hopper dump, Red Alliance, we can see a few missed shots, which did not help them out. And Blue ended up taking it quite significantly, 120 to about 50, once all the counting was done. Yep. And at that point, Red has some ground to make up.
Yeah, for sure. You know, so Red here, they don't have quite as good of an immediate action to get the score up here. Blue has a little bit more that they were able to pad it up. Although 45 gets a big bucket right there. So
they do a good job.
You know,
most of them in
there. Yeah. So I think you know, they're moving around. They're getting everyone scoring. They're making sure that everyone's putting balls up. You know, so that all that's good.
Yeah.
I think the bottom line here is they're just not able to catch him quite as quick.
Yep. If I pause here, you can see at the end of their shift, they've basically brought up to a tie, but Blue Alliance is now at an additional shift advantage, and so that is where they really take things away. You gotta remember, in this game, with it being back and forth, it's hard for those teams to remember, and even viewers like us, to know who's got the advantage of quantity of shifts remaining, because a tie match like that, you think it's going to go either way, forgetting that this is Blue Alliance's chance to answer Red.
And I think here, a lot of this, there probably could have been a little bit more that Blue could have scored, to be honest, because, you know, all right. Yeah, anyway, we're getting called back to the field here, so we're going to go ahead and do that.
Yes, this was a good match to watch,
yes,
and I'm ready for this next one.
Okay, how's everybody doing out in the audience? Y'all awake out there? Hey, are you awake out there?
I don't think they are.
I don't see. Okay, let's try this. Let's see how long this takes. I'm getting more. Come on. A few more. Not a lot. A couple. Yeah, there we go. You got to keep that wave going. Get those muscles working. You got to wake up. Okay, let's go. All the Red Alliance, I got 67-21.
The Tinderly Trailblazers.
Yeah. How about 2767?
From Kalamazoo, it's Strike Force.
And then there's 5712.
Gray Matter.
Thank you. Oh no, it's Mbop. On the Blue Alliance, I got 5687, you jerks.
From Portland, Maine, the Outliers.
I got 1002.
Circuit Runners Robotics.
And I got 1833.
Just up the highway, it's Team Bean.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bots are off. Team Bean and their alliance partner, the Outliers, grabbing that fuel for the Blue Alliance as Circuit Runner Robotics grabs some of that fuel from the depot. Meanwhile, on red, 6721 and 5712 gonna go in for that second load as Gray Matter starts launching it up from right underneath that trench and goes back into the neutral zone for a third time, bringing their score up to 100 points to the Blue Alliance, 142. Team Bean and Outliers launching another 50 fuel before their hub is deactivated in this transition cycle. Meanwhile, 2767 Strike Force re-enters that neutral zone once again, temporarily bumping Team Bean, who is currently shuttling that fuel alongside their partner, the Outliers. Meanwhile, 1002 Circuit Runner Robotics is going to see if they can get any of that fuel now coming out of that red hub that is being shot by 6712 and 2767. With 2 seconds left of this activation period, the Blue Alliance Outliers is going to launch up all that fuel alongside Team 1002. 5712 slamming themselves into that blue drive station as they continue playing defense against 1002. They're going to see if they can get another stream of fuel coming directly from that outpost area. With just under 90 seconds left to go, the Blue Alliance has a commanding lead of 357 to 202. 2767 appears to be having some technical difficulties in the center of the field. Their alliance partners are going to try to hold their score strong as Gray Matter launches up some fuel from that outpost area before re-entering the neutral zone alongside their partner, the Titterly Trailblazers. With just a few more seconds of this activation period, 1002 returns to that neutral zone with a large hopper of fuel alongside the Outliers, causing that fuel to get temporarily backed up, and it's still coming out and dumping into the neutral zone. That Team Bean is already back in the center, recollecting. Meanwhile, Gray Matter is going to start shuttling some of that fuel back towards the Red Alliance zone to prepare for endgame, starting in just a few seconds. Team Bean temporarily being defended by 6712 on their way back over to that Blue Alliance zone at the start of endgame. The Blue Alliance is up to 563 to Red's 312. 6721 Titterly Trailblazers now refilling over near that depot area as 2767 is back in action and is seeing if they can launch any of that fuel into that hub with the last 7 seconds remaining of the match. Gray Matter going to see if they can launch a few more now from that outpost area at the close of the match. We'll get back to you, those final match scores, momentarily. And the results are in. The winner of that match is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 653 to 379. The Red Alliance is still going to earn that Energized ranking point.
Well, Ben, what was one big thing you took away from that match?
The bottom line with this one is I think Blue just had more firepower.
They did.
Yeah.
And they established dominance in the first 30 or so seconds for me.
Yeah.
If we look at their autonomous going into the match here, we can see that these alliances set up and run identical starts to the match. They each send a robot with preload over to the depot. They each send a robot over each bump. And at this point, they're tied, and it comes down to efficiency, the rest of autonomous. And this is where Blue takes their lead. Despite a collision midfield, they take it, and then what I saw them do was absolutely take advantage of the transition shift.
Absolutely. Like, that's what you got to do. You take the lead, you take the transition, you get those, over those 10 seconds, you put the points in, and then it's really hard for the other alliance to come back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We did see Strike Force sit dead for a portion of this match. Do you think that contributed to their loss, or do you think that Blue still would have taken it?
I think it's likely Blue still would have taken it in this particular aspect, just because, Strike Force is great, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they could have made up the multiple 100-point differential.
The 200-point deficit,
yeah.
It would have,
that was in there. It would have been tricky.
It would have been a much tighter match the rest of the way, though, and
yes.
Psychologically, who knows what that might do.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, we can see at this point, we've got a 100-point lead on Blue as they get into shift
Red
3.
Alliance.
And speaking of shifting things, let's shift to the
From
field.
Illinois,
Awesome.
it's Mars Wars.
Right next door to them, 1741.
Red alert.
And how about 3176?
From Brownsburg, Indiana, Purple Precision.
On the Blue Alliance, it's 930.
The Moguanago Bears.
3414.
Hackbots.
And 7457.
Super Duper Robotics.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we start off with autonomous 4 robots once again re-entering that neutral zone over on Blue. 3414 Hackbots reloading and shooting in that depot, while 7457 Super Duper Robotics gathering a few more fuel before going back over that bump, launching about 30 more. Over on Red, 4143 Mars Wars launching up and until the end of autonomous, bring their score up to 105, only 7 points behind the Blue Alliance, who's going to shoot about 50 more fuel before that hub is deactivated. Back over on red with that red hub remaining active for our first alliance shift. 3176 Purple Precision grabbing a couple more fuel as 3414 Hackbots trying to steal a few. They're going to get denied access to the neutral zone by 3176. They go flying over them and continue making their way back over to that blue alliance area. 7457 attempting to get over to their alliance zone with some more heavy defense coming from red alert. During this heavy defense match, we're now going to be seeing some shots fired by the Blue Alliance 3414 Hackbots, who are pushing their way underneath that traversal area and to the depot while continuously shooting fuel as their alliance partners, the Moguanago Bears, go back over into the neutral zone, grabbing a few more fuel, race back to their alliance zone, launching it up before that hub is deactivated. Back over on red, 4143 was waiting for it, making the most of their 25-second hub activation period, knowing that just half the time remains and the Red Alliance still trails by 50 points. Purple Precision now launching a few fuel into that outpost that the human players are going to throw up and over, getting a 1-point shot for their alliance. Back over on blue, 930 Moguanago Bears launching up that fuel alongside their alliance partners Super Duper Robotics, while 3414 grabbing a couple of that fuel scattered in that traversal zone. 1741 continuing to play defense. 3176 slides underneath that trench, stealing a few fuel from that blue alliance and returning to underneath that red trench to prepare for their alliance's endgame. With just 30 seconds left to go now, 4143 Mars Wars launches up that fuel once again up and high alongside 3176 Purple Precision. The Blue Alliance 3414 Hackbots grabbing a few fuel that were standing in front of that red hub as 1741 trying to see if they can do any defense against the Blue Alliance 930, pushing a few fuel back to their alliance partners with just a few seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance has supercharged that hub at the close of the match. And here comes the stripe. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 569 to 395.
Quite a match, Ben.
Yeah, that was quite a match. I think, Red put up a valiant effort for not having the same firepower that Blue had on paper, but, 1741 was playing great defense. 3176 was playing pretty good hybrid. 4143, putting up a lot of balls. They basically stretched the robots as much as they could. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to take it there. But yeah, yes. I think that they that was quite a valiant effort from Red, and Blue was able to pull it out amidst all that defense and still score over 500. So
yes,
pretty
they
good.
did. Yeah. Similar notes on my end. Blue Alliance. It was a very tight auto, just like the last match. But Blue did take it, and then they extended their lead there in transition shift, taking advantage of that time frame where both alliances are scoring. Set your alliance up for success.
Yeah, for sure. This is one where I think everyone was playing well. So, you like to see matches like this where, everyone's on their game and playing extremely well and trying to max out what they can get their robot to do.
Yeah,
so,
we can see just rolling through our footage here. Blue Alliance, it's very tight. Blue Alliance takes it out of auto just by a very slim margin. It was only a handful of points, 7 points there, but then that margin grows here in our transition. They did a great job of putting the right people in the right places to take advantage of the different shifts throughout the match. Yeah,
part of this, I think, also is that Blue's got 3 robots that can do the dump action, whereas on the red side, it was really Mars Wars, right? So they just didn't have the same amount of volume that Blue did. But even with that, they were able to keep it decently close.
Yeah, Blue's doing a lot of everyone doing their thing to contribute to the alliance and not a whole lot of intermixing of tasks.
Yeah.
Whereas Red Alliance has a little bit more specific roles for each partner on there. We talked about.
They all went to the same side, blue side of the field at the same time.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
You gotta get the balls out.
1741 we talked about, and they've been playing dominant defense all weekend, and that's where if you're scouting just off the statistics, they're going to fly under your radar. But if you're looking and taking some notes on on these teams, you're going to see that, well, they may not be putting up a ton of points into your goal. They're taking away a lot of points from your opponent's goal, and at the end of the day, win-loss, where those points are, it doesn't really matter in your goal or not in theirs.
Exactly. Ultimately, that's what's going to matter once we get to playoffs, is whether you win or you lose. So a negative point's just as good as a positive point at that point.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we can see that midfield player there. That's really stretching the whole length of the field in their role. Mm-hmm. That midfielder there. And then, absolutely, yes, Marsvor is taking the scoring, that front offense position for your Red Alliance.
For sure. Yeah, I think this one, you know, I think this one, like I said, I think everyone's kind of done the most they can with their robots in the best role that they can. I don't think anyone played bad in this match. I think it's all pretty good here.
No, and here we are coming in the last 20 seconds. Red's got a good stockpile. Blue is having to go grab them from everywhere else. And so we don't see him scoring a lot here in the final 30.
I feel like Blue should have gone more back to the red side. Anyway, we're heading back to the field.
Establishing our rankings. So let's get ready for another qualification match, starting over here on red with 2056.
Hailing from Stony Creek, Ontario, it's OP Robotics.
And 1261.
They're from Peachtree Ridge High School in Georgia. Give it up for the Robo Lions.
Rounding out this Red Alliance, 6517.
They're from South Doyle High School. Make it loud for Sono Robo.
Now we bring it on over to the big box out of Wisconsin, 1792.
Reppin' Oak Creek High School, it's Round Table Robotics.
And you could say we really appreciate them coming all the way from Texas. It's 2468.
They're from Westlake High School in Austin. It's Team Appreciate.
And finally, coming in hot, it's 67.
Hailing from Highland, Michigan, it's the Hot Team.
Let's keep on rolling with qualifications. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off for match number 60. We have 2 alliances, each with a robot in the top 8. They know they need to win in order to keep that position. Red Alliance keeping up the pressure. These 2 alliances neck and neck. We have 65-17 Sono Robo scoring with their partners 12-61 right as time runs out. 1 point separating these 2 alliances as we move into teleop. Of course, Everyone's looking at OP Robotics on the field, but Hot is currently ranked second, showing us what they're made of with a hopper full of fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub just now. Their partners, Roundtable Robotics, helping to contribute to their score, even up against some defensive pressure. The Blue Alliance has the Robo Lions over in their zone, pushing up against the Blue Robots and trying to steal some fuel from Blue. A minute and 45 left. 67, the Hot team still able to shoot even up against that pressure from Roundtable. And now the tables have turned. We've switched over to the red side of the field. OP Robotics going fuel for fuel with Blue. The Robo Lions also scoring. OP shooting and scoring at the same time. Now taking back the lead and earning that energized bonus ranking point. Blue needs a few more fuel to get that ranking point. Now it is back to the blue side of the field. You're kind of seeing as each shift happens, all of the robots go over, because even if you're on offense, you want to make sure you're scoring, and if you're on defense, you need to steal fuel from your opponent so that they don't have easy access to fuel to score. A minute remaining in the match. Blue now has taken back the lead. These two alliances are just trading back and forth, taking the win as these shifts happen. OP Robotics scoring, as is Roundtable. Their partner, Sono Robo, going to the neutral zone to fetch some more fuel. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance has Team Appreciate and 1792 Roundtable going over to help prepare the Blue Alliance for the next transition, which will happen right about now. These alliances are really close together. Each have earned the supercharged bonus ranking point. Blue Alliance needs to catch up, and they are trying to do just that. Hot team posting up in the corner, trying to get around defense from the Robo Lions. Meanwhile, Sono Robo and OP Robotics are totally undefended, able to really score as many points as they want. That's helped Red keep their lead even as time expires. We've got our scores from Qual Match 60. It's your Red Alliance taking the win. They earned 693 to Blue's 611. Each alliance was energized and supercharged, but the Red Alliance really pulled it out during that teleop period to earn the win. That's going to bump down 67 to the number 5 position, move up all 3 of those Red Alliance robots. Importantly, OP Robotics now up to the number 4th position. Congratulations to our 3 winning Red Robots.
Well, what an immersive experience we had for that match, getting some fuel thrown at us.
Yeah, for sure. That was a fun one to watch there.
It was.
Yeah, like Auto, it was like, 1 point difference right there.
And
all right.
I was not seeing it go that way. Blue held the lead there the last half of it just by a margin, and Red had that final push.
Yeah, to me it looked like on Blue's side, it's like losing Auto by that much. It's kind of like, all right, maybe it's even a better situation there. And
Potentially.
I think it was leaning Blue for a little while until it looked like Blue had a couple technical issues at the end, plus also some great defense from 1261.
Yes.
There to block, the full hoppers from getting in. Really slowing those robots down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, between those two things, I think that kind of flipped it right there.
It certainly did. I wish we had a recording. We had a bit of a technical issue here, but I saw at one point in the match some really locked down defense where a red and a blue machine are pinned to each other on the blue bump for several seconds.
Yes, quite a bit. And like if you're 1261 and you're on the far side of the field and you're like collecting balls and stuff like that, eventually come back and shoot from there. But you can shut down Hot, who's probably the best scoring machine on there. That's probably the thing to do. So holding them right there on the bump, great move.
Yes, exciting the whole way through. Do we think this is indicative of some of the play we're going to start to see in early playoffs?
I think there'll be a little bit of that. I feel like the level of offense robot, we're also going to go up. right? You know, going into playoffs here. So there's going to be that trade-off, that there's going to be robots playing the hybrid offense, hybrid defense. I don't know that anyone's going to be exclusively defense.
No.
I feel like that'd be not necessarily quite the way to go here, but you know, just because you need some ball throughput.
Yeah.
You almost need defense in certain times and offense in other times.
Yeah, what I've noticed is those big dumper style robots are going over and they're scoring a lot and puking it in, and then silence on scoring for a few seconds while they go reload. Whereas that Red Alliance there, we saw their shifts the first 2/3. There's constantly fuel being added to the hub.
Yeah.
Maybe not in such large quantities, but at the end of the match, they're just keeping it full the whole time, and keeping that momentum going helps make sure that every last fuel they can get is counted, and they're not missing out on a half hopper full right as time expires on their shift.
Yeah, that's one of those considerations with these things, is definitely the hub counting. Because if you're past the 3 seconds afterward, it's not going to work, right? So, all right, we're going to head back to field.
Well, we may be more than 80% of the way through our qualification round, but we've still got plenty of time to go. So we've got 6 more teams on the field, and we're ready to meet them. Starting off on the Red Alliance with 4499.
They're a community-based team representing the era robotics. It's the Highlanders.
And going from west to east, now we're at 11415.
They're a family and community team from Seaford, Virginia. Give it up for Storm Surge.
And we finish off red with 7890.
Another family and community team hailing from North Carolina. Make it loud for Sequence.
And now we start over on the Blue Alliance with 9401.
Hailing from Troy, Missouri, it's Midas's Mayhem.
And in the middle driver station, 484.
Representing Haverford High School, it's RoboForce.
And finally, from right here in Indiana, 10021.
Representing Noblesville, Indiana, give it up for the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
We're ready to start this match. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qual 61 has begun. Golden Gears and their partners Midas's Mayhem first to the neutral zone to scoop up some fuel. That's going to help the Blue Alliance pull ahead of Red for now. But Red Alliance is also going back for seconds. 44.99, the Highlanders lighting up the Red Alliance's hub along with their partners Sequence, both of whom contributing to the Red Alliance score, helping Red come into teleop with a little bit of a lead. But these two alliances are neck and neck Storm Surge crossing over to the blue zone immediately. We've seen a lot of defense from Storm Surge hailing from Virginia. They're going over to try and starve their opponents of fuel and also put a little bit of robot-on-robot defensive pressure on those blue bots. However, Golden Gears were still able to get around Storm Surge and score. Their partners are doing the same. That's going to be 94-01 scoring for the Blue Alliance right as their shift ends and we head over to Red. Now the Red Alliance has to contend with defense. The Golden Gears are shooting across the field to try and feed fuel over to the blue side. Meanwhile, they've also got 484 RoboForce playing some defense. Storm Surge playing counter defense now, trying to keep the Golden Gears from being able to go back to the other side of the field and score. Storm Surge knows that Golden Gears, currently ranked 8th right now, are probably one of the stronger offensive robots on the Blue Alliance. They're trying to slow them down and make it harder for them to get back to score. Golden Gears able to get around them now. They're doing their cycles. Their partners 484 and Midas's Mayhem going back either to the neutral zone or across the field to try and grab more fuel. 50 seconds remaining in the match. Blue Alliance is up by about 80 points, Red down, but now they have the chance to catch up. 44.99, the Highlanders, using their spinning hopper, this vortex of fuel to score into the hub for the Red Alliance. Their partner, Storm Surge, still playing really good defense on the Golden Gears. Blue Alliance has gotten the energized ranking point, so is Red. Now they're both going for supercharged. 25 seconds remaining in the match. All 3 Blue Alliance robots are in the blue zone scoring. Meanwhile, Red Alliance has a little bit less fuel to deal with. 44.99 coming over from the neutral zone with their hopper full of balls ready to shoot and score with 10 seconds left on the clock. 484 is trying to run a full court cycle with 2-1. Oh yeah, we've got our scores. It's gonna be your Blue Alliance taking the win. They scored 576 points to Red's 509. Each alliance earning the energized ranking point, but Blue got supercharged as well. That's going to move up all 3 of those blue bots in the rankings. Now Golden Gears, who came into this match at number 8, are up a few slots at number 6. Congratulations to our 3 winning blue bots.
Interesting match there, Ben. We saw a red lead at the beginning, and blue ended up taking the match.
Yeah, to me, I feel like this one, blue just had more net firepower when you combine all 3 robots together, right? And they were playing a little bit of defense, a little bit of hybrid with there, but even there, just in general, the robots just had more throughput on that front. I think there was some great play by 4499, especially. They were getting past some, bump defense, and they got quite up a bit in auto, especially for their alliance, right?
Yeah.
I just, so as far as bump robots go, in that front, they did extremely well for managing that in this match, which I have to commend them for it, because sometimes the bump robots don't get the credit for that sort of stuff, right?
No.
So they did quite well there, but I think in net their alliance just didn't have the same firepower that blue did.
Absolutely. Blue seemed to play fairly cohesively. Red, to an extent, did as well. We can see Highlanders, as the front runners of their alliance, the defense was aiming for them.
Yep. And here you can see all 3 blue robots are shooting during the period. They're going back, putting balls up. When it comes to the when it's going to be time for red to be shooting, there's one of them's going to go down there, do a little bit of blocking here. Here we can see 90. I think it's 9401. No, 10,000. 10,021 came down.
Match number 62
came down.
Now
so
taking the field, getting ready to go. We start on red with 469.
Yickety yak, they're from Pontiac, Michigan. Give it up for Los Gorillas.
And they're joined all the way from the Kansas City area, 1987.
Hailing from Lee's Summit, Missouri, it's the Bronco Bots.
And now, starting at the great old purple 40-28.
From Cincinnati Hills Christian Academy, it's the Beak Squad.
Moving over to one of the lowest numbers we have in this entire competition from Kokomo already, it's 45.
Representing Kokomo High School, it's the Technocats.
And now joining them, 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, give it up for Hilltopper Robotics.
And our final team to meet in this match, last but certainly not least, 1706.
They're from North Point, Liberty Holt, and Timberland High Schools. It's the Ratchet Rockers.
Let's go on with this match. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 62 has begun already on the red side. The Beak Squad is done with one of their cycles. They're going to the neutral zone for some more fuel. Their partners, Los Gorillas and Bronco Bots, coordinating a handoff pretty well. Beak Squad now using the depot to fill back up their hopper. Blue Alliance also ran a number of cycles, but it's going to be red coming out on top as we move into teleop. Blue Alliance gets the first full shift. 1732 Hilltopper lining up and using their turreted shooter to laser focus score some fuel into the Blues hub. Meanwhile, their partners, Ratchet Rockers, are moving and grooving, scoring and shooting while they're driving along the driver station wall for Blue and scoring for the Blue Alliance into the hub. Beak Squad came over to try and play a little bit of defense, pushing up against Hilltoppers and Technocats. But now it's time for the Red Alliance to get ready to shoot and score. 1987, the Bronco Bots were ready to go. Now they're joined by Los Gorillas and the Beak Squad. All three Red Alliance robots trying to get Red to take back their lead, and they've got it. Now Red is in front, surpassing the Blue Alliance. They want to try and keep up that momentum. Los Gorillas going back for another round. The Beak Squad getting ready as well. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and we're kind of seeing all three of these robots on both alliances really shift as the hubs shift as well. You saw all of those red robots flood the neutral zone. One of them go over and try and play defense. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is trying to grab as many fuel as they can. 1732, the Hilltoppers, adding in a few more fuel right before we get into our next shift. 50 seconds remaining. The Red Alliance just simply pummeling their hub with a lot of fuel. But now they've got two blue bots in their zone to contend with. 1706, the Ratchet Rockers, stealing some fuel and trying to pass it over into the neutral zone for the Technocats and Hilltoppers to snatch up. 30 seconds remaining. 45 and Hilltoppers going back to the blue zone to get ready to shoot and score. Blue Alliance has now taken the lead, but each alliance has the next 20 seconds to score into their hub. Each of them have already been supercharged. Now they're duking it out for those 3 ranking points they get from winning the match. 469 coming to grab some more fuel. Both of the Red Alliance other partners scoring into the hub. 10 seconds remaining, and these alliances are pretty close, but Red now has taken back the lead. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores ready for you. It's going to be your Red Alliance taking that win. They earned 674 points to Blue's 600. Both alliances earned both of the shooting-based bonus ranking points, but the Red Alliance really pulled out all of the stops during the teleop period, maintaining their lead and ultimately getting the win for that last match. All 3 Red robots getting a boost in the rankings as a result. Congratulations to our 3 winning Red robots.
Hey, I'm Howard from 359. Joining me is...
I'm Dilpreet from Team 930.
Man, that last match, we're seeing teams scoring left and right, a combined over 1,200 points. What'd you think about that?
I thought, pretty impressive. I think there's been a lot of interesting changes in defense strategies today. Lots more stealing, lots more efficient stealing. I've also seen a lot of teams really bouncing back. I know a lot of teams yesterday were having some issues shaking off the rust from champs and such, but I mean, it's IRI. They're going to be impressive.
It's definitely IRI. We're definitely seeing teams leave it as much as possible on the field. But in that last match, I felt like Blue Alliance right towards the end, definitely 17-32, starting to brown out and then changing their strategy right at the end to try to pass balls to their human players to just maybe get a few more points and get to that second ranking or third ranking point if they could.
Yeah. I also noticed 1706 seemed to be having some issues at the last second there too, because it was real close right up until that last 30 seconds. So hopefully they can get that figured out and get back on it, because they're obviously, world class.
Absolutely. Got to play the entire match to get the highest score possible.
That's been rebuilt, right? The alliance that stays together wins together.
Absolutely. And we'll pass it off now for the next match, now getting set up.
We got to keep on rolling through qualifications. Ready for match number 63. We start off the Red Alliance with 1768.
Repping Neshoba Regional High School, it's Neshoba Robotics.
And their alliance partners over on red, 5907.
From Detroit Central Catholic High School, it's CC Shambots.
And finishing out this Red Alliance, 5712.
They're from Hemlock, Michigan. Give it up for Hemlock's Gray Matter.
The Blue Alliance now, I'm feeling a little hungry. Let's see if they can help. It's team 1833. They're
a family and community group from Cumming, Georgia. Give it up for Team Bean.
And taking up the middle driver station, 8085.
Representing Milford, Connecticut, it's Mojo.
And our final team to meet for this match, 6721.
From Charles A. Tindley Accelerated School, it's Tindley Trailblazers.
Let's roll match 63. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 63 has begun. 4 robots flooding the neutral zone immediately. 80-35, that's Mojo scoring and then grabbing more fuel from the depot for the Blue Alliance. Now we've got a few robots from the red side, 5907, CC Shambots and Neshoba, going back for seconds. filling in another hopper of fuel into their hub. It's going to be Red taking the lead, but we do have a robot in the top 8 over on the blue side. That's going to be Team Bean right now in the center of the field, swiping some fuel, and then they're going to go over and join Tinley in the blue zone to score for the Blue Alliance. Team B knows that at this point in the competition, not only do you have to win to keep that spot in the top 3, you probably also need to get that supercharged bonus ranking point as well. And the Blue Alliance is well on their way to getting energized. Red, though, is still up front. They're up 248 to Blue's 220-ish, a minute and 45 left on the clock. And the Red Alliance was ready to go, ready with a barrage of fuel for their hub. 1768 Neshoba Robotics fending off a little bit of defensive pressure from Tinley Trailblazers, who are doing their darndest to try and swipe some fuel from the red side of the field with their wide intake. A minute and 20 on the clock. The Red Alliance helped extend their lead now. They're only about 30 fuel away from getting that supercharged ranking point. The Blue Alliance needs to keep up the pressure. 1833 lining up to score, but they have 5907, the CC Shambots, stealing some fuel from the Blue Alliance, which is going to make it hard for them to have easy access to fuel that they need to put into their hub in order to catch up with Red. They weren't quite able to do it, and now Red has taken the hub activation yet again, but they also now are contending with some blue bots in their zone, over sniffing around, trying to grab their fuel. But the Red Alliance is not to be deterred. CC Shambots hopping over the bump to grab some more fuel. Meanwhile, their partner Neshoba is trying to make do with what they have on the backside driver Alliance wall. 30 seconds remaining now. The Blue Alliance is eager to score into their hub now that it's activated. Team Bean scoring along with their partner Mojo, who's going along the back wall and scoring with their turret and shooter with 15 seconds left on the clock. The Red Alliance is up, but both alliances have been supercharged now. 10 seconds remaining. 1768 Neshoba trying to get one more cycle in along with CC Shampots. 2, 1. We have our scores for match number 63. It's your Red Alliance winning. They earned over 800 points that match, 825 to be exact. Blue with 611. Just incredible. The Red Alliance scored more during teleop with their fuel than Blue Alliance did. A really impressive showing from both alliances. Gonna mix up the rankings in the top 8 a little bit and move up all 3 of those red robots as a result. Congratulations to our 3 winning red robots, and congratulations to those of you who have not yet tried the fresh Indiana corn that is now for sale, hot and ready to go for your breakfast time snack. The Indiana corn that our host team 1024 lovingly prepares for us is ready to go. If you have cash, go right out to the grill. You can get an ear of corn for yourself to enjoy. If you don't have cash, you can go to the concession stands with your card to get a token that you can exchange for one delicious ear of corn. If you have not tried the famous IRI corn, I would strongly recommend it. It is a tradition for a reason. Go get yourself some fresh, hot, delicious corn from the concession stand starting now.
So another really high-scoring match. You can see in auto, right before the end of auto, they're within 40 points, but 10 seconds after, you've got
Well, we have 6 more incredible teams, as are all the teams here at IRI. 6 of them to meet right now, and we get things started with the big box truck, 2481.
They're from Tremont High School.
So
Make some noise for
Solid Auto has to make a 100-point deficit, roughly. But trading shifts, and Red already has great scoring, so by the end of the match, they're really struggling. Spent a lot of time with Bean. We were playing together at the Houston Championship and the playoffs. Obviously, great score. Good to see them working through the match. Good to see every robot working through this match. So, again, teams are just really rallying today, making sure their stuff's working.
Most teams for this IRI 3940.
Hailing from Northwestern High School, it's Cybertooth.
And coming to us from the First Hall of Fame, it's 27.
They're representing Clarkston, Michigan. It's Team Rush.
And I might need a second here. Wait. One more. It's 4143.
Hailing from Metamora Township High School, it's Mars Wars.
Trying. Let's roll match 63 drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 64 is off. All 3 of the blue robots going to the neutral zone. You don't often see that orientation for autonomous, but 3940 and Team Rush lighting up the hub for the Blue Alliance. A little bit of a tussle in the neutral zone resulted in the Roboteers shooting a little bit away from where their hub is, but that's okay. Now that we're in teleop, they can take control of that robot, and I know the Roboteers are going to make sure that all the rest of their fuel get as close to the hub as possible. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Red Alliance, I believe, came into teleop with the lead. Blue, however, is up now. Another stream coming off. We've got a lot of defensive action happening in the neutral zone, leading to some errant fuel flying out of the field. That's all right. All 3 red robots are back on track, scoring into their hub right as they shift back over to the blue side. Now all 3 blue robots are shooting into their hub, trying to catch up with the Red Alliance. Looks like they're on their way, and they're gonna do it with a minute and a half remaining. Each alliance trying to get energized. All 3 of those blue robots now out of fuel, trying to get back so that they can score. 27 having to contend with defense against 1918. 1720 and 1918 did a great job just there, shutting down the Blue Alliance from being able to do a second cycle by keeping them away from their blue zone. That's some really nice defensive pressure from Red, and now they're focusing back on offense. 1720 lining up and scoring for the Red Alliance. Roboteers trying to get around Mars Wars. Some Illinois on Illinois violence there. Mars Wars going over now in the blue zone, shooting and scoring for Blue. 50 seconds on the clock. Red is up by about 150. Blue still going for that energized ranking point. Red's only 20 away from being supercharged. Mars Wars trying to fend off pressure from Fixed Gears, who are over and trying to steal some fuel from the Blue Alliance. Mars Wars now scoring with Team Rush. With 30 seconds left in play, the Red Alliance now has another turn to get supercharged. They've taken it and gotten it. 20 seconds left on the clock. Roboteers grabbing another giant hopper full of fuel and trying to get back over onto the red zone. Fixed Gears trying to pick up some fuel from the back driver's station wall. Meanwhile, all three blue robots pummeling the hub for the Blue Alliance. With a few seconds remaining, Red is trying to do the same. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores ready. It's going to be your Red Alliance. They scored 689 points to Blue's 540. Both alliances earning those highly desired bonus ranking points from scoring. And that performance is going to bump up all three Red robots. Notably now, two of those Red robots, 2481 and 1720, now in the top 8. Congratulations to our winning Red Alliance.
All right, another really high-scoring match. Starting with a pretty chaotic autonomous, where it seems like initially everyone kind of gets away unscathed, but then Roboteers has a collision with Mars Wars, who runs a delayed auto, and then it just becomes a mess after that. Roboteers loses a lot of their hopper, they draw a foul, and auto with a pretty rough deficit. But the great thing about Roboteers, they've got a really tall hopper. Every cycle they score just so much, so they're still able to pull it out in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Roboteer is definitely one of those robots that everyone is watching, especially as we go into Alliance selection, who they may or may not be with. But watching 4143 with that delay auto definitely has an ability to cause not only chaos for the opposing alliance, but a little bit for their own. And we're seeing balls just kind of get scattered all over the field and outside of that field coming out of auto.
Yeah, definitely. And as we just continue to kind of just watch through the match, you see Roboteers just starting to close that gap in their first shift. And
you can even see on the replay, there's balls still being processed from the hub from our cameras of the overhead view.
Right, yeah, we can circle back to that in case some of the viewers missed it. You can still see at the top of the red hub, there's just so much fuel going through. I'm not sure all of it gets counted, which I think has happened a couple times to Roboteers, but it's a pretty good problem to have.
It's one of those unsung heroes of the tournament are those hubs processing every single ball. Imagine if we had to do all that by hand.
I know, that would be a mess.
Especially with over 1,000 balls scored in almost every match here out in IRI.
Right, and I know that there were a couple divisions where the hub was getting jammed up at Houston Champs, and I was expecting it to happen at least once, but thankfully I haven't seen it happen too much, if at all.
Yeah, Roboteers on Milstein was one of those robots that did do that.
With 1678, that's correct. But yeah, again, just looking at this, Roboteers not only makes up the lead, they start pulling away with it. Them and their two partners just really able to score coordinatedly, like, again, stealing really well, just really clean coordination after a really messy auto.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get set up for that next match, match 65, as robots are loading onto the field right in front of us.
Well, some of these robots need a little bit more time to get fully placed and ready to go, but still we got these teams all around, so let's take a second to find out who they are. We start off on the Red Alliance with 1023.
From Bedford Senior High School, it's Bedford Express.
And they're joined from all the way in Georgia, 10:02.
Repping Joseph Wheeler High School, it's Circuit Runners Robotics.
And finally, rounding out this Red Alliance, it's 90-32.
They're from Cary, North Carolina. Give it up for the Robo Whales.
We come back now to the Blue Alliance side and start with 195.
Hailing from Southington, Connecticut, it's the Cyber Knights.
And their partners in the middle, 8608.
Hailing from Battle Creek, Michigan, it's the Alphabots.
And this flag that's made of steel and weighs like 20 pounds, it's 5687.
They're from Wayne Fleet School in the Baxter Academy of Technology and Science. Give it up for the Outliers.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 65 has begun. Red Alliance throwing the first fuel into the hub. Blue Alliance, though, quick to follow up with that. 56, 87, and 195, both scoring a hopper full of fuel. Now they're going back for more. Red Alliance doing the same. Bedford Express scoring a few more fuel for red before we move into teleop. Blue Alliance coming out with a 60-ish point lead, well on their way to that energized ranking point. All three blue robots scoring during their transition shift, trying to squeeze every possible point they can out of their hub being activated. Now we also have the Blue Alliance moving to try and feed themselves some fuel from the neutral zone and from the Red Alliance zone. Red Alliance right now is focusing on offense. We've got 90-32, the Robo Whales scoring. Their partners, Bedford Express and Circuit Runners, following closely behind. All three of those red robots now flooding over into, one of them's in the neutral zone, two of them are in the blue zone. Blue Alliance thought it was going to be chill, thought it was going to be easy to score in this shift. Not so fast. Now you've got three red robots all up in your business, trying to slow you down, keeping down the momentum. Red Alliance, but they're still down by 70-ish points. We'll see how this defensive-heavy strategy is going to work for the Red Alliance. Now they're back on offense, scoring, but they have their own defense to contend with. The Alpha Bots crossing over into the red zone, feeding fuel, some outside of the field, some inside of the field. Out of the grasp of the Red Alliance is really what's important there. A minute left on the clock. The Blue Alliance is getting ready for their next shift. They are pretty tied up coming into this next transition. Blue Alliance ready to rock. 56-87 Outliers, currently ranked first and a target of ire by the defensive Red Alliance robots. We've got the Outliers continuing to still score with their wide drum bass shooter for the Blue Alliance. Their partners, the Alpha Bots, following up with some additional fuel. But the Outliers are a target of defense from Red, trying to slow them down. 25 seconds remaining on the clock, and the Robo Whales are using their whale of a hopper and scorer to shoot in a lot of fuel into their hub. Joined now by Circuit Runners, who are doing the same. 15 seconds left on the clock. Both alliances are supercharged. Blue is trying to go for 800. Blue Alliance has 2 robots now going back into the blue zone. Outliers showing us why they're ranked first with their sharpshooter right as time expires. We've got our results for match 65. It's your Red Alliance, excuse me, Blue. It's Blue Alliance who just won. They scored 845 points. They're definitely winning. Blue Alliance, congratulations. Red scored 598 in that match. A really impressive showing by both alliances, each of them getting those 2 bonus ranking points from scoring so many dang fuel into their hoppers. Congratulations again to our 3 winning Blue Alliance robots.
Ready. Man, 845 points. You can definitely see why our rank number 1, 5, 6, 8, 7, really bringing it to town and getting all 5 ranking points, keeping their rank 1 position.
Yeah, and that was through a match with, at certain points in the match, with double defense being played on them. But the problem with that is, sure, you might be able to shut down 5687, but they've got 2 other partners that are adequately scoring. And, you know, leading auto is pretty tough, but you can't. Just really tough to deal with that.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a lot of teams trying to see what they can do to prevent these dumpers from even getting back after picking up their full hoppers. And, you know, when you play defense, you're not scoring. But when you're getting defended, there are opportunities for you to continue to score between those defensive moves.
Yep, exactly. And looking at this shift here, you see the double defense on in the bottom left corner there. And then 2 red robots get stuck with 5 seconds until the end game, and that's just a death sentence at this stage. Not able to get back in time to even score immediately during their final shift. And at that point, 200 points down, you're just not coming back.
Yeah, it's extremely hard in this game to come back sometimes, because when you score, those balls are passing over to the opposite side, and it's anyone's game to get them from the mid zone and just try to pass them back, get them back in the hub, cycle them in. It's rough sometimes being back 100 points, and it's your opposite shift.
Yeah, definitely. But have to hand it to the defenders and Red Alliance as a whole. I mean, it was a smart strategy. We're seeing a lot of teams, I think, trying to show off that they've got good defensive skills. I don't know that we saw any penalties that we might have missed some. But
this was one of those matches. If defense wasn't there, that could have been a 1,000-point match.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Now, coming up to our next match,
Just
I will
10
say
matches
we're
left
not
to go
going to be
until our
biased
alliance
on one
selection
side,
begins,
but both of
and
our
6
teams
more
are
teams
on
have
the Red
taken the
Alliance.
field. Starting off this
It's
3-digit
gonna be a
special
tough
on the Red
match for
Alliance
both
is
teams.
234.
Hopefully it's going to be close.
There from right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's one of your host teams, Cyber Blue.
234 has been
And
showing
their
a lot
partners
of
coming all the way from the
reliability
Pacific
today.
Ocean,
Hopefully seeing some consistent
359.
autos. 59,
Representing
obviously, you guys are great.
Waialua High and Intermediate School.
It's
Give it up
definitely
for
a
the
coalition.
Hawaiian.
We know this because our teams were just talking behind in the pits, getting ready for this match. But it's one of those things where people don't always see what happens behind the field of all these teams getting ready, getting those strategies set up.
Definitely, but we'll pass it off to the matchcasters.
Bringing the New England pride to the Blue Alliance, it's Team 5000.
Hailing from Hingham, Massachusetts, it's the Hammerheads.
And coming on in, flying down from Michigan, it's 3641.
They're from South Lyon East and South Lyon High Schools, it's the Flying Toasters.
And finally, with the strong Air Force uniforms, it's 1710.
Hailing from Olathe, Kansas, it's the Robotics Revolution.
Let's keep on going with our final 10 matches and round it out strong. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 66 has begun. Hawaiian Kids and the Mukwonago Bears racing to the neutral zone to snatch up some fuel for the Red Alliance. Mukwonago is going back now for seconds along with the Hawaiian Kids. They're meeting in the middle with Hammerheads and the Flying Toasters, who are doing the same for the Blue Alliance. It's going to be Blue coming up with a little bit of a lead, but only 9 points separating these two alliances as they move into teleop. Blue Alliance has 10 more seconds to score into their hub, and those 3 robots are ready to go, really trying to use all of the time they have where their hub is activated. Now they're trying to shepherd fuel over into the blue zone to help prep them for their next cycle. 234 playing some defense up against the Robotics Revolution. Mukwonago trying to get back into the red zone, dealing with some defense from Robotics as well, while 359 was able to skirt around and still score some fuel. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Most of the robots on the field are now back on the blue side of the field. 234 trying to play defense while Hammerheads are winding their way along the back driver's station wall, scoring more for Blue. Their partner, the Flying Toasters, currently ranked 10th, doing the same. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. A few moments left in this shift where the Blue Alliance extended their lead. They got energized in that last shift. That's going to get them a bonus ranking point. Now they're going for supercharged. 1 minute and 10 on the clock. The Red Alliance is still working to get those 360 fuel they need in order to get that energized ranking point. Hawaiian Kids currently ranked 2nd, coming over and lining up to score into the Red Alliance's hub with their turreted shooter. But now it is the Blue Alliance's turn to take on the offense, and they were ready to go. Hammerheads lining up using their turret shooter to score while they continue to pick up fuel along the back station driver wall. Their partner, 1710, going out into the neutral zone to pick up some more fuel to go back and score some more. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. It's almost time for both hubs to be activated during our end game, and the Hawaiian Kids were ready to go for our Red Alliance with 20 seconds remaining in play. Blue Alliance has now gotten supercharged, and they are continuing to add to their score. All 3 blue robots scoring in the blue zone into the Blue Alliance's hub. Meanwhile, the red robots are coming back. 234 has a hopper full of fuel that they're going to join Hawaiian Kids to score. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores for match 66 ready for you. It's your Blue Alliance. They scored 599 points, just one off from 600. Still very impressive. Red Alliance scored 336. The 5 ranking points that the Blue Alliance earned is going to move all 3 of those blue bots up in the rankings. Now they have 2 of their robots in the top 10. Congratulations to our 3 winning blue bots.
Man, that last match, we saw a lot of mishaps over there on the Red Alliance side.
Yep, it pains me to say it, but the story of 930 this tournament has been when the team is working, the robot works really good, but like we were talking about earlier, alliances that stay together win together, and that's just the name of the game. I think we also saw towards the end of the match, 36-41, either get disabled or have some kind of failure. They were still towards the end, but valiant effort by 359 and 234 to really try and make up the deficit there.
We could definitely see Red Alliance trying everything they can, understanding that probably we're not going to win the match, but securing 1 or 2 ranking points means a huge difference going into Alliance selection. That's a difference between being a captain or being at the mercy of everyone else.
Right, and I mean, to touch on the Blue Alliance, Team 5000, I know yesterday they were having a lot of consistency issues, but today they've been absolutely
They've been bringing it today.
They've been bringing it, yeah. Same thing with their 2 Alliance partners, really just consistently showing up today. You know, mishaps aside on the Blue Alliance, really good showing from them, despite at times double defense.
Yeah, and we can see right now on the Red Alliance side, 359 trying to pick up as many balls as they can, but because of what's been going on in the match, Blue Alliance here stealing all of those fuel. And now 359's got to say, hey, where are we going to get fuel? Especially if it's our active period. How do we score if there's nothing to score?
Definitely. Yeah, towards the end of the match, we see some defense being played. It's a little scary for 234 here. Got to stay away from that tower. But they're able to play some still pretty effective defense towards the end of the opponent alliance zone. And again, I think a lot of teams are looking to show that defense. 930 doing some bump defense as well, just trying to stop neutral zone collection.
Yeah, we can see here 359 trying its hardest to just get to 360 to try to get that second RP, but just unfortunately unable, falling just a little bit short.
Yep, and means everything for the rankings. I think we can pass it back to the
pass it back to, for now, match 6-7.
Okay, I'm back for just a little bit. Okay, a couple of matches. And right here on the Red Alliance, I got 27-67.
From Kalamazoo, Michigan, it's Strikeforce.
And right next door to them is 80-44.
Denim Venom.
And how about 2, 4, 6, 8?
Team Appreciate.
I'm gonna get their flag open. Here goes. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Almost. Almost. There we go.
Team Appreciate.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 10-24.
Kilobytes.
23-77.
C Company.
And how about 1792?
Roundtable Robotics.
I got the green. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match 6-7 is underway. Denim Venom going into that red neutral zone, already back in their alliance zone, launching up that fuel. Their alliance partner Strikeforce joins them, creating another backlog of fuel going in as they get some more fuel from the depot. Meanwhile, the Blue Lions 10-24 returns underneath that trench to launch 10 more in at the buzzer. The Red Alliance will be taking that early lead and will have their hub deactivated at the end of this transition period. Denim Venom launches another strike force, seeing if they can break that score up to 200 before their Alliance shift ends. 2377 C Company making their way back over to their Alliance zone. After they've launched and empty their hopper, they make a quick dip in the neutral zone and back underneath that trench where they are already reshooting. 1792 Roundtable Robotics continues while shooting on the move, getting a quick reload of fuel near the depot as 2767 for the Red Alliance starts passing that fuel to their now active Alliance partners. 8044 Denim Venom launching that fuel over near that red trench as 1792 Roundtable Robotics gathering that fuel and delivering it over to the Blue Alliance. 2377 C Company grabbing a few more of that fuel coming in from that red hub. With just a few more seconds left of this cycle, 1792 goes over that bump and launches it up and into the hub. 8044 Denim Venom taking advantage of that unprotected neutral zone where they're going to start collecting the fuel bouncing out of that blue hub. With just over 1 minute left to go, the Red Alliance is in the lead, 318 to 204. We're going to have a large stream of fuel coming right out of 2767, going to that Alliance zone where their partners are already waiting, where they're going to dominate the score, racking up to over 400 points with 45 seconds left to go. All three blue robots are currently in that neutral zone, gathering up the fuel as Denim Venom is trying to escape over to their Alliance zone to start depositing a hopper full of fuel. With just 3 seconds left before we enter endgame, we're going to see both hubs now reactivated as 2767 comes back into neutral zone, gathering that fuel. Once again, their Alliance partner, Team Appreciate, joins them before going over that red bump and launches it up for their Alliance. They just crossed that 500-point mark and supercharged that hub. The Blue Alliance still 80 fuel short in order to energize theirs. 2377 C Company makes their way back over to their Alliance zone, launching up a few more fuel up and into the buzzer. And that is all the time we have for qualification match number 67. And the scores are in. It's not the Back to the Future, but the score is the Red Alliance with a final match score of 647 to 300.
Another really exciting match. 80-44 really showing why they've been highly ranked almost all tournament. Great alliance partners too in Strike Force and Team Appreciate. Deficit out of auto was just massive to begin with. Hard to come back from for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, that Blue Alliance in that last match, if we can get this thing going towards the end, you can see how, well, they're trying to highlight their shoot on the move capabilities. We get this thing going. There we go. We can see these teams highlighting their shoot on the move capabilities, but it's one thing to shoot on target, it's another thing to get the ball in the goal. You know, they could have easily gotten, 360, maybe even 500 if every single ball they shot at the hub went in, but just a few of them coming out a little bit short all over the place, while the Red Alliance, 80-44, looking suspiciously like High Tide, getting a lot of accuracy on that goal, and you can see that reflected in their score.
Yeah, absolutely, and 80-44 was doing a great job throughout the tournament. Just every time the Blue Alliance scores a bunch, they just say, okay, thanks for the free fuel during the inactive period, just come back with a full hopper ready to go.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of full hoppers, but just because it's in the hopper does not mean it's scored yet.
This is true, yeah.
All right, that was great for match 6-7. We're gonna get ready for match 68.
Thank goodness it's over.
Okay, folks, I'm going to navigate around these wonderful field resetters and a referee acting as a field resetter. Just does everything. Right here on the Red Alliance, I got 1987.
Originating in Lee Summit, Missouri, it's the Bronco Bots.
1706.
Ratchet Rockers.
2056.
From Stony Creek, Ontario, OP Robotics.
And let's head over here. And right over here, I got the Blue Alliance, and it's 44.99.
From Fort Collins, Colorado, the Highlanders.
And how about 1833?
Team Bean.
And 1741.
Red Alert.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Our next match of Hungry Robots is underway with 4 robots already leaving the center of the field to start depositing it into that hub. As those robots continue to energize, OP Robotics in 1706 rejoin that neutral zone with 1987 for the Red Alliance right behind. As they continue plummeting both Alliance hubs, we're going to come to the close of Autonomous with the Red Alliance taking that lead 182 to 138. Highlanders now cleaning up the neutral zone as this transition cycle is about to end. OP Robotics in 1987 getting those last few shots before their hub was deactivated. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, Team Bean re-entering the neutral zone, collecting some of those fuel they just sought before OP Robotics shoots them back over to their Alliance zone. Meanwhile, the Highlanders are launching those fuel up and high as they now re-enter their Alliance zone with their partner Team Bean. 1741, the Red Alert playing some defense against the Red Alliance, trying to see if they can push 1706 out of the way, causing them to miss all those shots. They're going to back themselves and see if they can go back through the other side. Getting caught on the trench, Team 4499, the Highlanders continuing to defend that Red Alliance zone as 1987 launches a few more fuel. Highlanders now keep continuing to collect all those fuel the Red Alliance gathered during the Blue Alliance activation period, with their next one restarting now. With the Blue Alliance, just Team Bean heading over there right now, they're going to continue filling up before positioning themselves in front of that hub, launching all those fuel 4 at a time. Their Alliance partner 4499 Highlanders still over on that Red Alliance zone. 1706 Ratchet Rockets seeing if they can get any of those last fuel in the neutral zone up and into their hub as the red hub is reactivated once again. They are continuing, they're just 50 fuel short of supercharging their hub. Meanwhile, 44.99, the Highlanders trying to see if they can push 20.56 out of the way to prevent them from scoring. However, their attempts were futile as OP Robotics now continues to refuel in that neutral zone. And their partner 1706 Ratchet Rockets comes back in to start launching those fuel at the start of endgame. The Blue Lions team being just finished their last cycle of fuel into the hub before reloading near that traversal area. Their alliance partner, the Highlanders, coming back over the bump. They're going to need a little bit more speed if they want to make their way over there. They decide to drop a few underneath that blue trench. With just 8 seconds left to go, Team Bean collects those Highlander fuels and launches them from the trench with 2 seconds left to go. That is all the time we have in qualification match number 68. And here comes the car going 88 miles an hour. The winner is the Red Alliance with a final match score of 603 to 420.
Man, that last match, we could definitely see how some teams are trying to play defense, preventing the robots getting back from their side. However, when you have a turret and you're shooting on the move, it doesn't always matter exactly where you are in the field on your side. You just keep scoring. There are a couple occasions where, you know, Blue Alliance trying to cause as much chaos as they can over on the red side, but those robots, they don't care. They're just going to keep shooting and moving.
Yep, and you know, both alliances, a lot of really strong robots here, but 1706 and 2056, just, that's a terrifying combo to go up against. And 1987 is nothing to sneeze at either. Bean doing their best to get some ranking points out. They got the initial one, thankfully, good for them and the alliance. Yeah, it looks like.
There's a moment right here in this match where 2056 is now coming back over and Highlanders trying to do what they can to block them. But 2056 doesn't matter. I'm going to shoot right over you onto the hub, get almost 90% or more accuracy. Again, 44.99 is trying to stop them. They're just not tall enough to block those shots, unfortunately.
Yeah, and especially towards the end of the match, 44.99 kind of struggling to get back. Really dangerous play, but thankfully they don't get a tower penalty, but then they struggle to get back in time to feed some more fuel to Bean, so Bean is just stuck having to cycle in and out of the neutral zone, but 3 red robots are doing the same, so just really tough match, but some teams are just too good.
Yeah, so I think that's it for our shift today. You know, we're gonna say goodbye to everyone, and telling all of our viewers out there, if you're thinking about coming to IRI, just come on down. It's going to be a great time, see great people, talk about robots.
Yeah, and shout out to the IRI crew for doing this. I think a lot of team mentors are having a great time casting and doing some stuff on the commentary desk. As always, it's a great event.
Dill, it's great work with you, man.
You too.
Take care, everybody.
Okay, I got a question to ask, and I don't know if y'all know the answers. I don't know the answer. Is the corn ready? Somebody know, is the corn ready? The corn is ready, I'm being told. So if you have not had corn yet, you should go get corn. And if you have had corn, this is a great excuse to go get even more corn. Again, I need to figure out who's gonna get like that 5 to 7 corn range going down here. Okay, let's look at this next set of teams.
Hello.
We're winding down 69 of 75. Not a lot of matches left to play. All the rankings are starting to get lined up for what we're going to see in a live selection. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's look over the first team. I got 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, it's the Shoba Robotics.
I got 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, Purple Precision.
And how about 469?
Originating in Pontiac, Michigan, Los Gorillas.
Okay. Going over to the Blue Alliance. Let's meet 5712.
Transiting from Hemlock, it's Gray Matter.
3940.
From Kokomo, Cybertooth.
And 1720.
Your current number 3 seed, Fixed Gears.
Thank you. I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the line. Are you sure? I've got a green light on the field again. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. Team 5712 and Cybertooth both grabbing those fuel for the Blue Alliance. Now depositing them in 1720, joins them after getting reloaded from the deep pokes. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance and Ashoba Robotics re-enters their alliance zone with another hopper of fuel, depositing it all until the end of Autonomous. The Blue Alliance will take a narrow lead, 113-92. 3176 pouncing into action as they get some more fuel alongside their 2 alliance partners. As the 3 now head back to their alliance zone, we're going to see that Blue Alliance hub be deactivated. The 3 Red Alliance robots are going to try to maximize this first alliance shift as 1768 continues grabbing those fuel before the Blue Alliance can brew them all over to their own alliance zone. With only 7 seconds left in this alliance period, 1768 grabs a few more fuel, launching it up until the end. The blue hub is now reactivated. The Fixed Gears launching up that fuel alongside their partner, Gray Matter, from that depot. Meanwhile, Cybertooth is going to join them right front and center. The Red Alliance trying to grab all that fuel coming out of that Blue Alliance hub with just 90 seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance is in the lead, 270 points to 212, which is the temperature at which water boils. 1768 and Ashoba Robotics continuing to refill their robot as they launch up 5 fuel and return underneath that trench to continue grabbing that fuel coming out of the active red hub. With just over 1 minute left to go now, 1720 colliding with 1768 as they just stole a hopper of fuel from that Blue Alliance zone. Blue Alliance preparing for the next hub activation period. With all that fuel coming out of Cybertooth right now, we're going to see Fixed Gears attempting to get in position. They're being knocked out of the way by 3176 Purple Precision. We've been seeing a lot of heavy defense this game, a lot more than we were yesterday afternoon. 4069 Los Gorillas throwing some more fuel over to their alliance zone where we will prepare for endgame with both hubs now activated. Back over on the Red Alliance, we're going to see them continuing to shoot those fuel up with Los Gorillas and 3176. with 5 robots in the center of the field right now. 57-12, Gray Matter, only one shooting. They're going to get some more points for that Blue Alliance. They're both teams, we are neck and neck, just 5 points separated with 10 seconds left to go. It is anyone's game. Both teams need just 10 more fuel in order to supercharge that hub. With 2 seconds left to go, we are tied, 504, 504. Ending at only a 1-point difference, 509 to 510. We will come back with those final match scores momentarily. Both alliances are shooting at the end. Let's see who is able to pull off the win. It's going to the Red Alliance, with a final match score of 547 to 517. The Blue Alliance is still going to walk away with those 2 points for supercharging that hub with 500 fuel scored.
All right, and we are back here at the desk with some new faces over here. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, I'm Jimmy, mentor with 7457 Super Duper. Really excited to be here and joining you and just watching all these great matches.
Yeah, and I am Allison Conrad. I'm from Team 1732 Hilltoppers, all the way out from Wisconsin.
Man,
so tell me about what you saw in that last match.
Man, Purple Precision played some really great defense. Kind of held fixed gears down a little bit and kind of held that score down and just kind of kept them in it. The defense was just really great this match.
Yeah, Purple Precision especially was just hammering on fixed gears the whole time, and they have one of those dumpers. They have to be able to angle to shoot.
Yeah, if you're moving, you're not, I mean, that shot map has got to be there, and you got to be directly in front of it.
Yeah, that really seemed to have made the difference because it was neck and neck going into the buzzer.
It was really close. But that's something Purple Precision's been doing it yesterday. They've been doing it all weekend. Defense heavy, really good driver. Seems like he knows defense.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Clean defense.
Clean defense, yeah, and it worked. No penalties. Stayed off of the tower in the end game. Kind of knew where he needed to be. Really, I think was kind of an X factor for that match.
Yeah. So going into our next match, we have 6721 Tindley Trailblazers. We have 7890 Sequence, and we have Team 27 Rush taking on our Blue Alliance with our current 10 seed. That's 1261 the Robo Lions. Yeah. So as we get into our last few matches here at IRI, it's going to be really interesting to see what last things teams are doing to get noticed, to get picked, or to stay in their captain spots.
Yeah, people are trying to they're trying to figure out what strategies they need to do to stay in place, how to get those last ranking points, how to stay up in the rankings. It's really going to be interesting to kind of see how everything plays out the rest of this day. Yeah.
Okay, how's everybody doing out there? Y'all doing good? One person's doing good. How's everybody else doing? Okay, 5 people are doing great. How's everybody else doing? See, I'm much more patient than you are. I'm a teacher. I could do this for years. Okay, right here on the Red Alliance, I got 6721.
Your hometown team from Indianapolis, it's the Tindley Trailblazers.
How about 7890?
From North Carolina, it's Sequence.
And it's 27.
Team Rush.
On the Blue Alliance, I got 1261.
From Sewanee, Georgia, the Robo Lions.
I got 8608.
Alphabots.
And I got 4143.
From Illinois, Mars Wars.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
I've got a good feeling about this match as we are now underway. 1261 and 4143 make their way over to that blue alliance zone where they're plummeting that blue hub with fuel. Meanwhile, on red, Team Rush living up to their name as they rush right back to the center with a hopper full of fuel. They give it a loss and slam themselves into that backside of the hub. At the close of Autonomous, the Blue Lions will take that early lead, 139 to 97. Team Rush looking to unload all of that fuel they gathered during Autonomous as 4143 empties out their hopper at the close of the transition period. Meanwhile, their partner 8608 Alphabots looking to shoot some of that fuel back to their Alliance zone. Robo Lions doing the same. Back over on the Red Alliance, we're going to see some shots fired by the Tindley Trailblazers as they continue making their way around their Alliance partner sequence. Grab a few more fuel underneath that ladder before launching it up at the close of that activation period for them. Team Rush has now made their way over to that Blue Alliance zone where they're trying to starve the Blue Alliance, preventing them from scoring as many points as they would wish. The Red Alliance currently sitting at 299 with Blue at 250 with just 90 seconds left to go. 1261 goes back into that neutral zone once again, colliding with Team Rush, who's trying to make it back over to that now active hub. Robo Lions continuing to defend their pride as their alliance partner, the Alphabots, join them on the Blue Alliance side to continue defending Team Rush. They are able to get past them, though, launching that fuel into the hub. They are Team 8608 Alphabots is going to go ahead and also launch some of that fuel from the Red Alliance depot all the way across the field to the Blue Alliance. Team Rush back in the neutral zone as our last Alliance shift is reactivated. 4143 and 8608 for the Blue Alliance, trying to see if they get any fuel collected before lining themselves up with that hub. Team 27 Rush continuing to collect that fuel, getting temporarily caught up on some fuel. Looks like they are able to get themselves back down onto the ground as their partner 7890 sequence goes to their Alliance zone, starts launching that fuel up for endgame. The Red Alliance has a 100-point lead and has now supercharged that hub. Blue Alliance has also now energized their own hub. The Robo Lions leaving that Red Alliance zone underneath that trench, chasing Team Rush back over that red bump and seeing if they can continue to play some defense. With just 10 seconds remaining, their two alliance partners for the Blue Lions are going to be continuing to launch that fuel. 8608 running low on fuel. They're going to enter the neutral zone with 2 seconds left to go, and that will bring us to the end of the match. There is nothing holding back our race car now as it leaves the station to show us the winner is the Red Alliance with a final match score of 623 to 465.
All right, qualification match 70 in the books. A lot of interesting defense plays coming out of that one there.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, Rush was getting heavily defended the whole time. But, I mean, it kind of didn't work. I mean, they were still full court feeding. They got their way over. It kind of helped Red Alliance that they had a pretty high-powered offense anyways. They could still score even though Rush was on the other side getting that defense. They were still able to get some points in there.
Yeah, very interesting strategy from 6721 Tindley Trailblazers. Yeah. They knew that the only dumper-style bot over on Blue Alliance was Mars Wars, and so they would spend the first part of that blue shift bullying them to get their first cycle to miss before collecting and heading back over to Red to score for themselves.
Yeah, that first cycle is kind of vital, getting that first 10-second shift. If you can get those points in there, I mean, that's a big help, and Tindley kind of put a stop to that a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Unfortunately, with the Blue Alliance loss in that match, it seems like Robo Alliance is moving down to the 17th ranked position. We'll see where they shake out heading into Alliance selection. But our top teams are getting a lot of movement even this late in the event.
Yeah, there's teams are playing a little heavier defense. They're trying to get some losses in there. They're trying to get their games up a little bit, and they're just playing a little more aggressive now.
Yeah, we got a really interesting match coming up next, though. Over on the Red Alliance, you have your hot team. They're currently ranked 5, and they're going up against, on the Blue Alliance, you have Team 5000 Hammerheads, who's currently your rank 8, and CC Shambots, they're your rank 10. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see who comes out on top of that one.
See if there's any defense or anything like that. It seems like some high power right here, so is defense going to happen?
Yeah, a lot of our Michigan friends seem to be coming out for this one, too, so that is very exciting. We only have 5 matches left here at IRI, so it's going to be interesting to see if really anyone's going to be able to topple our top 4 or so seeds going in, or if it's kind of all locked down.
Yeah, these last 5 matches are really going to be telling here in the next hour or so.
Yeah. All right, let's send it back over to the field.
Sounds good.
Let's go and start reading these teams competing in qualification match number 71. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 1732.
They're from the Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools. That's Hilltopper Robotics.
And up in the middle, it's your current number 5 seed, Team 67.
From Huron Valley Schools in Highland, Michigan, it's the Hot Team.
And rounding off their alliance, it's the number 7 seed, 3641.
From South Lyons, Maine and East High Schools in South Lyon, Michigan, the Flying Toasters.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 1002.
From Joseph Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia, that's Circuit Runners.
And up in the middle, we got 5907.
From Detroit Catholic Central High School in Novi, Michigan, CC Shambots.
And polishing off the Blue Alliance, your number 8 seed, 5000.
They're from Hingham High School in Hingham, Massachusetts. That's Hammerheads.
And the field's all right. Let's go and get this next match underway. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
5 matches left to go before Alliance selection, and we are rolling here in Autonomous. 67 Hot Team first return home for Red, but 2 Blue Alliance robots have also come back with fuel aboard. Blue Alliance now trailing a bit. Red still has the lead with this dump off of Flying Toasters, supported by the Hot Team. Hilltopper Robotics holding out for now. As Autonomous expires, 133 to 87 is that Red Alliance lead. Flying Toasters with a dump coming in now alongside Hilltoppers and Hot Team, looking to raise the Red Alliance score as much as they can before Blue Alliance dedicated scoring begins. CC Shambots firing into the hub. Now going back out to the neutral zone. Their alliance partner, 5,000 Hammerheads, though, home with fuel aboard. Hammerheads, though, not quite shooting for the time being. We'll see how they opt to change their strategy as time goes on. Watch these Hot Team steals come in as they fly through the air. That robot appearing to be 1002. Yes, 1002 Circuit Runners out of Georgia, setting the last shots for Blue as a barrage coming in off the Red Alliance. 2 Blue Alliance robots down there alongside them, looking to slow them down, but their stockpile is enormous. Slowing down this Red Alliance is going to be tricky. Hilltoppers able to shoot even under the defense of CC Shambots, who peel off to go and play defense on the Hot Team instead. This dump off Flying Toasters helping Red Alliance raise their score. They're up over 280 now as their shift ends. Certainly looks like Red Alliance is in strong contention for Energized with less than 50 fuel left. Maybe even a supercharge when they get scoring ability back soon. Blue Alliance looking to score, but Red opting to steal away their supplies. Blue still has a good bit left, giving them optionality of how they want to fuel this shift. 1002 Circuit Runners firing alongside a quick dump off CC Shambots, but not enough to overtake Red, who unloads their pre-loaded dump. They've unloaded so much fuel, they have locked up that Energizer ranking point and ready to keep on going. Hilltoppers and Hot Team dumping fuel, looking to bring it in. Flying Toasters trying to help as well. CC Shambot seemingly playing a defense up against the Flying Toasters, sending some of those shots awry. But this Red Alliance generally able to play through defense pretty efficiently, helping them quickly close in on the supercharge ranking point, for which they only need about 44 more fuel. With 30 seconds left to go, they have plenty of time to lock that down. 1002 Circuit Runners holding it down in the Blue Alliance zone for now. Hammerheads coming down to join them. Hammerheads generally shuttling fuel to those human players. A strong way for teams whose robot may not be running quite in the way they would like to still be able to boost points in. 5 seconds left to go. Red Alliance has locked up the supercharge, trying to just push their score as high as they can as time expires in a match 71. Final scores now available for match 71. Match 71 goes over to the Red Alliance. With a score of 620 to 246, Red Alliance carrying home 5 ranking points in that match. Hot Team raising up to rank number 3 as we quickly approach Alliance selection. Flying Toasters retaining rank number 7 as well.
All right, qualification match 71. That's a win for the red team and pushes Hot into the 3 seed. What did you see in that one?
Ball control. Red controlled the fuel the whole match. I mean,
Yeah.
there was a time where Blue maybe had like 10 balls on their side. So it was ball control. The defense didn't really matter.
Yeah.
Ball control.
Yeah, it seems unfortunately that 10:02 circuit runners having some difficulty there.
Yeah.
They didn't seem online most of that match.
Yeah.
Really interesting strategies from Hammerheads, though, defending on 1732 Hilltopper Robotics. They were able to get in the way of Hilltopper trying to get the fuel out of the corner, and were able to try and help slow them down in their shift.
Yeah.
So really interesting strategy coming out of them in this match.
It was an interesting strategy. But it does kind of hurt because you take away from your points. So you're not scoring. If you're playing defense and you're not really scoring, so it's kind of a risk.
It is.
But to slow down that Red Alliance, I mean, you kind of have to do that.
Yeah.
But it didn't really work.
Something else we're seeing in these matches is auto paths.
Yeah.
A lot of teams have similar paths. It was kind of fun to watch in that one. You could see 67 and 5907 kind of mirrored each other the whole time through auto. It was like watching a ballet across the field.
It's kind of nice when you go through strategy and you kind of talk about your autos and say, hey, what's going to work for you and what's going to work for you? And then when you kind of put them in play and it actually works, it's really nice to see.
Yeah. Very exciting match, but we have a really interesting one coming up here next. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 359 Hawaii Kids, 5687 the Outliers, and 9401 Midas Mayhem. You have Outliers still sitting in that 1 seed, but they're facing down Robo Tears, which is currently sitting at rank 4 over on the blue side. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams take the field and try to edge past each other in this match.
Match number 72. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 9401.
They're from Troy, Missouri. That's Midas Mayhem.
And coming up in the middle, it's your current number 8 seed, 5687.
From Portland, Maine, that's the Outliers.
And rounding off the alliance, we got 359.
Currently ranked 10, that's Hawaiian Kids.
And over on the Blue Lions, we got Team 45.
They're from Kokomo High School in Kokomo, Indiana. That's Techno Cats.
And coming up in the middle, it's 234.
From Perry Meridian High School in Indianapolis, it's Cyber Blue.
And rounding off the alliance, we got 2481.
From Tremont, Illinois, and currently ranked number 9, Robo Tears.
With a little less conversation, let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 72 begins with 4 robots charging out to the neutral zone, looking to load up on as much fuel as they can. Looks like Red Alliance generally got the upper hand on those first bites, but here comes Blue now ready to dump Roboteers and Cyber Blue, dumping in parallel for Blue. But looks like Red's first bite really going to help them here, taking a lead as we wind out Autonomous. 169 to 100 is that Red Alliance lead. So Blue takes the first shift. Outliers for Red come back with one last dump, raising up their score before that hub shuts off. And Blue gets back sole scoring control. Outliers free up Hawaiian Kids on Red, now loading up to get ready for that next shift. Roboteers out there with them as well, trying to get some fuel out from underneath their robot, getting a little bit of trouble with moving around. Cyber Blue right alongside them, as is Technocast. All 3 Blue Alliance robots loading up in that neutral zone with just 5 seconds left in their shift. Cyber Blue dropping off some final fuel before Red takes back dedicated scoring control. Hawaiian Kids and Outliers ready to roll, now backed up by Midas Mayhem. Technocats fully loaded, having stolen some fuel away from this Red Alliance. Now playing some defense, trying to send them awry, trying to keep the Outliers shooter away from aiming at the hub, but the Outliers get there ultimately. Still costing a few seconds can be crucial in events as high stakes as IRI. Blue takes back sole control. Cyber Blue raising into the hub of the long line of fuel. Technocats 45 trying to get Roboteers free. They're currently beached on fuel. Roboteers back in action. All 4 wheels on the carpet. Ready to drive around the field, seemingly playing a little bit of defense, holding back Outliers for just a few seconds. Now driving around as they keep on working. Some final fuel going up for Blue before Red takes it back control, and Red has a strong lead. They just need to make stronger to lock up this match. They've already secured the Energized ranking point. Now it's just a matter of can they supercharge for events like this, especially because both Red Alliance has 2 different plausible captains on it. Locking down every RP possible could boost all of their chances here at IRI. Hawaiian Kids looking to get their turret aimed up. Maybe having a little bit of trouble, though. Outliers swinging in for Red to boost that Red score up ever higher. Blue Alliance lined up, already raising their score quite a bit. 271. If Blue can get up to 360, they could lock down Energize. Still important for Roboteers, who is also in plausible captain range at the moment. Technocats and Cyber Blue with an Indiana power duo, boosting the Blue Alliance at 6 seconds left to go. Here comes Roboteers for Blue, about half full, but with their massive box, that is still a massive contribution of fuel as time expires in a match 72. Final scores now come in for match 72. It goes over to the Red Alliance. With a score of 691 to 358, Red Alliance carries home 5 ranking points. Outliers retain their spot, rank number 1 at the event. Hawaiian Kids move up to rank 7. Blue Alliance not quite able to get the Energized Roboteers down to rank 9. Still very strong showings across the board.
All right, Qual 72 in the books. Kind of a bit of a slow start on that one from these teams.
Yeah, it just kind of looked like there was some beaching going on in the beginning. Roboteers got beached. Looked like Technocats got beached for a minute. I think Outliers got beached for a minute. And then Roboteers, their intake didn't work the whole match. They were right till the end.
Yeah, something wasn't quite going right there.
Yeah.
Well, we're seeing, especially with this year's game piece size and the bumps in the middle of the field, it's so easy for maybe a slightly overzealous driver to launch themselves on top of game pieces and just get stuck.
Yeah, it's those balls are there, and if you roll, it's a ball. You're gonna roll over top of it, and the robots are not. They're kind of low, so you just kind of roll right on top of it.
Yeah, it has been a very interesting part of the challenge that I don't think we all thought about right away on that kickoff of there are going to be 400 of these things all over the field. How are you going to not only manage to keep them to your sides to score them, but not get caught up and bound on them and have them get in places that you really don't want in your robots?
Yeah. And that's a strategy that a lot of teams take. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of beaching this weekend, but for match 72, it seemed to be the bad luck for that time.
Yeah, maybe something's in the water, but we are heading into qualification 73. We're coming into the end game. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Hackbots, Robo Whales, and C Company, but they're facing down our Blue Alliance, which features 10021, your Gurin Catholic Golden Gears that are currently in the rank 5 position. And as we saw in our last match, there's still a lot of movement there. Teams in the top 8 are drastically falling in and out of it. So we'll have to see how teams maintain their positions going into these last few matches here.
It doesn't really seem locked in just yet. So it's kind of exciting now to get 3 more matches and see how this is going to shake out, because it's not locked down yet.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the effects of only really utilizing 5 of those 6 rank points this season, right? There's the whole climb rare P. Doesn't seem like anyone's really been going for it this event. Might not be worth it points-wise.
I don't think there has been. I mean, there's maybe been 2 all year.
I saw 1 climb this whole event. I know there have been more, but it just hasn't really been a function of these teams, so you're looking at a reduced pool of rank points to use.
Match number 73. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we got team 2377.
They're from Pasadena, Maryland. That's C Company.
And up in the middle, we got 9032.
That's North Carolina's own Robo Whales.
And completing the Red Alliance, it's 34-14.
From Farmington, Michigan, Hackbots.
And kicking us off on the Blue Alliance in blue, it's 1918.
Nowego County Gears.
As they're getting ready for their training, we got team 1710.
That's the Ravionics Revolution.
And completing the Blue Alliance, it's 10021.
Guerin Catholic Golden Gears.
The field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
The anti-penultimate qualification match of IRI is underway. First shots going up from both C Company on red and NC Gears on blue. Red Alliance now being supported by those members who raced out into that neutral zone. Robo Whales already back out, loading up their hopper. Hackbots dumping fuel into the hub as well. Red Alliance thus taking the lead. 95-53 coming out of Autonomous. So Red Alliance will take the second shift. C Company comes back with some final shots. Robo Whales flies in to join them. Not quite in time to get their shots on goal though, as Blue takes sole scoring control. 10-0-21 Guerin Catholic Golden Gears loading up their hopper with fuel, their trench dumper style, running right on up into the hub. Those fuel quickly bringing the Blue Alliance a strong 70-point lead over the Red Alliance. And NC Gears comes back alongside the help of Ravionics Revolution, looking to bring Blue Alliance up as far as they can. Red Alliance, though, they've got something to say to that, now ready to fire into the hub. 2377 C Company and Hackbots, both bringing fuel right on and in. Hackbots with a long and consistent line coming out of their large hopper. C Company doing the same, bringing the Red Alliance close, but not quite overtaking Blue with just 5 seconds left. This dump off Robo Whales may help swing it, but now Blue gets a chance to fight back. 1918 NC Gears firing up fuel, now freeing their partner Ravionics Revolution. Blue Alliance has all three members running. 3414 Hackbots using their massive tank to steal a large supply of fuel from this Blue Alliance. Blue still well stocked though, and maintaining a strong lead with 5 seconds left in their dedicated shift. Some final dumps going up. Red Alliance prepping and ready to go. Robo Whales and Hackbots working in parallel, looking to bring the Red Alliance back up to catch up. Blue Alliance still with a 138-point lead. Hackbots by sending fuel one by one, looking to bring in the Red Alliance back up. Robo Whales trying to get down, but with some of this bump defense coming in off 1710 Ravionics Revolution, they're slowed down, able still to get their dump off before endgame. But they still haven't taken it back as Blue gets back the ability. All hubs are active, and Blue has the chance to try and keep this match in their favor. Blue is already locked up, actually about to lock up Supercharge. There they go. Both bonus ranking points are in, helping boost their rankings as we get close to Alliance selection. 10 seconds to go. Red looking to fire it up. They've locked down the Energize. Red is clearing 400. Blue clearing 600 as our final seconds count down and time expires on a match 73. Scores now in for match 73. It goes to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance winning with a score of 635 to 456 and carrying home 5 ranking points. This bumps Garen Catholic up to rank 4 as we quickly approach Alliance selection. Red Alliance still carrying home a 1 bonus ranking point in that match. Now we'll keep on moving. As a reminder, Alliance selections will be commencing shortly after the score post of our final qualification match, match number 75. Please send your Alliance representatives down to the field. We'll be lining you all up along the wall behind the big LED screen to get you all ready for Alliance selection to set up our afternoon. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you there in just a while.
All right, our third to last qualification match, done and in the books. Fantastic comeback from the Blue Alliance after that autonomous.
Yeah, very slow burn in the beginning, a couple beaches again, and then that 4th and 5th shift for Blue just kind of like turned it on.
Oh, absolutely, especially once Robotics came online. It was really just action-packed over on the Blue side. You can see here in auto, basically both of the Blue bots that went out toward midfield both got stuck on their way back to fire off another round, and that put them back about 40 points heading into teleop.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter as much, 40 points, but it's still, I mean, that's still a lot to come back from. Luckily, you have a team like Garen that has that firepower that can kind of like one hopper is going to put them right back in play. But I'm sure that's not what they planned when they first started this match.
No, fantastic showing from them. They just kept unloading hail after hail of fuel into that hub with their dumper style shooter. That's going to put them up into rank 4 position, where they're probably going to stay pretty close to as we head into our Alliance selection in just a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't think Garen has dropped below top 10 this weekend, so it looks like they're here to stay for this. I don't think it's going to shake out any other way.
Yeah, and they've had a pretty fantastic season all around, right? Can you tell me a bit about it?
They've had a great year. I mean, being from Indiana, we never got in an alliance with them just because it was just never shook out that way. But competing against them, they're an incredible team. Coming as a rookie last year, they made some noise, and they're going to continue to make some noise.
Well, we love to see new teams come in and shaking up dynamics, especially as we're brand new to the district model in Wisconsin. So, it starts to trickle into a pattern. You have, kind of who's going to be in the top. And it's really exciting to have teams that may not be on all of the radars come in and make a big impact in a season.
It's been a long time since you've had a rookie come in and make the impact that Garen has made in just 2 years.
But I think Alliance
it's pretty
would be
special.
a great time to have people in the cup. It's Team 484.
They're from Havertown, Pennsylvania. It's Robo Force.
And up the middle, we got 4028.
From Cincinnati, Ohio, the Beak Squad.
All aboard on the end, it's 1023.
Bedford Express.
And And starting us off on the Blue Lions, it's none other than 65-17.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, Sono Robo.
And up the middle, we got 10-24.
From right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, that's Kilobytes.
And coming up from above on the end, it's 27-67.
From Kalamazoo, Michigan, it's Strike Force.
And the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
With just 2 matches to go, this is our team's last chance to show what they can do to any possible captains or to secure their position as a captain themselves. Fuel flying in across both sides of the field. Looks like Red, though, doing it a little bit more quickly, gaining about a 10 to 20 point lead on this Blue Alliance. 65-17, that's Sono Robo, now backed up by Kilobytes. Those members of Blue boosting the Blues score, but not enough to overtake Red, who led 121-77 coming out of Autonomous. Red taking some final shots. A quick dump off Beak Squad alongside Bedford Express to bring the Red Alliance up to 157, as now Blue takes sole scoring control. 484, that's from the Red Alliance. That's Robo Force playing defense on Blue Alliance member Sono Robo, keeping them out of the Blue Alliance zone. They are so heaping full of fuel, they have to use the bump, and that member of the Red Alliance doing a great job keeping them out, really slowing them down and costing them precious seconds. As such, the Red Alliance lead is intact going into their shift, and this is all just boosting their win margin. 484 from the Red Alliance, Robo Force hauling in fuel, firing one by one from their turret. Here comes Beak Squad, the double shooter, launching fuel up. Strike Force with their big box, hauling fuel away. So shuttling it right down the field to their home alliance zone. So no one's quite down there to actually send it up and in. 484 and 1023, 2 Red Alliance machines down there, holding up Blue, doing what they can to prevent these shots going in and keep the Red Alliance lead going strong. 276 to 108 now, as Red keeps their lead and gets supplied ready to go for their final dedicated shift. Kilobytes loading up for Blue, but not quite in time before the Red Alliance hub comes back on. 27-67, Strike Force pulling fuel aboard. They've got about half a tank right now going around, keeping the Red Alliance local supplies small. But with these nimble robots, they are able to load up in the neutral zone just fine, working to retain their lead as they lock up the energized ranking point. 3 seconds left to go until Blue comes back online. 1024 Kilobytes extending their climber up. We'll see if they opt to use it. Still shooting for now, bringing Blue up over 120 points. Red, meanwhile, just trying to lock down as many points as they can. See if they can maybe even get a supercharge, boosting their scores ever further. It'll be tough, but doable with just how strong these robots could be. 450 now, Red Alliance getting a nice steal. Beak Squad holding out fuel from the Blue Alliance. Also holding Strike Force away, preventing some final shots going up, but Strike Force sneaks a few in as time expires in a match 74. Final scores now available. Match 74 goes to the Red Alliance. With a score of 492 to 127, Red carries home 4 ranking points in that match. Beak Squad moving up to rank 10 in plausible captain contention. These robots keep on moving as we get ready for the Alliance selection after this next match, which, as a reminder, if you have not yet sent your Alliance reps to check in with queuing down by the Wavy car dealership, man, please send them there to go and check in. This is running standard FRC rules, so you are allowed 3 representatives, up to 1 of which may be a mentor. Please go check in with queuing and get here. I see many teams already have. Thank you to those, and if you have not yet, please do so. Thank you.
All right. Match 74. Bit of a rough one for the Blue Alliance there. It seems like 65-17 Snowco might have been having some difficulty. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, they had a full hopper for the whole match, and it just seemed like maybe that shooter just wasn't – something was going on with that shooter. They aimed, they tried to line up, they tried to shoot, and they just couldn't get those balls out. So they were just stuck with a full hopper the entire match, which isn't good.
It was like the second shift. They had it all lined up, ready to go. Couldn't quite pay it off. Rushed over to go and try and defend for a minute. And when they came back, Bedford Express was waiting for them, trying to make sure that they did not pay off those 80, 90 fuel all at once into that hub.
Yeah, that defense paid off. Didn't have to have as much defense because they couldn't shoot him anyways, but I don't think that they knew that until they saw him try to shoot. So
yeah, unfortunately, that ends up being a loss for the Blue, but a win for the Red, which is pushing Beak Squad into that 10th ranked position. Yeah. So they're right on the cusp.
They're right there.
But we are here. This is our final qualification match here at IRI. Over on our Red Alliance, we have 8044 Denim Venom in that 5 seed, looking to maybe try to eke out one more spot up. They're paired up with Cyber Knights and the McGuanago Bears. They're facing down over on the Blue Alliance. That's 7457 Super Duper, 8085 Mojo, and 11415 Storm Surge. It's shaping up to be an exciting last match.
It's going to be an exciting match. It's going to tell a lot. You got 5th ranked Denim Venom here, so see what happens if they can move up, move down, whatever happens here. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's always so hard to be in that last match of a tournament, right? So it'll be exciting to see what these teams do.
Match, I do have an announcement. Pizza and baked potatoes are now available in the concession stand. And get this, guys, get this. A sliced bagel, only $1. And if you have access to something sharp, a bag of 4 unsliced bagels is also only $1. I mean, that's a pretty good deal if you ask me. And they're all currently available, as at least when I was handed this notes. So, I mean, if you want something during Alliance selection, you know, maybe you get some 4 bagels, you got 4 people, each got a quarter. I don't know, sounds like a pretty good price. And if you want some corn, just head on outside for $3. But now, let's go ahead and start meeting these teams for our last and final qualification match, number 75 out of 75. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's Team 930.
They're from McGuanago, Wisconsin, McGuanago Bears.
And coming up in the middle, we got 195.
They're from Southington, Connecticut, that's Cyber Knights.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, it's your current number 5 seed, 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denim Venom.
And now starting us off over on the Blue Alliance, we got Team 7457.
From Purdue Polytechnic High in Indianapolis, Super Duper Robotics.
And up in the middle, we got 8085.
They're from Milford, Connecticut, Mojo.
And completing the Blue Alliance, it's none other than 11415.
From Seaford, Virginia, it's our rookies, Storm Surge.
Also, in case you guys haven't noticed, we have a wonderful silent auction happening over here that's only going to be open for a little bit more. It will close at the close of Alliance selection. So if there's anything you've been eyeing, debating if you want to bid, go ahead and make a bid. All profits will go to support a local nonprofit, I believe is buying backpacks. But if you close your eyes, you won't be able to see what's available in the concession stand, like bagels, sliced and unsliced. And we are green. Let's get our last qualification match underway. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Final qualification play of IRI done. A day and a half of great robots grinding down as we get ready for the playoff round. Double dump on the Red Alliance, helping them grow a lead over Blue. The Blue still close behind. Here comes Super Duper with another dump to try and cement a Blue shot. But looks like Red's dumping may just be too strong for Blue to overtake. Red with a 25-point lead, 150 to 125 coming out of the autonomous period. As such, the first transition shift, Red using it to try and whittle it down. Denim, Venom, and Maquanago Bears bringing Red Alliance up close to 200 points. Cyber Knights feeding some fuel on down to make sure Red will be ready for their next shift. Super Duper fully loaded. They go home over the bump, ready to send a dump. Denim, Venom fully loaded. They opt to swing back around for the Red Alliance, heading back home, getting ready. 80-85 Mojo setting up some shots in the final few seconds of this Blue Alliance shift. A quick final half dump off of Super Duper. As with a 60-point lead, Red needs to work fast if they want to take this back and keep the lead. But let's be real, this is IRI. Every match is fast working, and Red already taking over that lead. The dump off Cyber Knights gets them above, and now Denim, Venom, and Maquanago Bears working to close it in. Mojo down, appearing to steal a fuel from this Red Alliance. Storm Surge down, maybe trying to play some defense too. As we still have, as Blue Alliance takes back the shift. Super Duper trying to line up, not quite getting their shots through though. Some opportunistic defense off Maquanago Bears. Holding out Storm Surge, now sending fuel down to the Red Alliance zone. Red is stockpiled down there, ready to roll when their shift begins in just a few seconds. Blue Alliance member Super Duper down to play defense alongside Mojo, looking to hold it back this Red Alliance. Red Alliance with a strong lead, already secured the Energized ranking point, just racing for Supercharge now. 80-44 Denim Venom looking to do that. Some dump shots off Cyber Knights coming up a little short, so they readjust and actually head back out to the neutral zone to reload. 480 points on the board so far. Red is tantalizingly close to a Supercharge. Blue, meanwhile, getting ready to go. Double bot action. Storm Surge and Super Duper, actually just Storm Surge, going to score fuel up and into the hub for the Blue Alliance. 264 on the board so far. Red Alliance indeed locking up a Supercharge, assuming they can hold down the win, unless barring any especially spectacular secret climbs. That is their maximum. They are now going to raise their score as high as they can, up over 600 with 10 seconds left to go. Denim Venom showing off their deep shot. Maquanago looking to pump through some final fuel as a Cyber Knights dump quickly boosts Red in the end as time expires in a match 75. Final qualification match score of IRI is available. It goes to the Red Alliance. With a score of 678 to 290, Red Alliance will take the lead coming into and boost their own scores. Denim Venom up to rank number 2 as we finish off our qualification round and get ready to go for our alliance selection. Which, speaking of alliance selection, we've heard from our queuers that more than half of teams have not yet checked in their alliance representatives. If you are included in that, please send them down. As a reminder, you are allowed up to 3 alliance representatives, up to 1 of which may be a mentor if you so choose. Please send them down, check in with queuing down by the red car salesman man, and we will see you all in alliance selection in just a bit.
All right, final qualification match, all said and done. Very solid showing for our Red Alliance, pushing Denim Venom up to the 2 seed at the last match of the day. Seems like it might have been a little bit of trouble over on the Blue Alliance, though.
Yeah, it looked like Super Duper Mojo had some shooter and intake problems. Couldn't really score that match. Super Duper left the field with a full hopper.
Yeah,
which isn't ideal.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking on that last match of the day to just have everything kind of not quite go your way right at the end. But on the benefit side, you know, you have the lunch break to get everything fixed and ready to go for alliance selection. So at least if things are breaking, you have enough time to get it fixed and ready to go to be back in action soon.
Yeah. It's going to play out the way it's going to play out,
It is.
So
yeah,
they'll have some time to fix it, and hopefully they can get it fixed and get back on the field and see how it plays out the rest of the day.
Yeah, and over on the Red Alliance, Cyber Knights and my hometown friends, McWanago Bears, 2 double full whiff shooters absolutely hammering home fuel into that hub. Denim Venom, they just have such a huge capacity with their die rotor robot that they were just able to get huge volumes of fuel even into the air, even getting heavily defended by those Blue Alliance bots. So very solid showing from them to end the day. We're going to be heading into our alliance selection right after this, so please stick around to check out who's going to end up with each of our alliance captains, and then we will be back here at the commentary desk after lunch for our playoff matches here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational.
Stay tuned. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? Y'all doing good? Are you ready for alliance selection? Yeah, a little bit? Okay, so got a couple of things to do first. First of all, there's something that you may not have seen before going on today, and that's called video review. Who likes the idea of having video review? Anybody? I thought you might. I'm going to bring Gary out here. Gary's going to explain the process better than I can, so you know how it works. He's walking. Okay. I can't see it through the curtain. You're hiding? Okay, let's turn this on for you. You are live, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to be learning this just like everybody else here. Basically, video review. It will be requested within 2 minutes of the match being ended. We will be focusing on questions of fact, not a rules interpretation. So things like, did a robot cross the line? Was there contact inside a robot? But if it's a question of the rules interpretation, it'll be just handled like normal question box questions and answers. And I forgot my other points.
And that's it? Missing anything? We good?
An important part, it has to affect a match outcome or relate to a yellow or red card. We're not going to review something that might add, 5 or 15 foul points on a 100-point match. Okay, thank you.
Let's get a round of applause for Gary right here. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So we have a couple of minutes before we get started. Chill out, relax. I'll be right back. Okay, IRI. I expect better from you now. Who's ready for alliance selection? Now, for those of you who may not know, the IRI alliance selection is a little bit different because we like to be a little bit extra. Normally, it goes 1 to 8, 8 to 1, and then 1 back to 8 again. But that's just too easy. We made things a little bit different, right? We go 1 to 8, and then we come back. We do 1 to 8 again, and then we do 8 to 1. Couple of things. The first round pick, of course, a representative will come to the microphone and accept or not accept. Remember, you cannot decline more than once. So, when we get to the second round, however, that is considered auto-accepting because you can't say no. So when we call for the second round, the teams will just come out and join their alliance partner on the field. Does that make sense? Good? Okay, I'm going to peek behind the curtain and make sure we're really, really ready to go. Are we really, really ready to go? No. Ooh, okay, we're not ready to go, and you know why? Who would like to guess? Who can guess why we're not ready? Whose fault is it? The teams. They're not back there yet. We're missing some teams. We have to wait for the teams. Once they get there, we'll get started. Okay, I've been told we're officially ready to go. Now, I can't see back there, so I'm gonna have to assume that everything's gonna work the way it's supposed to. If something breaks, just throw something at me, I'll be fine, okay? We're gonna get started by bringing out our first ranked team with a win-loss record of 8 match wins, 1 match loss, 56-87.
Team 5687 are the Outliers, hailing from Portland, Maine.
Please send a representative to me, and you are on the clock. Welcome to the field. We're going to do this like that.
I'm too short. Team 5687 would like to invite Team 2056 to join our alliance.
2056.
Team 2056 is OP Robotics, hailing from Stony Creek, Ontario, Canada.
Would you like to accept or form your own alliance?
Team 2056 OP Robotics, on behalf of our generous sponsors, CubeMac, GM, Motorola, and the Nona Men's Club, gratefully accepts.
There we go. It's our first. And y'all are going to head right over there. That wonderful spot on red. Next, let's bring out a very local team. They're close by, right? 8044.
Team 8044 is Denim Venom. They're from Denham Springs, Louisiana.
Team 8044, you are on the clock. Approach me when you're ready.
Team 8044, Denim Venom, would like to invite Team 2481.
2481.
Team 2481 are the Roboteers. They're from Tremont, Illinois.
Welcome to the field.
On behalf of Team 2481, we gratefully accept.
There we go. Right up there, guys. Next, let's bring onto the field Team 67.
Team 67 is the hot team from Highland, Michigan.
Team 67, you are on the clock. Please approach me with a representative. Hey guys, could y'all move this way just a little bit? Nope, this way. There you go.
On behalf of Team 67, Huron Valley Schools, General Motors, and all of our sponsors, we'd like to select Team 1768 to join our alliance.
1768.
Team 1768 is Neshoba Robotics from Bolton, Massachusetts.
Welcome to the field.
Team 1768 gratefully accepts.
There we go. I'll be right over there, guys. Okay, let's bring to the field Team 10021.
Team 10,021 are the Garin Catholic Golden Gears from Noblesville, Indiana.
You are on the clock. You may approach me when ready.
Team 10021 would like to select Team 359 Hawaiian Kids.
Team 359.
Team 359 are the Hawaiian Kids hailing from Waialua, Hawaii.
It's a bit of a journey to get here. Welcome to the field.
Team 359 respectfully declines.
Team 359 respectfully declines. You may choose again. Hold on. Let me bring this up for you. You might have. Let's see. Nope, we're still on. We're having a microphone issue up here, guys. Let's test it. Talking to it for me?
Testing.
There we go.
Okay. Team 10021 would like to select Team 1987 Bronco Bots.
1987.
Team 1987 are the Bronco Bots. They're from Lee's Summit, Missouri.
Welcome to the field.
Team 1987 gratefully accepts.
Awesome, guys. Y'all be right over there. Moving on up, let's bring in Team 3641.
Team 3641 are the Flying Toasters from South Lyon, Michigan.
And you are on the clock. Welcome to the field.
On behalf of Team 3641 of all of our sponsors, we'd like to invite 1002.
1002.
Team 1002 are Circuit Runners Robotics from Marietta, Georgia.
Welcome to the field.
Team 1002 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations. You're going to be right over in that corner over there. Now let's bring on the field 359.
Team 359 are the Hawaiian Kids from Waialua, Hawaii.
Welcome back to the field.
Team 359 would like to select Team 1833.
1833.
Team 1833 is Team Bean. They're from Cumming, Georgia.
Welcome to the field. Bring it. Okay, hold on a second. Microphone not on? Question mark? Now let's do it again. There you go.
Team 1833 gratefully accepts.
There we go. We're gonna get this microphone thing down. Y'all are gonna be right over there. Okay, now let's bring to the field 1720.
Team 1720 are the Fixed Gears from Matthews, Indiana.
Please approach me when ready and make your selection, and you are on the clock. Welcome to the field.
On behalf of Fixed Gears and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite 1261 to join our alliance.
1261.
Team 1261 are the Robo Lions from Suwanee, Georgia.
Welcome to the field.
Team 1261 gratefully accepts.
There we go. Y'all will be right on this side of me over there. Right there, guys. Okay. Moving to the last pick for this round. Let's bring out 4028.
Team 4028 is the Beak Squad from Cincinnati, Ohio.
And Big Squad, you are on the clock. Please send a representative to approach me when you are ready. Welcome to the field.
Team 4028, on behalf of our sponsors, True, GE Aerospace, CHCA, Belkin, would like to invite Team 1706.
1706.
Team 1706 are the Ratchet Rockers from Wentzville, Missouri.
I got you. Welcome to the field.
On behalf of Team 1706, we graciously accept.
Okay, there we go. Y'all going back over there, guys. So, that's our first round all the way through. We're going to give everybody a 2-minute chance to talk among themselves and figure out who they want to play with next. So you have 2 minutes to take a little nap. Just snooze off right here. I'm going to lay right here. We'll be back in a sec. Okay. Sorry, we were getting clarification on things. We are going to be doing, I said, auto-accepting for this round, basically because teams, they really can't say no. You have a lot of power right now. And so when they announce the number, they will go back to their alliance, and the other team will join them at their alliance where they're supposed to be. Make sense? Yes? Cool. Please.
5687 and 2056 would like to invite 5907 to join our alliance.
5907.
Team 5907 are CC Shambots, hailing from Novi, Michigan.
Okay, second ranked team. Y'all are on the clock. One person may approach me when you're ready. They were almost ready. Okay, let's try this again. There you go.
Team 8044 and Team 2481 would like to invite Team 27 Rush.
27.
Team 27 is Team Rush from Clarkston, Michigan.
A third ranked alliance. You may approach the microphone whenever you're ready. You are on the clock.
Team 67 and 1768 would like to invite Team 7457 to join our alliance.
7457.
Team 7457 is Super Duper Robotics from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay. Fourth ranked alliance. Send a representative when you're ready. You are on the clock.
Team 10021 and 1987 would like to select Team 195.
Team 195.
Team 195 are the Cyber Knights from Southington, Connecticut.
And we'll send them to you. You can return to your alliance selection. Alliance number 5, you are on the clock.
on behalf of team 3641 and 1002.
What's the number? What's the number?
We would like to invite 8608.
8608.
Team 8608 are the Alphabots from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Okay. Yep, you're good. Thanks. Welcome to the field, guys. Okay, alliance number 6, you are on the clock. Send one representative to approach me when you're ready.
On behalf of Team 359 and 1833, we would like to select Team 9032.
9032.
Team 9032 are the Robo Whales from Cary, North Carolina.
Okay, they'll meet you at your alliance selection. Okay, alliance number 7, you are on the clock. Welcome back.
On behalf of Team 1720 and 1261, we would like to invite Team 930 to join our alliance.
930.
What time is it? It's 9:30. That's the Mukwonago Bears from Mukwonago, Wisconsin.
And they will meet you back with your group. Okay, alliance number 8. You are on the clock. You may approach me when you're ready.
Yes?
Whenever you're ready.
Team 1428 and Team 1706 would like to invite Team 1918.
1918.
Team 1918 are the Newaygo County Gears from Newaygo County, Michigan.
They'll meet you right back over there. Okay, so now we've been through 2 rounds. We got 1 more round to go. We're gonna give you another 2 minutes. And we'll get back to you. And this time we're gonna go 8-1. Okay, so this is the last round, and I'll say it now so I don't forget it later. Alliance captains, don't forget that at the end of this, that you need to stay behind to have a meeting with our amazing referees. So, with that being said, Alliance number 8, approach me when you're ready. You are on the clock. Welcome back.
Team 4028, Team 1706, and Team 1918 would like to invite 1732 Hilltoppers.
1702. 1732, I'm sorry. 1732.
Team 1732 are the Hilltoppers, hailing from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay, Alliance 7, you are on the clock. Then one representative to approach me when you're ready. Front again.
There we go.
There we go.
We'd love to hammer the competition with Team 5000.
5000.
Team 5000 are the Hammerheads from Hingham, Massachusetts.
They'll meet you over there. Okay, Alliance number 6, you are on the clock. Send a representative, approach me whenever you are ready.
Thank you. On behalf of Team 359, 1833, and 9032, we would like to select Team 1710.
1710.
Team 1710 are the Ravonics Revolution.
You're good to go.
They're from Olathe, Kansas.
Yeah, you're right. You're good. Okay, Alliance number 5, you are on the clock. Please send one representative to approach me when you're ready.
On behalf of Team 3641,
So, that was a thing. Welcome back.
thanks. On behalf of Team 3641,
I'm saying the right fellow team.
sorry.
You're doing a good job. It's perfect.
2001, is that right?
Just say the Alliance. Alliance 5.
And Alliance 5, we
There
would like
you
to
go.
invite 2468.
2468. 2468.
Team 2468 is Team Appreciate from Austin, Texas.
And just saying, for those of you who have never stood in front of all you people on a microphone, it can be kind of nerve-wracking. Okay, Alliance number 4, you are on the clock. Please send one representative whenever you're ready to go.
Team 10021, 1987, and 195 would like to select Team 4143, Mars Wars.
4143.
Team 4143 is Mars Wars from Metamora, Illinois.
Okay, Alliance number 3, you're on the clock. When you're ready, you can approach me.
Team 67, 1768, and 7457 would like to invite Team 6517 to join our alliance.
6517.
Team 6517 is Sono Robo from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay, Alliance 2, you are on the clock. When you're ready, you may approach.
Team 8044, 2481, and 27 would like to invite Team 4499, the Highlanders.
4499.
Team 4499 are the Highlanders from Fort Collins, Colorado.
Okay, before we start the clock on the next team, so hold off on a second clock starters. I realize the next pick's gonna be the last pick to see who's gonna be in the playoffs, but every single team here has competed through an amazing season, had amazing matches, and did an amazing job. Can we hear it for all the teams that were part of IRI here today, whether they're part of the elimination matches or not? Okay, now, Alliance 1, you're on the clock now. You can approach me whenever you're ready. Welcome back to the field.
Alliance 1 would like to select Team 9401.
9401.
Team 9401 is Midas's Mayhem from Troy, Missouri.
Okay, folks, and here are all of our alliances. Real quick, let me ask a question. What time are we coming back from lunch? Who wants to tell me? Right now, it's lunchtime. 2 p.m. Be ready to go. That's Alliance 1 and Alliance 8 at 2 p.m. I hope you're ready. We got some exciting matches. Team captains, don't forget to stay here. Everybody else, see you in a bit.
Oh, lovely IRI crowd. A quick announcement. You can see on the screen in front of you, we've got a countdown timer for the end of the silent auction. You have 13 minutes and counting until the silent auction is closed. I would recommend bidding frequently, paying attention to the items that you're looking at, and if you rack up a few more dollars for Riley's Children's Hospital, that money is going to be going to a good cause. So if you've not yet checked out the silent auction, go and see all of the awesome items that are up for grabs. And if you're already over there battling it out for an item, keep bidding. You've got 12 and a half minutes until time runs out. We have a little bit over 5 minutes remaining for the silent auction. Again, the live timer is up on the screen. And when/if you are the lucky winner of an item, take the paper and walk it over to the concession, or excuse me, to the hallway next to where the silent auction is. There will be volunteers that will be collecting the sheets, making sure that they're official. And then once you are determined to be the winner, you should be going where Steven is pointing you into the hallway next to the silent auction. That is where you can pay for your wares and have a merry day with your new exciting possession. So you've got about 5 more minutes to keep bidding. Then the silent auction's gonna end. Once you are certified the winner, you will take your paper and you will bring it to the hallway next to the silent auction. Good luck.
This is your 1 minute warning. You have 1 minute to finish placing your bids for the IRI silent auction. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pencils down. Please take your sheets to the hallway next to the silent auction to pay and claim your stuff.
Hello. An update from concessions. Ears of corn are now only $2 at the concession stand outside those doors. $2 for corn. It is a great deal. You should all get corn.
Hello, IRI, how you doing? If you're doing great, on the count of 3, give me 1 stomp. 1, 2, 3. That was weak. Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 stomps. 1, 2, 3. Half a stomp. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that interpretation. So here we are in the first of our elimination matches, and you should know how this works right now. If you lose once, you go to the lower bracket. If you lose again, you are eliminated. And so we're going to go through this all the way through to see who makes it at the end as the champion of IRI, of the 25th, season event. There we go. So we have Alliance number 1 versus Alliance number 8. Alliance number 8 has a road to climb, but I think they could do it. They're going to fight for it. Alliance number 1 is going to try to hold on to those red bumpers for as long as they can. Let's go ahead and meet these teams. Right here in the Red Alliance, I start off with 5687.
They're from Portland, Maine. It's the Outliers.
2056.
Hailing from Stony Creek, Ontario. Give it up for OP Robotics.
And 5907.
From Novi, Michigan, it's CC Shambots.
And here on Alliance 8, the Blue Alliance. Let's start off with 4028.
They're from Cincinnati, Ohio. It's the Beak Squad.
They're not ready yet, but they're going to be ready. 1706.
From Wentzville, Missouri, give it up for Ratchet Rockers.
There they are. 1732.
Hailing from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 1 of the playoffs here at IRI is off. Red Alliance starting strong. We've got OP Robotics using their turret to score first, while their partners went to the neutral zone to go back and fetch some fuel. Looking like Blue Alliance had a slightly rocky start. 1706 got blocked by the Hilltoppers, who were stuck on the bump, but still, Blue Alliance scored over 100 points in that auto. It's going to be Red, though, that comes out of auto with the lead. The Red Alliance now trying to take full advantage of their transition shift, and now they've moved into trying to hoard as many fuel as possible while the Blue Alliance has their hub activated. 5907 CC Shambots playing some nice solid defense up against the Blue Alliance. Hilltoppers are grabbing more fuel from the neutral zone. Their partners, the Beak Squad, scoring and then going to fetch some more fuel for Blue. 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Blue Alliance has now surpassed, but I think Red now has redominated the score. They were ready for their hub to be activated, but the Blue Alliance was ready too, ready to send over a few of their robots to play some tough bot-on-bot defense. 4028 specifically is working on slowing down 2056, playing nice, strong defense against a robot that is notoriously hard to defend against. The Blue Alliance now has taken the hub activation back. We have 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. The Blue Alliance needs to score 80-ish more points in order to catch up with where Red is. Red Alliance is preparing for their next shift, already funneling fuel over into the red zone, while the Blue Alliance is doing some stealing, but they're also doing some scoring. They weren't quite able to catch up with Red. Red now is using their momentum to extend their lead, 2056 scoring, but all three blue robots are over in the red zone, trying to slow them down, trying to starve them from fuel, and that may be the way that the Blue Alliance can edge out the #1 seeded alliance here at IRI. OP Robotics continuing to score, the only robot left in the red zone while the hub is activated. Their partners, the Outliers, grabbing up some fuel from the center before heading back to try and squeeze in another cycle. 15 seconds remaining. Blue is down by 70 points. Both blue robots, now all three in the blue zone, trying to score. Red is doing the same, though. It looks like Red's able to pick up their pace. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores for playoff match #1 for you. It's your Red Alliance. Alliance #1 winning with 695 to Blue's 613. It really came down to that fuel cycles. The Red Alliance was able to squeeze more in. Congratulations to our winning #1 Alliance. They're going to keep things moving in the top bracket. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, this was not their match to win, but fortunately for them, they're still in it. They're moving down to the lower bracket. We'll see them compete again during the second round in match 5. Congrats again to our winning #1 Alliance.
Well, hello IRI and welcome back from lunch. Just a very exciting first upper bracket match here at the competition here in Indianapolis. We got our first and
really
8th
good
alliance here, our Red Alliance in red and 8th Alliance in blue. And for being at 1v8, it was pretty close for most of that match. Scott, tell us what you saw here during the match.
Well, we started out, I think it was 1706 getting stuck. That put blue behind right off the bat. So they were playing catch up. But the fun thing was when we really got into it, the defense was awesome. Holding #1 to that low of score is pretty amazing. At one point, there were 6 robots in the red zone.
For sure, and now that we're out of those qualification matches, these teams are in the playoffs. They've picked their alliance partners, so a lot of them have been strategizing, and this is the team they're hoping to take to that finals match later this afternoon. So a lot of teams picking robots that either complement their own design or fill that gap maybe they have in their own. So these teams know that trying to score as much fuel as possible is definitely the name of the game this year.
Absolutely, you got a really solid dumper choosing a great turret as the first pick.
For sure.
Perfect example of what they're looking for.
Yeah, and now we're in those playoff matches. We don't really mind about those ranking points anymore. So it ultimately comes down to who can score those most points. And since none teams are really climbing here at IRI, it all comes down to who can score the most fuel. And that starts in the autonomous time period, really taking that advantage from that into tele-operated. Whether you get that first alliance shift or even those extra few points, the autonomous can be what makes the difference. I think by the time we got scores, there's only 60 fuel between these two alliances.
Yeah, I mean, if you start, I think Red had like 240 after the first period where they were shooting together, and it's like, wow. You figured 240, they're going to shoot 800. No, they didn't because of defense.
Yeah, it was interesting here, kind of heading into that last Red Alliance shift. They're almost parity on score, but Red Alliance still has another 25 seconds to score. So I think we're ready to meet our match now teams for playoffs match 2.
Okay, here we are. Next match in the upper bracket. We got 4 and 5 playing against one another. Right here on the Red Alliance, I got 10021.
Representing Noblesville, it's Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
1987.
They're from Lee's Summit, Missouri. Make it loud for the Bronco Bots.
195.
Hailing from Southington, Connecticut, it's the Cyber Knights.
Let's go over to the Blue Alliance. Well, I got 1002 right out here.
From Marietta, Georgia, it's Circuit Runners Robotics.
3641 right next door to them.
From South Lyon, Michigan, it's the Flying Toasters.
And of course, 2468.
They're from Austin, Texas, it's Team Appreciate.
Got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 2 has begun. Our number 4 alliance winning the race to the center of the field. The Golden Gears partnering with the Cyber Knights to score for red. Their partners, the Bronco Bots, coming back with another haul from the neutral zone as well. But over on the Blue Alliance, 3641, the Flying Toasters lighting up the blue hub with their fuel. That's going to help the Blue Alliance take the lead. 2468 had a little bit of a slower auto mode, but the nice thing about that is that they enter into teleop with a hopper full of fuel that they turned around and scored with their partner. The Red Alliance has the first full transition shift in this match. They're using that to their full advantage, running cycle after cycle and working on trying to surpass the Blue Alliance, who came into teleop with the lead. Bronco Bots lining up in the corner. The Red Alliance, I imagine, is just luxuriating and not having any defense right now. What a nice, pure offensive cycle, and now they're going to go over and play defense on the Blue Alliance, trying to starve fuel from the blue zone over to the red zone. Golden Gears playing defense up against 2468. 2468 trying to get back into the blue zone. Their partner, 3641, the Flying Toasters, coming over to try and collect some more fuel, while 10,002 and Team Appreciate are scoring in the blue zone. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance took back their lead during that last shift, but now the Red Alliance is scoring yet again. Bronco Bots using their turreted shooter to score. Their partners now both coming to join, get in on the action. Now the Red Alliance has taken back the lead. We're seeing not as much defensive pressure from the Blue Alliance as we are on red. Maybe that's part of why Red Alliance has been able to keep up the momentum and maintain their lead. 45 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance, though, starting to catch up again. Flying Toasters adding a hopper full into the hub for blue. Their partners had to fend off defense to make their way back, but Team Appreciate and the Circuit Runners are now able to score in the blue zone and take back the lead. We're in our third period now, or the end game, and the Red Alliance was ready to go and score into their hub, unleashing a flurry of fuel that the Bronco Bots are happy to continue adding to. 10 seconds remaining. This is neck and neck. Blue Alliance and Red flooding their hubs with flurries of fuel. Everyone's focusing on offense right now. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores ready for match number 2, and it is less than 5 points separating these two alliances. It's your Red Alliance taking the win. Alliance number 4 winning 707 to 703, giving us a little bit of a taste of how exciting these IRI playoffs are gonna be. The Red Alliance came back during teleop to get that win. Congratulations to our winning number 4 Alliance. They're gonna stay in the upper bracket. The Blue Alliance, Alliance number 5, will be moving down to the lower bracket. We'll see them face off again during round 2 in match number 5. A really impressive showing by both of these incredible alliances. Congratulations to our winning Red Alliance number 4.
Well, that was your classic ball fuel control match.
For sure, 4 points difference there.
4
and
points
completely scoring in the fuel.
All the defense wasn't on robots. The defense was on fuel.
For sure.
Collecting that fuel. And Blue got off to a good start in autonomous.
Yeah, so kind of take a look at our replay here. First 20 seconds of that autonomous time period. These robots are moving pre-programmed. Immediately, 4 of those robots heading into the neutral zone, trying to grab as much fuel as possible. 2 of those Alliance robots, 1987, and their opponents, 3641, making their way back in for a couple more grabs. And I think the Blue Alliance comes off of that advantage.
They were, and they could have got more, except the robot got stuck.
For sure, that's right. 2-4-6-8 team appreciate just stuck on the wrong side of that
It would
bump.
have been even bigger.
And it could have been a bigger difference, right, especially for the Blue Alliance. So heading into teleop, right, the Red Alliance getting that first Alliance shift due to their performance in the autonomous time period. So trying to get some of those game pieces scored while they have that 25 seconds of active hub period.
But if you watch Blue, they collect almost all the fuel on their side. So they're set up. They are set up.
Here we go. Here's the pen. Yeah, there's the green.
They are set up for their period. Look at that, even more, and here they go.
And really stalking away those game pieces, I think, is ultimately what differentiated these teams, and what made it so close is the Blue Alliance always had that stockpile ready for their Alliance partners to use once it was their Alliance shift.
Yes, but Red starts doing the same thing, and they start controlling the fuel, and they hit their last shot here, and they just on fire. They just pour it in. Look at all that fuel just flying.
For sure, and the reason why we're seeing that collective mechanism is because you can only get those game pieces scored when your hub is active. That's something that's unique about the rebuilt game, is there's kind of this back and forth, just like you see in tennis, where you can only score when it's your time to go.
Or I've been watching World Cup.
Okay, here we are. Still in the upper bracket.
And we'll talk about that later.
We got
and let's check out our teams for the next match.
We got the 7th ranked Alliance on blue. Both of them want to stay in this upper bracket. We're going to see who can make it through this first time. The good thing is, whoever loses goes down to the lower bracket and keeps on fighting on. Let's meet this team on this side. Second rank is number 27.
They're from Clarkston, Michigan. It's Team Rush.
2481.
Hailing from Tremont, Illinois, give it up for the Roboteers.
And 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denham Venom.
Alliance number 7's over here on blue. Let's go meet these teams. First of all, we're going to start off with team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, it's the Mukwonago Bears.
Their last partner, 1720.
Celebrating their 20th year, it's Fixed Gears.
And right next door to them, 1261.
Hailing from Suwanee, Georgia, give it up for the Robo Lions.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's playoffs match number 3. Alliances 2 and 7 were facing off. Alliance number 2 won the race to the center of the field, 80-44, scoring for the Red Alliance. Their partner 27 now trying to make their way back over on blue. We have some robot shooting, but unfortunately we also have a robot tipped over in the center of the field. That's going to be your Roboteers. Hopefully they can get tipped right backside over with minimal damage. Hey! That's what we like to see, a clean 3v3. We're in teleop now. Fixed Gears scoring for the Blue Alliance. Their partners, 1261, coming over to join them. Also trying to rub up against 27 a little bit. Slow them down from what they're doing right now, which is feeding fuel from blue over to red. We have the McQuantico Bears playing man-on-man defense against 930, or excuse me, against the Roboteers, who are posted up against the hub, and that Red Alliance hub funnel looks like it's filling up. A really impressive cycle from the number 2 Red Alliance. 27 now coming back to score some more, while the Roboteers are coming over with another cycle. The Blue Alliance is playing some pretty intense man-on-man defense. 1261 coming up on the Roboteers, now retreating to go play offense now that the Blue Alliance's hub is activated. 1261 using their massive hopper to score into the Blue Alliance's hub. With a minute left on the clock, Fixed Gears also adding in a few more fuel while the Blue Alliance's shift winds down. McQuantico Bears are ready to play defense back up against the Red Alliance, but unfortunately it is difficult to stop those 3 robots from scoring a torrent of fuel into their hub. I have not seen the funnel of that hub look like that yet this weekend. 35 seconds left. The Red Alliance has already cracked 600 points. Now they're going to go for 700. All 3 of those red robots now shooting and scoring. The Roboteers unloading their box truck of a hopper into the Red Alliance's hub. 20 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance trying to catch up. You've got Fixed Gears and 1261 scoring into the Blue Alliance hopper. But the Red Alliance has a massive capacity. They're able to hoard and score at a rate that the Blue Alliance has not been able to keep up with. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores ready for match number 3 of the playoffs. It's going to be your Red Alliance taking the win with an impressive 881 points to Blue's 467. I'm really excited to see what that Red Alliance's score can get up to if they have an autonomous that gets them even a little bit more. That was so exciting. Congratulations to our winning number 2 Alliance. They're going to keep it moving in the upper bracket and compete again during match number 8. But there's still good news, the silver lining for the Blue Alliance. They're still in it. They're moving down to the lower bracket. They'll compete again during match 6 and round 2. But a really exciting match. Congrats again to our winning number 2 Red Alliance.
like Rachel indicated, that second red alliance is definitely one to keep your eye on throughout the playoff matches at IRI.
I pinned them as the favorite.
Yeah, definitely with their throughput of fuel that they're able to do so. And like she alluded to, if there wasn't that kind of bit of a hiccup there during their autonomous period, they could have done a lot more damage.
But that hiccup is going to illustrate something different about IRI. We'll watch it here. Roboteers are top heavy, and this is not the first time they've been on their back, and it's not the last time we'll see it. They come in here, and over they go. So we stop it here. One new thing about IRI is we have the ability to do replays.
Correct, with the video replays, for sure.
If that had caused red to lose, red could ask for a replay, but because it really had no outcome on the match, it's not replayable.
Right.
So we have replays here. I don't know if we'll see them, but we move on.
And kind of what's really cool, of course, with Competition here in first, as we see the match kind of keep on going, their teammates are automatically kick into action. They know they need that extra teammate to kind of bring up that fuel total, able to kind of rewrite their teammates, and I think about the whole crowd cheered. So.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the end of the match. Once Roboteers got going again, they can put up so much fuel. If you can't stop them, you are not going to win. You see 930 trying, going back and forth.
Let's look over here at the Red Alliance.
All right, I think we're ready to meet our teams.
Oh, that was fast.
I know.
I want to talk about that.
Bolton, Massachusetts, it's Neshoba Robotics.
7457.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And 67.
From Highland, Michigan, it's the Hot Team.
Coming across the Blue Alliance. Let's start off with 1833.
They're from Cumming, Georgia, it's Team Bean.
We got 3-5. Oh. Things got moved. 359 there. There we go. They changed things on me. 9032. Hi. All right, we're good. We're in the right spot.
Team 9032 is from Cary, North Carolina. It's the Robo Whales.
And we have 1833.
1833 is Team Bean, but let's also give it up for Team 359 from Waialua, Hawaii. It's the Hawaiian Kids.
taking a look at the field here while we're waiting, there's about 500 fuel available, so we'll have to see what the teams do with it during this time. Our FTA head ref making sure everyone's ready, and I think we're ready for this match.
3, 2, 1, go.
Match 4 of the playoffs are off. Alliances 3 and 6 facing off together. On the blue side of the field, we've got Team Bean and the Hawaiian Kids scoring into their hub. Looks like their third partner may be stuck on the depot a little bit. Over on the red side of the field, all 3 robots coming back to the red zone in order to score some more. Red Alliance is going to come into teleop with a nice lead to ease them into this face-off against the number 6 Alliance. Red Alliance making every second of their transition shift count, extending their lead even further. Now we have 1768 feeding fuel back over into the neutral zone for their partners to pick up, trying to starve the Blue Alliance, who's currently focusing on scoring. They need those fuel. 359 going back to the driver's station wall to collect some more fuel. Their partner, Team Bean, lining up and scoring into the Blue Alliance's hub. Red Alliance was ready to go for that transition shift, increasing their lead, taking back, being the front runner in this match. Now they're all swarming into the neutral zone to grab fuel and get ready for their next cycle. 1768 Neshoba Robotics getting in a cycle along with Super Duper Robotics. Now Team Hot is back, joining Neshoba and Super Duper in filling in another cycle. That last shift gave the Red Alliance a nice big chunk of points. Now they're back to trying to funnel fuel back over to the red zone. The Blue Alliance is trying to fend off defense. 359 lining up with the Robo Whales, both robots scoring into the hub. Team Bean getting one last cycle in before things shift back over to the red side. 50 seconds remaining. Red Alliance now back in the lead. The Blue Alliance is mostly trying to herd fuel from the neutral zone. They're not doing as much defense as the Red Alliance is. Super Duper Robotics is really relishing in not having a lot of defense, I'm sure, along with their partners Neshoba. They have unfettered access to their hub, continuing to score and drive in cycles. Neshoba going back along with Super Duper. Hot Team trying to get around defense from Robo Whales to fit in another cycle. 15 seconds left. Blue Alliance also fully undefended, getting in a full cycle for each robot as they trail. 10 seconds remaining. Red Alliance lining up Super Duper along with Neshoba and Hot, each of them unleashing a hopper of fuel. 2, 1.
Record didn't work?
We got the last half.
Because during that first shift, that hub clogged.
We've got our results from match number 4. It's your Red Alliance. Alliance number 3 taking the win with 779 to 634. Congratulations to a really strong showing from both alliances, but it's going to be Alliance number 3 moving on in the upper bracket. They'll face off in match number 8 next. The Blue Alliance is moving down to the lower bracket. They'll compete again in the second round during match 6. Again, a big congratulations to our winning number 3 alliance.
So that was a fun match.
For sure.
I don't think we got the replay right, but coordinate their auto well, and they interfered with each other.
Right.
So they get that fixed. They're a huge potential to do much, much better. But moving on, when Red got going their first shift, which we also didn't get, 3 dumpers dumping at the same time, and that funnel clogged up.
Sure.
It was so much fuel going. It was amazing to watch.
And to find that term dumper, right, there's lots of different ways teams can design their robots. And one of the ones we've seen kind of come out of this season, right, is that really wide vertical bar where they're just trying to throw as much fuel as possible at the hub.
Yeah, the 2 main metas are the dumper. It's just dumping as much fuel as possible, and the turret. The advantage, which does one at a time, but can shoot from anywhere on the field.
For sure. It's that balance of precision versus just throwing as much fuel as possible.
Correct.
But the turret, right, what's really nice is that ability that as you're being defended, it's really easy to adjust that angle.
A good turret can't
scoring.
be defended.
Right.
They
for
can't
sure.
be defended. Whereas a dumper, you're in a corner in the right spot, and they're dumping on the floor, and that's into the hub.
Yeah. So let's take a look at some of these designs and actions. Looking at the last minute here of playoffs match 4. We can see Team 447, Super Duper for Indianapolis, just releasing a large volume of fuel using their dumper-based design. In fact, it looks like almost all of these teams here are dumper, except
the red are all dumper.
Whoever's here, 359.
Hawaiian kids aren't.
Yes.
Hawaiian kids are a turret. They're really nice turret, too. But when red got all 3 going at once, it was a waterfall of fuel.
And I know a lot of folks in chat are asking about, can the hub clog? The answer is yes. We've seen that in some other matches.
Yes. We saw it at Worlds.
For sure.
For sure.
Which is just those fuel coming in at the right angle to prevent them from falling down into that lower slot, staying mostly up in that funnel. And once it's clogged, it stays clogged, it seems, for the remainder of the match.
They don't get to the agitators, or the agitators clogged inside that hub. It's over. But it's pretty rare. First did a great job designing that thing to take all this fuel. I'm just amazed.
For sure. I know that
more often.
And just
Yeah.
like that, we move down
And I
to
think
our
we're ready
lower
for our
bracket
next
here
match.
with Match number 5. One of these teams will move along further in our lower bracket with a chance to keep on showing what they can do. For the other of our alliances, though, it will be the end of their day. We've got alliance number 8 in red, alliance number 5 in blue. Let's get things started with the 8th alliance captain, 4028.
From Cincinnati, Ohio, the Beak Squad.
And they're joined by their partners, 1706.
Hailing from Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers.
And rounding out this red alliance, 1732.
From Milwaukee, it's Hilltopper Robotics.
Now we come along to the Blue Alliance side of the field with several teams that came from quite far away. Starting us off with Georgia, it's 1002.
Circuit Runners Robotics.
And the Texans of this alliance, it's 2468.
It is Team Appreciate.
And finally, the alliance captain flying in, 3641.
From South Lyon, Michigan, the Flying Toasters.
We're ready to get rolling in the lower bracket. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we enter this playoff match, we're going to see all four of those 6 robots in the center of the field. 4028 coming back into the center for another round alongside the Flying Toasters. As make their way back to their alliance zone, we're going to see 4028 get a refill from that depot and readjust themselves to get them all thrown up and into that hub. The Red Alliance will take the early lead, 150 points, and the Blue Alliance 113. 3641 Flying Toasters with almost 80 fuel, launching it all up and into that hub successfully. As that red hub is now deactivated, Flying Toasters with another full hopper run over that bump, trying to see if they can launch it up in there. Their alliance partner, 1002 Circuit Runners, continuing to get a few more fuel over on the backside of the red hub. 4028 for the Red Alliance, seeing if they can steal any of that fuel alongside their 2 alliance partners, draining the reserve of fuel that Blue Alliance had stationed behind the driver stations. As we make our way back over to the red side of the field, we're going to see 5 of the 6 robots, all firing robots either into the hub or to the blue side of the field. Team Appreciate colliding with 4028 as make their way underneath that trench. 1732 Hilltopper Robotics goes back to their alliance zone, seeing if they can grab a few more fuel and launching them over near the outpost. With just over half our time remaining, the Red Alliance is in the lead, 395 to 256. 1002 Circuit Runner Robotics makes their way back over around the trench, seeing if they grab a few of that fuel, staying on the other side of the blue bump. 36-41 Flying Toasters attempting to get back into that Alliance zone underneath that trench. They're lined up by that outpost area, launching some fuel at the close of their Alliance shift. With just under 1 minute left to go, the Red Alliance is in the lead, 450 points, the Blue Alliance 308. Team Appreciate colliding with the Flying Toasters as they try to make their way to that red side of the field. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance 1732 Hilltopper Robotics continuing to go back to their Alliance zone as they prepare to start launching a few more fuel up at the start of Endgame. 10:02 and 36:41, both launching up that fuel from the blue side of the field. Circuit Runners getting some defense from Hilltopper Robotics as they were lining themselves up. With Circuit Runners now going empty, their Alliance runner Flying Toasters comes in, launching a barrage of fuel into that hub successfully. With just under 10 seconds left to go, the Red Alliance is already over 650 points. With 2 seconds left to go, that is all the time we have in this playoff match. And the scores are in. The winner is going to be going to the Red Alliance with a final match score of 711 to 447. Alliance number 8, the Red Alliance, will be moving again in the lower bracket to play again in round 3, match number 10. Now please give a warm round of applause for the Blue Alliance, who has now been eliminated from this tournament.
So this match was won in autonomous. I want you to watch the Red Alliance. They're autonomous. Watch how these two robots coordinate together.
Sure, we just need to take a look at our replay here to see what we're doing here.
We gotta get their attention.
Replay, we want to look at the replay. That's right, producer Chris, here's our replay. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So first 2 red robots come out. They do their swipe. Then the third one comes out. He does this swipe. Then the other 2 go back out and do another swipe. Nobody ever interferes with each other.
Except right there at the end, just a little bit of contact there.
Yeah.
Team Appreciate.
That's just beautiful. Yeah.
And ultimately that coordination can really help be the differentiator maker. Really the key part of Rebuilt, right, is that slight advantage that winning team gets in autonomous for scoring the most fuel.
Yes.
Here, right, the Red Alliance took that advantage with them. Not only do they get that 40-point difference in score, but they're also going to give their opponents that first Alliance shift. There's not a lot of time to recuperate. They have to go immediately from game on in autonomous to game on in teleop.
Yeah, that match was won right there in autonomous. But Blue works really hard and comes back. And they pour in a lot of fuel. And in the later shift, Red does the same thing. And there's so much red fuel flying that there's none left in the red zone. It's really amazing. But we'll see that in a bit as we move forward to like the next red shift.
For sure.
It's not scrolling very fast.
There we go. Here we go. Yeah.
For shift 4.
Here's your Red Alliance shift.
Here's Red Alliance. If you look, they evacuate their zone. They've fired so much in that shift that it's all in the middle and all on the blue side. It's really incredible.
One thing you see Team 1002 doing is this shuttling mechanism, right? During their time of downtime, they're picking up those fuel from the neutral zone and launching it against their own Alliance station wall to prepare for that time. But unfortunately, Red just comes over and scoops up all that fuel that's on the ground. That ground fuel is ownership of no one until it's in your bot. There's nothing you can really do about it.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And the ironic thing is, I think Texas 2468 started that passing thing. I think they're the first team I saw do that on a regular basis. So
yeah. Here we are, kind of last Red Alliance shift. Red continuing to maintain their lead and pulling really apart from the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance really could have used this time to pick up some more fuel, but because they were just starving for fuel, they had to go procure it, which ultimately led to, I think, to their defeat in this match. Still a great showing by the Blue Alliance.
Oh, they did great. They had pretty good comeback as you see the final score, but they were just buried from the beginning and never got up over their heads again. But you see the lead that Red's building up. And there's plenty of fuel on the blue side.
Yeah,
but they just don't maximize
36-41,
it.
full
Yeah.
hopper. They just released it. They're slowly going to tighten up that difference. Unfortunately, just not enough time remaining in the match to be able to,
they ran
to
out
flip
of
it.
time. But this is a double elimination. And that's our first
Folks,
elimination.
we are still in our lower bracket here with
Couple more to go.
match number 6. We got 6 more teams ready to take the field. We've got Alliance number 7 in red, Alliance number 6 in blue. Let's get things started. Coming to us from New England, it's Team 5000.
From Massachusetts, it's the Hammerheads.
And they're joined by their Alliance captain. It's Team 1720.
Fixed Gears.
And one thing, I forgot my watch. What time is it? That's Team 930.
The Mogwanago Bears.
So we are in the double elimination part.
Now we get ready to join our Blue Alliance.
This is our second match. We'll lose our second team
captain,
here.
359.
Right in the wave in from Hawaii, it's the Hawaiian Kids.
And they're joined over here by 9032.
The Robo Whales.
And finally, rounding out this alliance, it's 1710.
The Ravionics Revolutions.
All right, little peek here at the double elimination style bracket here at the FIRST Robotics Competition. We have our 8 alliances. All of them have now played an opponent. First 8, 4, and 5, they all paired up. We've now moved to the lower bracket, so it's double elimination. Every team will play at least twice. Every alliance, I should say.
Every alliance should play twice.
And each alliance has these 4 teammates, and 3 of them are on the field. They have that backup bot they can bring in at any point in time. We're now in the lower bracket, match 6, so both of these teams have played. They've lost against an alliance.
So one of these alliances is going to be eliminated.
Correct.
After this match.
Yep. So a lot of them are strategizing, thinking about who their opponents are, making sure that they can have that harmony during the autonomous like we've seen before. But ultimately, one of these alliances will be heading home after this match.
Right. And you see how kind of unequal the bracket gets as teams get eliminated. If you don't lose in the upper bracket, you actually miss a round. So it's quite an advantage.
For sure.
Play.
Streamline yourself to potentially that finals match. A lot of time for you to go back, make repairs, make changes. So really, once you've lost a match, it's difficult to claw your way back up, but not impossible. We have seen
it happen.
teams
I've seen it
do
happen.
before.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll get a break after another round. I can't remember. Yeah, after the next round, we'll get actually a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. They'll give out awards, and teams can really strategize for the next round.
For sure. I know we'll also have a recap video from this weekend that our media team has been working on. So definitely don't run away from those breaks if you're watching at home. If you're here in the venue, I'm sure there'll be lots of robot repairs underway, or like you mentioned, strategizing for that next match.
Yes, or packing up to go home.
That's true.
Which is always the sad part.
As we inch closer to that finals match, more and more of our alliances will be eliminated, but we'll be condensing down who will be in our finalists.
All right, well, here we go. Pretty soon. Head ref's getting ready, so let's go to the match.
Here are some pictures from our media team as we intersperse here with crowd interaction. Those pictures are available on the FIRST Robotics Invitational website and on our Flickr page. So make sure you can head to either of those. If you see some pictures from this weekend, they're free to download as a way to kind of remember the event after it concludes here today.
We're ready to keep on moving in the lower bracket, so drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots are off. All 4 robots in the center of the field, dispersing all that wonderfully placed fuel from our field resetters. 9032 coming back in as 1710 Ravionics Revolution, getting caught up on some fuel on the front of their bump. Their alliance partner Robo Whales seeing if they can make up with it. Their shooter also seems to be malfunctioning. At the last second starts launching a few. However, it was not enough to catch up with the Red Alliance, who will take the early lead, 84-71. 17 cents still up on that fuel. Hawaiian Kids seeing if they can help them out. As they make their way over, it's getting close. Hawaiian Kids successfully pushes them over the bump and allows them to get free. 17-20 Fixed Gears now making their way back over to their alliance zone. They're going to start shooting that fuel to prepare for this next hub activation period. Meanwhile, 1710 Ravionics Revolution, seeing if they get any more of that fuel in the middle of the field. That has now turned into a wasteland. With that Red Alliance hub now reactivated, we're going to be seeing 2 of the 3 red robots launching that fuel up and into the air as the Hawaiian Kids come their way back over to the blue side of the field. Meanwhile, 1720 is going to crisscross the field once again with another hopper full of fuel. They're going to start launching it over near the depot alongside their partner, the Mangwanago Bears. With just over half our time remaining, the Blue Alliance hub is now reactivated. We are still neck and neck. The Blue Alliance is now in the lead, 215-201. Hawaiian Kids gathering some more fuel now over by that depot. However, 1720 Fixed Gears is going to be playing some defense against that Blue Alliance while this hub remains active, forcing 9032 to go all underneath the trench, delaying their time and not allowing them to score any fuel during this activation period. Back over on the Red Alliance, we're going to see 930 make their way back over, seeing if they can get any of that fuel in their hopper up and into the hub. Their partner, Fixed Gears, is going to able to score 30 more fuel successfully. Team 5000 Hammerheads is in the center of the field right now. They're going to see if they can play some defense against the Blue Alliance with most of that red tape now off. We are now in endgame. The Blue Alliance has a 70-point lead over red. Fixed Gears seeing if they can come back that by loading 40 more fuel up and into that hub. Hawaiian Kids now still on that Blue Alliance side. They're going to be launching some fuel over near the traversal area with just 10 seconds remaining. Team 5000 Hammerheads still playing that defense against the Blue Alliance. With 3 seconds left to go, Hawaiian Kids and 9032 making a few last second shots, and that is all the time we have in this playoff match. And the scores are in. The winner of that match is the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 267-393. The Red Alliance, Alliance number 7, is now eliminated. Please give a warm round of applause to our Alliance 7. We will see Alliance 6 where they will maintain their spot in the bracket and play again in round 3, match number 9.
teams. We start off with Alliance number 1 and their captain, 5687.
From Portland, Maine, the Outliers.
And their partner on the number 1 Alliance, it's 2056.
Originating in Ontario, Canada, OP Robotics.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, 5907.
The CC Shambots.
And now we cut on over to the 4th seeded Blue Alliance, starting with their captain, 10021.
The Catholic Golden Gears.
And they're joined by their partners here on Blue, 1987.
From Lee Summit, Missouri, Bronco Bots.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, 4143.
From Connecticut, it's the Cyber Knights.
Back to the upper bracket. Let's roll. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
At the start of this match, we are going to be seeing 41-43 come into the action a little bit late as they go down to the bottom of that trench. OP Robotics already back in the neutral zone with a huge hopper full of fuel as they start depositing all of that back into the hub. 41-43 is colliding with the Cyber Knights. At the start of teleop, the Red Alliance will take the lead 192 to 107. 10-0-21 doing some defense against OP 59 as make their way to that Alliance zone at the end of the transition period. 1987, the Bronco Bots coming back underneath that trench, collecting a few more of that fuel in the depot, while the Red Alliance 5907 CC Shambots are going to play some defense now against 41-43. With just under 2 minutes left to go, we are still neck and neck. The Red Alliance has just a 5-point lead. With that red hub reactivated, we're going to see that red score climb high. 2056 OP Robotics continuing to fire those fuel up and into that hub as their alliance partner 5907 gathering a few more fuel in that neutral zone before launching it over near the outpost, with all 3 red robots shooting, bringing their score all the way up to 400. With just a few more seconds left of this activation period, the blue hub is now active. 1987 launching that fuel from the outpost to the traversal area as their alliance partner 41-43 Mars Wars gonna be defended by 5687. OP Robotics continuing to gather that fuel coming out of that blue hub now as the Red Alliance does still have that lead 432 to 405. 5687 Outliers launching up some more fuel alongside OP Robotics as their alliance partner. As their alliance partner CC Shambots make their way back into that center of the field once again and returning to that alliance zone where they will deposit 40 more fuel successfully. Back over on the Blue Alliance, we're going to see those teams preparing to start for their ambitions for endgame as 41-43 temporarily gets caught up on some fuel and now playing some defense against 5687. With just over 20 seconds left to go, 1987 and the Robot Cyclone launching some more of that fuel over near the depot. Their alliance partner, the Catholic Golden Gears, joins them as they make their way now back underneath that trench, grabbing a few more fuel. OP Robotics for the Red Alliance, trying to get over that hump Fortunately, they are getting blocked by that Blue Alliance robot. With 2 seconds left to go, that is going to be all the time we have in this playoff match. And the scores are in. The winner of that match is going to the Red Alliance with a final match score of 730 to 608. Alliance number 1, the Red Alliance, will move on to play again in round 4, match number 11, where the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 4, will move down to the lower bracket where they will play in match number 9.
I wish you all could hear the music here. We went from Edgar Winter Frankenstein to Walking on Sunshine. Definitely. And that was kind of like the autos in this match. Yes. So let's look at first watch Blue.
For sure. Looking here at our replay, Blue Alliance making their way in. No one tapping each other
so far. It's a good solid start.
Red Alliance makes another swap there. Going to grab a good amount of fuel.
But they come back and boom. All 3 robots almost in the same spot. And that basically ruins their auto. Now, they'll go backwards. And we'll watch Red, especially focus on OP, which is the robot right there starting to shoot.
Right, OP heading across to their driver station, pick up the fuel that's available to them.
Right. Their partners pick up in the middle, and by the time OP gets out there, all that fuel is coming out of the chute, and they can pick it up and fire it.
And they're really demonstrating that shoot on the move. They're a little bit moving, just a little bit, enough to get ready for their next movement back into the neutral zone.
Yeah,
still releasing some fuel.
Beautiful coordination, and the match is over at this point. Blue had done really good job coming back, but you're not going to beat the number 1 Alliance with a 90-point deficit.
Yes, and they'll continue carrying that throughout the match. A little bit ebb and flow as you make your way through those transition points. But ultimately, as we get to the end game period where they've had equal scoring opportunity, you can see that 80-point difference reappear.
But luckily for Blue, they won their first match, so they're not going home. They get a chance to fix those errors.
It's true, we were in the upper bracket. Both these teams have won a previous match. One of them has now lost, so they'll still play another. Though Alliance 1 will head on to the next upper bracket match, continuing that advantage with them towards the playoff period.
Well, Bryce and I are going to say goodbye. We've had our time at Hull. We had a great time. So we will see you someday.
In another event, another time.
Right.
Until then.
We are still staying in the upper bracket for the time being. Match number 8 now taking the field. We've got Alliance number 2 in red, Alliance number 3 in blue. Whoever does win this match will move on to match number 11, facing off against our number 1 Alliance. Whoever loses, it will not be the end of their day. They stay around and will play in match 10 against Alliance number 8. Now with those details out of the way, we're ready to go in and meet these teams. Starting off with our red, number 2 Alliance, it's 27.
Team Rush.
And their partners on this red Alliance, 2481.
From Illinois, it's the Robotiers.
And the captain of your second-seeded Alliance, it's 8044.
Denim Venom.
Now we move on over to Alliance number 3 and start with their member, 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, Nashoba Robotics.
And out of Purdue Polytechnic, 74-57.
Super Duper Robotics.
And finally, the Alliance number 3 captain hits 67.
The Hot Team.
Upper bracket keeps on rolling in match number 8. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
2481 backing themselves up against that traversal area as they're going to launch all 8 of those preloaded fuel. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 27 Rush, goes back underneath that trench to their partner, 8044 Denim Venom, will join them. Making their way back to their alliance zone now. They're going to be launching all those fuel up alongside 17, 76, and 67 for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance takes that early lead, 177 to 142. Robotiers struggling to get over that bump temporarily, but they are now unloading that massive amount of fuel, the largest dumper here at IRI. With that red hub now deactivated, Team 67 getting all that fuel up into that hub for the Blue Alliance. Team Rush seeing if they can steal any, and now seeing if they can get their way around and over that blue bump. 1768 trying to make their way back over alongside 67. Getting all that fuel loaded up and into that fuel. Seeing if they can help get it energized. Robotiers and Team Rush start working on getting that fuel in. 74-57 playing some heavy defense against the Robotiers as they were struggling to get all of it loaded up in there successfully. Denim Venom also struggling now to get that fuel loaded up with that constant defense from Super Duper Robotics. With some fuel now being shot outside the field, the Red Alliance is maintaining a lead, 388 to 320. 1768 Neshoba Robotics launching a couple of fuel now into that hub as their alliance partner, the Hot Team, launches some from just on the other side of the trench. Team Rush tried blocking them, but they were not quite successful. As Rush continues to play some defense against the Blue Alliance Hot Team, they're going to decide to get themselves to the other side of the field. The Hot Team just beats them. Denim Venom and Robotiers launching all that fuel up now for the Red Alliance with just under 1 minute left to go. The Red Alliance is now back in the lead, 500 to 423. Denim Venom appearing to have some connectivity issues as the Robotiers are back in the neutral zone, starting to recollect some fuel. The Hot Team teeter-tottering on that bump, seeing if they can get enough speed to get over. Team 27 Rush trying to block them from preventing them from getting any more fuel in. At the start of endgame, Rush is now speeding their way underneath that red trench where they will launch up some fuel for the Red Alliance. Robotiers join them as Denim Venom still holding back at the backside of the field. With just over 10 seconds left to go, Red Alliance maintaining a 50-point lead. 1768 Neshoba Robotics is in position, launching 50 more fuel up and into the air with 1 second left to go. Time is up. The scores are in, and it is less than a 2-point difference for the winner of this match. We're going to see the Haas car show us a stripe, glowing us the winner of the match is going to the Red Alliance due to scoring more in autonomous to 614 to 614. Once again, the Red Alliance is going to be victorious because they scored more fuel during the autonomous section of the match. Major fouls, like I said, major fouls.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our commentary desk here at IRI. My name is Steven, joining you for the first time this weekend. And this over here is
Andy Nutzel from 234.
Nice to meet you all, and this match was crazy. As you guys saw from that score, this was a tiebreaker decided by a major foul. So let's go ahead and jump into the stream and let's start seeing what we're looking at. Okay, so right off the bat, when we start in autonomous, we see pretty much a lot of balls going right in, right? So a lot in this period, pretty almost even going into it. Red taking the lead right towards the end. A lot of balls right in the middle. If we go ahead and continue up to the, let's see if we can get there quickly.
Technical difficulties with the replay.
First time using it. Okay, so right over here, right at the beginning of the match, we can see a lot of the balls. The teams are strategizing, getting the balls out of the middle as much as possible, over to their side of the field, and of course trying to score within their hubs. Okay, we see both the red and the blue alliances still circling in the middle, gathering those. But what I want to draw attention to is right about here, at the minute 46 mark, we can see the referee on the right side starting to count the pins, right? This is where I think we start seeing trouble. Counting with the pins again. And this is where, when blue starts running heavy defense on red, this is where it starts getting risky.
Over there.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Let's see, 5 robots there on one side. We're coming over here.
Blue line playing defense.
Let's see, I think he starts counting again. Right here. Yep. Right when 2481's right up here against the hub, right in shooting, we see blue.
That giant hopper full.
Oh, and I think, see, it cuts out right here, but you can see right here at the 51-second mark, this is when the referee throws that foul, and I think that is what does it for the Blue Alliance going into it. Because as we can see right here, we're at the 45-second mark. Red, it looks like they're in the lead, but all it could take is a hopper full of balls to change that.
Yeah. And that blue team has all 3 dumping bots, so they can, when they get loaded up, they can pour in a ton of fuel all at once.
So as we can see here right at the 20-second mark, this is where blue really starts to getting back up in the point values. They have a lot of balls on their side. Their hoppers were full, and they were just dumping as much as they could into the hub.
The other issue is 8044 at this point is disabled, so it's very difficult for red to be able to keep going and stay consistent in scoring the match. That's how blue caught up so much.
And I think this is where blue was starting to try to come back with that, because they saw one of the robots on the red side was disabled, so they were going to try to compensate because they knew that the Red Alliance was going to focus on trying to score and not play defense so that they could get a lot of the fuel that's on their side of the field scored. And I say all the way through this match, I think it was pretty much neck and neck, going back and forth.
Very exciting match.
Very exciting match. Great tiebreaker. We'll see you in the next one.
Okay, everybody, we are now in round 3. We're back in the lower bracket. One of these alliances has to fight to stay alive to continue on. Somebody's going to be going home after this. We have Alliance 4 and Alliance 6. Both of these teams are ready to go with these alliances. Let's meet the teams. Right now, I got 10021 right here.
They're from Noblesville. It's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
I got 1987 right there.
They're from Lee Summit, Missouri. It's the Bronco Bots.
I got 195 right here.
Hailing from Southington, Connecticut, it's the Cyber Knights.
And on the Blue Alliance side, first of all, we got 359.
They're from Waialua, Hawaii. It's the Hawaiian Kids.
9032.
From Cary, North Carolina, give it up for the Robo Whales.
And 1833.
Hailing from Cumming, Georgia, it's Team Bean.
I'm trapped. I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 9 at IRI. Here we're in the lower bracket. Red Alliance, I believe, scoring the first fuel of the match. The Golden Gears joining in with Cyber Knights to light up their hub over on the blue side of the field. 90-32, the Robo Whales scooping up some fuel from the depot and teaming up with the Hawaiian Kids to score right as time runs out. These alliances only separated by 2 points as they move into teleop. Blue Alliance able now to take the first full shift of teleop. 359 scoring now. Their partners coming to join them. The Red Alliance scurrying around, trying to get prepped for their next shift. The Golden Gears herding fuel from the neutral zone over to the red zone. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance trying to squeeze in a few more points before their shift ends. The Robo Whales now fending off defense from the Cyber Knights, who have come over from the red side to play a little bit of defense. Over on red now, they have their first full teleop activated shift. Bronco Bots using their massive hopper and their turreted shooter to score into the Red Alliance's hub. They're trying to catch up with Blue. Red Alliance currently down by about 50 points, but they're quickly closing the gap thanks to 2 robots on offense, and then they have Cyber Knights over here playing defense primarily on the Blue Alliance. Now pushing up against the Robo Whales while Golden Gears are trying to slow down Team Bean. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance has taken back the lead. Now Team Bean is trying to get around the Golden Gears, and they're able to shoot around them just easily. 50 seconds remaining in the match. We're now shifting back over to the red side. The Blue Alliance is playing a lot of defense. They have all 3 of their robots mostly playing offense and then defense, while red is splitting up a little more, having the Cyber Knights mostly focus on defense the whole time. 35 seconds remaining. That strategy has worked so far so well for the Blue Alliance. 30 seconds left and they're up, but now both alliances' hubs are activated. The Blue Alliance has a chance to maintain their lead, but it looks like Robo Whales are having some difficulties connecting with the field. That could make it difficult for the Blue Alliance to keep it up. Team Bean lining up to score. Their opponents now are also trying to score, but now the Blue Alliance has all 3 robots back and working with a few seconds remaining. 2, 1.
That was crazy. Red one go off.
We have our results from qualification match number 9. It's your Blue Alliance. Alliance number 6 taking the win by scoring 548 points to Red's 507. The Blue Alliance really pulled through during the teleop period to get the win. Congratulations to our winning number 6 Alliance. They're going to keep along in the lower bracket and compete again during match 12. Unfortunately for our Red Alliance number 4, this is where their IRI journey ends this year. Let's give it up for Team 10,021, the Garin Catholic Golden Gears. Team 1987 Bronco Bots. Team 4143 Mars Wars. And Team 195 Cyber Knights for an impressive showing here in the playoffs.
Hello everybody and welcome back as we look at the lower bracket round 3 match 9. Very exciting as we get into autonomous with the Red Alliance and Blue Alliance almost neck and neck. But right here is about where we start to see a turn when 10-0-21 Garin
Okay,
Gears
one
gets
thing I
stuck in the middle, right on that
is
field.
that everybody
and I think
likes
that
a
is what
good
is really
sale.
keeping Red from
Hear
getting
me
a
out.
large advantage.
There's a
in
big
autonomous.
sale at the concessions.
So they have a
Several
nice
items
start,
marked down,
just a
including
2-point
chicken nuggets
difference
ready
in
to eat.
at the end of
Come
auto.
get it while
And
they
then
still
Blue
have it.
starts
So if you're
showing
hungry,
fuel
need a little
back,
bit of
getting
food,
ready.
want a good sale, go get some food.
1987 on the red side. The whole match is just constantly picking up and cleaning up over there with that turret robot.
And as we can see here, this is where the start of something that we kind of see throughout the match continues, is 195 over in the Red Alliance. They don't seem like they're working at full capacity. They seem like they're struggling with picking up or putting out, and they seem to be switching back and forth between kind of defense and also just trying to pick up some of the fuel from the Blue Alliance side.
At this point, all these robots have had lots of competitions, and it wears out on the robots when they're ramming into each other this much. And I think we saw that a lot in this match with 195 and then later on with 90-32. Both of them were broken down at different parts in the match.
Oh yeah, and I think right here is definitely the draw of this match for the Red Alliance is 1987 over here with their turret shooter, which is picking up all the fuel along both the driver's station and the sidewall, trying to get as much as it can and shooting on the move. That, I think, is the grace, because as we can see throughout this match, the Blue Alliance just consistently has fuel on their side, which is, I think, the strength for their big dumpers.
Yeah, and then they got those big dumpers just unloading every time they can. 1021 was having issues as well, it looked like, or 121. They were able to pick up, but they weren't able to get in as much fuel as they normally do.
And this is where we continue with the 195, continuing to kind of just spend a lot of time going back and forth on the field.
Yeah.
Not really doing much, except kind of just blocking them from getting there. Otherwise,
Incredibly exciting match, and Blue just was able to pull it out at the very end there.
Otherwise, a great match from both of our alliances, and thank you again for Alliance 4 for competing at IRI.
Good job. We got mimics right there. There you go. Good job. Okay, folks, here we are, still in the lower bracket. We're waiting for another robot to come out here. We'll see if they make it in time. But in the meantime, we're going to meet these teams. Right here on the Red Alliance, I have 1768.
They're from Bolton, Massachusetts. It's Neshoba Robotics.
7457.
Hailing from right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And look, they're coming. They're coming. It's 67. Let's hear it for them.
Hailing from Highland, Michigan, it's the Hot Team.
Now let's go to the other side. On the Blue Alliance, I got 4028.
Hailing from Cincinnati, Ohio, give it up for the Beak Squad.
1706.
From Wentzville, Missouri, it's Ratchet Rockers.
And 1732.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, give it up for Hilltopper Robotics.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're off for qual match number 10 here during playoffs at IRI. Beak Squad scoring a hopper full of fuel for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, over on red, 17, 68, Neshoba, and 67 each scored a hopper full of fuel, then going back to the neutral zone to grab some more. Their partner, Super Duper, getting ready again with another hopper. The Blue Alliance has the first full shift as we move into Teleop. Hilltoppers and 1706 and the Beak Squad all scoring for Blue. They're trying to catch up with the Red Alliance, who came into Teleop with a lead after auto. Hot team is coming back across the bump, leaving the blue zone. They're trying to feed fuel back into their red zone. But unfortunately for them, Hilltopper and the Beak Squad are stealing fuel back from the red zone so that they can try to continue to score. It's difficult, I think, when you're running out of time to know if you have time to go steal stuff back and still make it back in time for a full cycle. But the Hilltoppers and Beak Squad are making lemonade out of lemons and just hanging out in the red zone playing defense after they weren't able to squeeze in another cycle on that last shift. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in the match. The Red Alliance is still up. The Hot Team and Super Duper both racing to the neutral zone to grab some more fuel. Their third partner, 1768, Neshoba, was unstuck by Super Duper, so now all three red robots are back in action. The Blue Alliance has their hub activated. Beak Squad is scoring. Their two partners now coming to join as well. They have now surpassed the Red Alliance's lead. But it's Red's turn now, and they are ready to go with a deluge of fuel scored into the hopper, instantly taking back their lead from the clutches of the Blue Alliance. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Most robots are over on the red side of the field, though Hilltoppers coming over and posting up in the corner, getting ready for the next few seconds when their Blue Alliance hub is going to be activated. Red Alliance now scrambling to find some more fuel. 1768 found some more in the blue zone, went back and scored it along with their buddies Super Duper. 15 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance is keeping up the pace. They're gonna need a lot more in order to catch up with the Red Alliance, who just scored 2 hopperfuls thanks to Neshoba and Super Duper. 5 seconds remaining. These alliances pretty close. 3, 2, 1. We've got our scores for playoffs match 10. It's your Red Alliance taking the win. They earned 730 points in that match to the Blue Alliance's 646. The Red Alliance, an impressive showing, scoring over 700 points in that match, is going to be moving on in the lower bracket to match number 12. But let's give a big round of applause for our number 8 alliance, who unfortunately has been eliminated. First, Team 4028, Team 1706, Team 1918, and Team 1732 for an incredible run here in the IRI playoffs. Great job, and hope to see you compete next year.
Yet another exciting match here at IRI. This match, if you look at the teleop, it was very close, 566 to 582. At this level, you have to execute at all times. And at the beginning, in the auto, if you watch 1706, they have some issue that happens. And so they block themselves, and then they also end up blocking 4028, who was going to come in after them.
And we can see here coming out of the autonomous period that Red just has that advantage especially with Super Duper getting all of those bucketfuls of fuel. As soon as we start tally up, we can see that score difference from the Blue Alliance's 80 points to the Alliance 3's Red Alliance's 150-ish. And as they continue into the match, you can just see them gradually increasing their lead little by little.
They take a great start in that transition with all 3 robots getting back to dump in a load of fuel, and then they just start filling up their side. 4028's over there to disrupt it, but it's just too much of a start.
I think it's right around the 2-minute mark where we can see the tide starting to change. Red is just in the middle,
All right,
collecting
folks, to
every
make sure
single
everyone
ball
will have
that
time to
pops
be able
into the middle. And they're working and trying to get as much fuel over to their side of the field as possible. And this, I think, is one of their big advantages, is because then Blue has to spend even more time traversing the field to grab any sort of fuel to be able to score it when it's on their side.
They're playing, we have all 6 robots all on the red side. Blue's trying to slow them down, but they got these 3 giant dumping robots that just can, once they get a chance, they just unload, as you can see right there.
And then at this point, you can see, as it seems, whenever Red scores, Blue's in the middle trying to get it, but Red just scoops it up quicker than they can and moves it back on the Red Alliance side. So Blue is over there scoring what they can, what's on their side and what's available to them.
At this point in the field, the blue side's empty. All the fuel's on the red side and in the middle. And all those red robots are loaded up, ready to come back and get started their next shift in.
So even there is a minute left, Red has almost all the fuel on their side of the field, and they have all the time in the world to be able to score all of it. And we can see that to continue towards the end of the match as we progress within the last 30 seconds, with Alliance 3 ahead by about 75 points, and it continues as we continue to count down for the end game.
And Blue's doing a good job scoring right here, but half the fuel's in the middle or on the red side. So it's hard to overcome that deficit.
And unfortunately, it was already too much decided at that point, with Red Alliance continuing to take the lead with points and finishing the match in the lead. And we want to say thank you to Alliance 8 for participating in the IRI, with Alliance 3 continuing on in the tournament. I want to thank you again, and we'll see you for the next match.
Thanks.
All right, we're getting quickly through that break, so I'm sorry to break up the dance time, but it's time to meet our teams here in match number 11. Now we are back in the upper bracket, so both of these teams will stay around in our elimination round. Whoever wins moves on to the finals automatically. Whoever loses, we will see again in match number 13 with one last shot to punch their own ticket to the finals. We've got alliance number 1 in red, alliance number 2 in blue. So let's take a moment to meet these teams. Starting us off with the captain of the red alliance, it's 5687.
Outliers.
And they're joined by team 2056.
OP Robotics.
And finally, rounding out this alliance, it's 5907.
The CC Shambots.
And now we come over to the Blue Alliance side and start by meeting Team 27.
Team Rush.
And their alliance partners in this match, that's 2481.
Roboteers.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance on the field, 4499.
From Fort Collins, Colorado, the Highlanders.
We're ready to find out our first finalist of the Indiana Robotics Invitational. So drivers behind the lines, 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off. OP Robotics taking a back step, getting reloaded from that depot, launching them into that hub. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we're going to see the Roboteers jumping their way over that bump, collecting some more fuel now alongside Team Rush and 5907. Highlanders working their way in now, getting caught up on some fuel temporarily. At the close of Autonomous, the Red Alliance takes the lead, 170 to 94. OP Robotics now continuing to fire those fuel up and into the hub before the transition period is over, bringing them up to 240 points. Back over on Blue, Roboteers attempting to launch that massive hopper of fuel into the hub, being pushed up and all around by 5907. Highlanders now back over in the blue side of the field as they're trying to get into position over near the outpost. Their alliance partner Roboteers are once again back over. CC Shambots continuing to try to do some defense, causing Roboteers to miss a few of those last shots at the close of the activation period. Back over on the Red Alliance, OP Robotics getting some more fuel now over by their alliance zone as 2481 and 4499 for the Blue Alliance, getting all that fuel in the neutral zone and taking it to their alliance zone. OP Robotics now going back over that bump once again, launching a few more fuel in at the close of the alliance shift. Roboteers, Highlanders, and Team Rush filling up that cone up and up and up, causing it, and it's still coming out a few seconds after the last shots were fired. CC Shambots continuing to play some defense now, going to see if they can mess up the Highlanders, causing them to miss half a dozen shots. Team Rush now attempting to line themselves up, but with 4 robots on that side of the field, it is a bit of a traffic jam. As it starts to disperse, Highlanders had an open and clear shot for those last few moments. With just under 1 minute left to go, the Blue Alliance is in the lead, 490 to 480. Team Rush now grabbing some of that fuel, shuttling it over to the Blue Alliance side as the Highlanders are grabbing some fuel right in front of OP Robotics, who goes over that bump and launching it one by one. Their alliance partner, 5687, over near that trench. They're going to swipe their way in, start launching it up at the start of endgame. A barrage of fuel going into that Blue Alliance hub now as Team Rush goes right back under that red trench, where they're going to continue stealing some fuel from OP Robotics, who's launching it up alongside their partner. With just 15 seconds left to go, we are 10 points ahead. The Blue Alliance is under fire. It's going to help them give them the lead. Red Alliance right back up it. OP Robotics launching a few more. 5687 going along, bringing in neck and neck up into the close of the match. With shots being fired up until the last moment and only 16 points separating, it is too close to call. We'll get back to those final match scores momentarily. And the scores are in. The winner of that match is going to the Blue Alliance with a final match score of 751 to 709. The Blue Alliance will move on to play again in Finals 1. The Red Alliance, Alliance 1, will move down to the lower bracket, and we will see them play again in match number 13, round 5.
Now this right here has to be one of the most exciting matches I've seen at this event. Now, we did have some technical difficulties near the beginning where we did not get to record the first half of it, but I think the most exciting parts happen in the second half of this match.
This is an exciting match because you got 2 tall robots that can hold a ton of fuel versus several other robots on the other side that have turrets and other things. They can go under the bar, but they can't hold as much fuel. And you see 4499 and 2481 fill up their hoppers, and once they unload, it almost jams the scoring mechanisms.
Yeah, and as we can see here, that's definitely the strength between these 2 alliances. The Blue Alliance has the ability to hold as much fuel as possible so they can get over to their side, but Red is more mobile. We can see right here the continuous, like we see over here on the blue side, look at all that fuel over there in the hopper, getting ready to go right in the hub. And here is one of the coolest things I've seen here. We can see the Blue Alliance shooting from the left side. Look at that triple robots right there. Boom, 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 right in the line, going right into the hub. Let's see that again. Now that is super cool. And we can see here Red trying to scoop up as many of that fuel out of the center area as much as possible to get over to their side, because they need that much, because they can't hold that quantity of fuel that the Blue Alliance has.
It was funny because the fuel is still coming out when all 4 blue robots are back in the middle recollecting all the fuel that they just shot.
And we can see here as they continue, as soon as they go in and dump those balls, they are back in the middle collecting almost everything that drops. They are almost cycling with themselves to keep the fuel going into the hub, to keep those points going. And as we can see here, right at the end of the match, it is almost down to the buzzer in terms of the fuel going in. But what really decides it here, pretty much at the 5-second mark, we can see not 1, not 2 robots, well, I guess kind of the 3rd blue robot, but 2 blue robots almost have an entire full hopper full of fuel, which really pushes them right ahead of what the Red Alliance could score.
There's some issue going on with the Red Alliance in that last 5 seconds because none of them are shooting. So it looked like it was close, but then there was a jump. Good news for Alliance 1, they were still in the upper bracket. They have a chance to come back and try this again.
Otherwise, congratulations to Alliance 2 for making it to the finals.
Alrighty, folks, we're back again in the lower bracket here for match number 12. Alliance 3 in red, Alliance 6 in blue. Now, if that sounds familiar to you, it's because we had this exact same pairing back in match number 4. Back then, Alliance 3, our red alliance, took home the victory and moved on in the upper bracket. Now they're facing off for the final chance to see who moves on to match 13. Will history repeat itself and we see Alliance 3 go on to face Alliance 1? Or could Alliance 6 flip things around and move along? We'll just have to see how things pan out. Now, starting off with this Red Alliance, we join with their members, 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, Nashoba Robotics.
And their alliance partners, 7457.
They're from right here in Indy, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And finally, the alliance captain for alliance number 3, Team 67.
From Highland, Michigan, the Hot Team.
Now we come back to the alliance they have already faced off against before, alliance number 6, and their captain, it's 359.
Hawaiian Kids.
They're joined by their partners, 9032.
From Cary, North Carolina, the Robo Whales.
And rounding out Alliance number 6, it's 1833.
From Cumming, Georgia, Team Bean.
All right, Chris. Okay, so we got a little bit of downtime here. We got folks looking at the hot robot over there on the red side. I think the first match these guys played, red won pretty well, pretty handily by about 130, 120 points, 700 some to 600 some. So
Right.
a lot of offense that first round. What do you think? What's going to happen? Do you have any idea? What's your prediction, Chris?
I don't know. I think it's going to be tough for blue to come back from it. And the field's clear, so we're going to go off.
All right. See you on the other side. Well, we've still got 67 blinking over there on the red and not quite ready to go. Oh, good. I just said that, and now we're green. So I should have said that earlier. All right, Chris, we've got red blinking again, so let's kill some dead air and talk about this a little bit.
All right. Well, if it's 67 having trouble, that's not good for the Alliance.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's always great to have everybody playing and everybody playing to full strength. Let's see what's...
So this is match 12. We got this match and then another match and then the finals. So
Right.
these guys, red stays and goes to the finals, I believe, and then I think we're in the lower bracket. We're in the lower bracket. Gosh,
We're in the lower bracket.
Yeah,
So
jeez.
they gotta win to move on.
Yeah.
Have there been any instant replay requests or video replay requests that you know of?
I guess we should add. I've been packing up the practice field, so I've missed a couple matches, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
People can laugh at us on the broadcast, but I don't know. I've not heard of any rumors of any instant replay.
No.
Yesterday we had a match where Precision Guessworks was thinking about it when they tipped over Robotiers, and they almost called it, but they really didn't disagree with the call that much when that tip over happened.
Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, man. We hear a rumor they might bypass 67, but we don't know what's going to happen there. So
field's green.
Stay tuned.
We've gotten the clear ahead to run the match. We should actually have the go-ahead to go this time. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we enter this next match, we're going to see 9032 Robo Whales going to go underneath that trench after everyone has already cleared the way, giving them that full open area to get as many fuel as possible. As they get themselves over near that depot, they're going to go for max efficiency, lining up with that hub, going fuel after fuel, helping rack up that score to 138 points to the Red Alliance 64. With only 10 seconds left to enter balls into that active hub, 359 and 9032 and 1833 all return. With 1 second left, that hub is now deactive for the next 25 seconds. 7457 Super Duper Robotics grabbing a few more fuel before returning to that neutral zone as Team Bean sees if they can help defend the Red Alliance before delaying their access to the Alliance zone. With just under 2 minutes left to go, the hot team returns to the red side of the field where they're going to launch no fuel and return to the center. As that blue hub is now reactive, we have 5 of the 6 possible robots on that Alliance zone shooting and playing defense. Team Bean and 9032 are now back in the center. We are being under fire on the backside of the field where Team 67 is going to be continuing to play some defense and also launching that fuel across the field. 9032 seeing if they can get any fuel into that hub before it is now deactive. 7457 and 1768 taking max advantage of that time. We're already in position and launched 50 more fuel. With half our time remaining, the Blue Alliance has a commanding lead, 410 to 326. Super Duper Robotics looks to be stuck up underneath that traversal ladder where they were on their way to that depot area. Team 67 launching a few more fuel in as Super Duper gets unstuck. 9032 Robo Whales launching up some more fuel as Hawaiian Kids and Team Bean grabbing a few more fuel over near that traversal area. Bean launching all those fuel 4x4 as their Alliance partner Hawaiian Kids are moving their way around, launching one at a time. With just over 35 seconds left to go, the Blue Alliance has a 100-point lead. Team Bean goes underneath that trench, depositing a plethora of fuel into that blue hub. As we are now in endgame, we're going to see Super Duper Robotics launching about 25 more fuel into that hub as their Alliance partner Neshoba Robotics goes back over that bump and is going to launch those fuel over near that red trench as their Alliance partners Super Duper Robotics join them, bringing their score up to 560 points. With just a few more seconds left to go, Team Bean launching their last shots of the match alongside 9032 Hawaiian Kids up in the air for an additional 15 points. And we'll get back to those final scores soon.
Wow, impressive match by Blue. They got ahead in the auto mode, and they really never looked back. 67, which had some trouble on the startup, they did.
And the scores are in. The winner of that match goes to the Blue Alliance with a final match score 727 to 580. The Blue Alliance will move on to play match 13 where they will face Alliance number 1. Now please give a warm, gracious round of applause to Alliance number 3. Team 67, 74, 57, 17, 68, and 65, 17.
Kudos to Red Alliance for a good event, but
Absolutely.
yeah, they just weren't firing on all cylinders there. So.
Right. 67 looked like they had trouble right out of auto, maybe didn't move. Then 74, 57 kind of got stuck down there at the end for a little bit. That didn't help.
And 67 had a whole load down there that they just missed shot. Something was they weren't 100%.
Right. Something not right. Blue played very well and a huge score.
Yeah,
Blue's score.
Blue might be tough to beat. They're moving on to match 13. So good job to Blue. Those three robots all worked really well. That auto mode was very strong, and then their first period of their chance to score, they really dominated that first round, especially, and then never looked back. 67 came over to play some defense the last half of the match. And you said that Super Duper was broken down a little bit.
Well, they just kind of got stuck down on in the climbing area. So, all right. So, playing Alliance 1.
Yep. One
next.
One lost to 2. So now we got to wait a little bit because six needs a break here, and because they just played, they're going to play the next match. So it's going to be a little bit of a pause before we get to the next match. They're going to stay blue, and they're staying the same side of the field. They don't even have to go anywhere. They can just get themselves ready.
Just get batteries.
And play that really strong Alliance 1. Now, could it be Alliance 1 with the Outliers as the captain and OP Robotics? Could it be the time that OP does not make it to the finals?
I don't know. They're hard to count out.
I'm not betting against them.
Always find a way. Things come together.
Yeah.
Got some really good alliances left.
But I think if Blue does what they did there, and I mean, they've got a really strong chance. I'm looking forward to this match.
So we got.
You think it's going to be 3-on-3 offense, or are we going to see some defense?
I think it's going to be almost all offense, just because you got to get the scores up. I think it's way better to keep scoring than to try to prevent scoring.
Yeah.
Because you can't prevent as many as you can make if the robot's working well. If there's problems with the robot, then obviously you got to go do something different.
And I don't think there's a robot on the field in this next match that you can just shut down. They're predictable. They're all shooting from everywhere.
Right.
They're all. If you push them out of one spot, they're gonna make a shot from the next area.
Move. Yeah. So I think you got to just as much offense as possible. Anything in particular in that match we want to roll back to show? Or?
Oh, yeah. I don't. I guess.
You go there?
Already.
The technology.
I didn't do it right. I was supposed to. I hit record and then I hit live. I didn't hit stop.
Oh.
Sorry about that. We were going to record, but I would like to go back and see maybe 67's autos, see what happened if they didn't move at all. I was watching Blue for the most part, but I don't think they moved. I think they were stuck underneath that trench the whole time.
Yeah, I couldn't see on the field, but looking on the screen here, I could tell.
So we could be better at our jobs, Chris, with this rewind feature.
That's my first time.
That's okay.
Actually, it's my second time, but the first time nobody could hear me talk.
We've been a little distracted running the event.
Right.
Yeah. All in all, it's been a good event. I've had some good highlights of this event. We gave out 3 scholarships. So what did you say? What was the total scholarships we've given?
I think it's
all these years?
over 140,000. So we went probably nearing 150. 90 students over that time. Brought in another 80 or so backpacks.
Was it 2,000 backpacks total
over
for
2,000.
all of the years?
Yeah, over 2,000.
So what we do, people don't know what we do, is if you're coming to IRI as an attending team, you bring in a backpack with a certain specific stuff in the backpack, and it gets donated to kids who need backpacks for starting school. So 2,000 backpacks the FIRST community have provided to Indianapolis area kids. So cool.
And what I really liked is we asked teams to bring one. We got 50 teams here, and we had almost 80 backpacks. So I know some people forget, which means a whole lot of teams are bringing 2 or 3. Really good. We also raised almost $5,000 through the silent auction.
Yeah.
So a lot of really cool first stuff people brought in. Really good money.
There was some cool stuff, and there was some weird stuff in the silent auction.
Yeah.
Like these shirts we have, I think we auctioned off 5 of them, and I think the average price of those were like 120, 110 bucks.
Yep.
And there was an empty water bottle that auctioned off for $6.
Yep.
Empty water bottle. People just wanted to give money to the charity that you chose.
Right.
That was cool.
The other thing, we had a few people just kind of come in and say, hey, I ended up not winning anything in the auction. Here's 20 bucks. Here's 100 bucks. So
we'll talk about the charity too.
Yeah. So this year, so every year we pick a different charity. It's been Riley Children's Hospital in the past. We've done some things to support specific teams or some other specific things. This year it's the Riley Children's Fund, and that helps support gifts and special things for the hospital, but it also goes to help support a Riley Children's Camp that is for kids that may have extra challenges, maybe specific needs. It makes sure they can have a summer camp experience that just finds a way to overcome those challenges for them. So everybody there, all the volunteers, all the workers are there just to make that a great week for those kids. So really cool that we can help support something like that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And every year there's usually a different local charity that we give money to. Remember there was suicide prevention a couple of years ago. Yeah. There was a couple of individuals that we were raising money for.
Right.
I remember it started when the lead teacher of your team and the team that helped us out 393, that couple led 2 different. A married couple led 2 separate teams. That's crazy in its own. But besides that,
and they still live together. It's pretty wild.
They had a house fire. They had some trouble. We thought we could raise some money for them after their house fire, and that was the start of a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and actually, we said we want to do this and provide that to you for support. And I don't know if you remember this part, but they said, you know what? We've had great support from our community. We've got insurance. We've got coverage. We love the idea, but find something different to do with the money.
I didn't know that.
So
that's good.
That was the first year to, I'm not sure what charity that was, but they said, we don't need that. We've got enough support. Let's find something else. And it was a great kickoff to really cool, probably $200,000 we've donated to different charities since we started doing that.
That's amazing. Yeah, one of the cool things I really relish about IRI is it's not one team that runs it. Usually it's a group of 3 teams. Sometimes there's more, depending on what our situation is. But it's always 234 in charge with Cyber Blue out of Prairie Meridian, with 1024 kilobytes out of they're the facility host team here in Lawrence School System. And then the Technocats, the founding team up in Kokomo. 3 of us work really closely together to put on a great event. And so I recommend anybody that runs an off-season event, I would really encourage you to don't just do it with one team. Have a couple teams to help you out, because if you want to maintain and sustain, sometimes teams go through ups and downs, and it's good to have another team to fill in those valleys when you need them.
Right. Yeah, we published a document a few years ago, kind of how to host an off-season event, and stated up front, this isn't the only way to do it. We said, here's how we've done IRI, tried to give guidance on how to get volunteers, how to get teams, kind of how to run the event, and had good feedback from that, from a lot of teams that adopted parts of what we did. This one's unique with the size. And in many ways, it'll almost run itself. The volunteers here know what they're doing. They show up ready to work, and we make it work.
And I tell you, this year, it's been kind of cool to see some.
While we're getting ready for match number 13 coming up soon, we wanted to share with you an exciting recap video of this weekend's event put together by our incredible media team of volunteers. So please direct your attention to the screen and enjoy spotting your team as part of this weekend's recap video. Let's give it up for our incredible media team who does a great job with these recap videos every year. Thank you. The media team has also been diligently taking photos throughout the entire weekend. There's QR codes posted up around the venue so that you can scan and find them. The QR code is also showing up on the slideshow, so keep an eye out for that and see some very good quality photos of you and your team available for you to enjoy and use for profile pictures and social media posts and stuff. Thanks again to our amazing media team working very hard this weekend.
There's been some extra people helping us out this year too. I want to talk about that. So I think we brought a couple people out with us during the opening ceremony today.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about them?
All right, so Steven Schneider, who was a student on 292 a long time ago, started with Cyber Blue year before last as a mentor. Kind of wanted to get more involved with this event, so it's kind of taken over for Brant Bowen, who was volunteer coordinator for many years. So he's been doing that, help him with a lot of just extra things all through the event.
He's been great.
Help with the auction, just kind of kept things going. kind of driving us to communicate more.
Yeah.
Things like that. Alexis Bravo has also been a big part of the volunteer and coordinating, keeping things moving.
Yep.
Just working through several. So we've got some newer, younger mentors and team members that want to be a part and kind of pick up some of the work and bring in some new ideas. So I think it'll really help to keep the event fresh and just make sure we're still kind of continuing to evolve and do new things while we maintain, I think, what's the core of IRI, which is really good competition, really good community outreach, and just cooperation all the way around.
And I've got a couple of people that work at Andy Mark that helped out a lot too with some of the preparation of the event. Jonathan Lane, who's the lead technical mentor on TechnoCats, he did a lot of work on kind of helping try to make this event better. Helped out with the communication, selection of the teams, and he got us to do this up behind us. It was pretty neat with the backdrops and the drapes in front of behind the scoring table. And then Ari McMahon, who's a mentor, remote mentor on 8085 Mojo, who's here. Ari works at Andy Mark also, and they helped us out a lot with just information and information about the teams to help us know who the teams are, and get the right invitations, get the right application analysis, and that was a team effort. But yeah, that group of us working hard to make this event great.
Right. Always want to make sure we do a good job with the team, invitation and team selection, extend it to as many teams as possible, and also keep the competition level high. We also, some people don't know, the winning alliance gets an automatic invite for the next year. We reduced the entry fee to half for those teams to encourage them to come back. So there's in addition to the bragging rights of winning the event, another little perk that they know they're coming back the next year, which is kind of a cool thing we added 3 or 4 years ago.
I really enjoyed this year, as we, there's so many teams in FRC, and there's some of these teams here I don't really know that well, so I really enjoyed spending some time with some teams. I spent some time in the Team 5000's pit. Those guys are funny. It's a really energetic, passionate group of young firsters. I think 2 students and about 2 or 3 young mentors on the team are here from that team. They brought a couch with them. They're having a lot of fun, and they're looking forward to what they're doing next as graduates. So it's like a last hurrah for the kids on 5000. And I was able to go to dinner with a key group of the core leaders of Team Appreciate last night. Rachel and I, my lovely daughter Rachel and I went to dinner with Norm Morgan and his team. Had a great time visiting with them and their mentors. It's really cool. It's so fun to see teams, high-level competition, really great event, but not as much pressure as you get at a district champs or a regional or even world champs when all these matches matter in points and advancement matters so much. Sure, you want to win this. You want to win this event. I mean, I see Glenn Lee right here, and he's getting ready for his match, and he wants to win. But the pressure here is not like it is at a district champs, regional, or world champs.
Yeah, you're excited, and when it's over, if you didn't make it, you still had a great event. So, yeah, I like because especially with Indiana on districts, there's so many of these teams we never see and compete with during a regular season. So being able to see them, meet the students, see the teams and how they compete, it's just great to reconnect with teams that you used to go and see at regionals all the time, especially in the Midwest area. So teams from Michigan and Illinois and Wisconsin that now with the district structure we don't really get to compete with anymore.
Yeah, some of these teams I have to look up where they're from. So like it's interesting. So yeah.
Yeah, so the Hawaiian kids, where are they from? I'm not sure. 359.
Waialua High School on the north side of Oahu, And I hear that if you go to Oahu and visit Hawaii, they're really gracious hosts.
Oh.
They show you around their shop, and they do a really good job of hosting.
Okay, here we go. Everybody's doing okay out there? You still awake? Everybody awake out that way? Yeah, maybe so. Okay, so this is the last match before we make it to the finals. Someone, either 1 or 6, is going to the finals. And we got to figure out who that's going to be. So let's meet the teams first and see how this round goes. First of all, on the Red Alliance, I got 5687.
They're from Portland, Maine. Make it loud for the Outliers.
2056.
From Stony Creek, Ontario, it's OP Robotics.
And 5907.
Hailing from Novi, Michigan, it's CC Shambots.
Coming across to the Blue Alliance, let's start off with 359.
From across the ocean in Waialua, Hawaii, it's the Hawaiian Kids.
9032.
From up in Cary, North Carolina, it's the Robo Whales.
And 1833.
They're from Cumming, Georgia. Give it up for Team Bean.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off for the last playoffs match before finals. The Red Alliance off with a roar, all 3 robots shooting into their hub. The human players even adding a few fuel cells as well. 5687 Outliers coming back for seconds. But the Blue Alliance also pummeling the Blue Alliance hub. It's going to be Red, though, coming out with about a 40-point lead. Now 20 points, neck and neck. Each alliance already close to 200. The Red Alliance using the fold of their transition shift in order to score a few more points. The Red Alliance now is flooding the neutral zone, trying to grab some fuel, hoard it for their next shift. 5907 CC Shambots, a strong offensive and defensive bot we've seen all weekend, currently playing up against the Blue Alliance, putting some defensive pressure on there with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in the match. Blue Alliance was not quite able to catch up with Red during their last shift, and so now the Red Alliance has an opportunity to extend their lead. The Hawaiian Kids looks like something is up with their intake, and so they are playing defense up against OP Robotics and the Outliers. A difficult thing to do, especially because OP has a turreted shooter that makes them nearly undefensible one-on-one. The Blue Alliance, though, still going strong. They have 2 robots that are focusing on offense. We've got Team Bean and Robo Whales both scoring hoppers full of fuel into the hub with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in this match. The Red Alliance has maintained their lead. Blue has had a hard time keeping up so far, but the Hawaiian Kids still playing good defense up against the Outliers. but they're not able to play man-to-man on both OP and Outliers at the same time. Now CC Shambots are back into the red zone, scoring a hopper full of fuel. 40 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance scooping up all the available fuel in the neutral zone, getting ready to try and go back, but CC Shambots putting some pressure up against the Robo Whales, keeping it so that they are having a hard time getting back into scoring position. 25 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance still trailing. They're trying to close the gap. Team Bean going back with another cycle. 15 seconds left. OP Robotics still trying to get around defense from the Hawaiian kids, but able to score regardless. The Outliers now getting a taste of that Hawaiian defense for themselves with 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. We've got our results for match number 13. It's your Red Alliance moving on to the finals. That's Alliance number 1 with a score of 734 to Blue's 476. Congratulations to our winning number 1 Alliance. They're going to be advancing on to the finals as our second finalist here at IRI. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, this is the end of their Cinderella story. Still, an impressive showing by our Alliance number 6. Please give a big round of applause for your Blue Alliance, led by Team 359, the Hawaiian Kids, Team 9032, Robo Whales, Team 1833, Team Bean, and Team 1710, the Ravonics Revolution, for a great showing here in the playoffs.
Well, Red had a really strong auto mode with almost 200 points in auto, and really didn't look back from there. And Blue was not 100%. So if you're not 100% and you're already down in auto, it's tough to come back from that.
Yeah, I'm not sure when 359's intake broke.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, obviously, if you can't intake, quick flip over to start playing defense.
It was kind of cool seeing 359 playing defense on OP.
Yeah.
Like that's two elite teams going head-to-head on over the bumps. I think OP was so full with their balls they couldn't go underneath the trench, so trying to get over the bump. Yeah. And it was like kind of like a mirroring of each other. Also, I got to say, Shambots out of Michigan, 5709, no, 5907. 5907, they locked down defense in some of these Blue Robots down here. I know they really traded some paint with Beam right underneath the Blue Tower, and they were playing very impactful defense. So that's a formidable alliance. I mean, obviously the number 1 alliance.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
So we got what coming up? 1v2?
Yeah, here we go.
1v2.
Oh my gosh. So we get to talk about whatever we want to talk about for 15 minutes, Chris.
15 minutes. It's pretty exciting for the people that are watching this online.
You guys are in for a treat.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I feel like we should be like in Aurora, Illinois. You know, dude.
Like in our basements, cable access TV.
Like cable access TV in our basements, and when was that, in the 80s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, did you get any of the watermelon while you were here? I got some corn, but I didn't get any watermelon.
I got corn. I didn't get watermelon. When I went out to get it, they were out. The corn was awesome as usual. Always cool. And something, just one of those other little things people look forward to. So they're not doing it now, but what was really cool during the opening ceremony this morning and part time yesterday, they arranged the yellow balls on the field in the state of Indiana, had a red one in the middle to show where we were in Indy.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I think that might have been a nice rule change to have made that the starting configuration for every match.
You know, with one of the main guys running the FRC program, you think he's from Indiana, so you think he would make that a mandate and
Make
make it,
that, right.
you know, maybe you can get on that and make some changes there.
Right,
What do you think?
Well, there's a couple off seasons left. We'll see.
No, we do kind of set some standards here at IRI with some. We've made some moves here at IRI that I think we're pretty proud of some of the things we've done.
Right.
Like things like adding a 4th alliance partner. We did that.
Right.
I think the Serpentine draft. Did we start the Serpentine draft here? It's been a long time.
The changeover, yeah. So we started doing the changeover, so it's 1 to 8, 1 8.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But yeah, adding a 4th because we had a few mentors that said, look, you know, we would really like to pick who our backup robot is if we need a backup robot.
Yeah, the 4th robot.
Yeah, so we said, you know what, we could do that. The other advantage of that is those teams then know, the ones that get picked know they might be playing.
Yeah.
They can be ready for it, they can be part of all that, and not just sitting in the pit, almost waiting for somebody to break so that they could get a shot to come in.
Should we pack up and go home?
Yeah.
Should we watch? And now they're just assigned to that alliance, and the alliance captain gets to pick who they want to put out there on the field, and that was adopted by FIRST at Champs for the Champs finals every year. So that's something we've done.
Yep.
Also, I remember we started the yellow card, red card thing here at IRI. It was 2006. We tried out the yellow card, red card because DQs are hard. DQs are hard to manage by the head ref and the referee crew. They're hard to take by the teams. If you have a DQ situation, if something went down that requires some sort of a decision like that, you're going to make somebody mad. Either the team that doesn't get the DQ and other people thought they should have, or the team that you do DQ and they're going to be mad. So it's a hard position. Like Gary did a great job as our head ref this week, and I used to do that a long time ago. But we started that process here at IRI with the yellow card, red card. And we're pretty proud of that. Now it's used all over the world.
Right.
Well, in robotics.
Yeah, we've had opportunity. We tested out some new control systems.
Yeah.
1 year. Some other things. It's good to have teams that are willing to play that way. Say, look, here's how we're going to adopt, and everybody goes for it. So.
I heard a lot of great feedback from some of the tweaks to the rules we had here. We don't usually try to change the rules too much, but we tweak them a little bit to kind of just fine tune the rules after we went through the season.
Right.
One of the things that teams really liked was the reallocation of the 24 balls in auto. During the season. Every team got 8 balls, so 8 times 3, 24. You got 24 balls allocated to that alliance. But now the change that you really approved, Chris, was what?
Well, the change we agreed to was any robot on that alliance could take anywhere from 0 to all 24 of those. I think that's a change that was recommended to me by someone else or suggested by someone else. It sounded pretty good. I don't know how many teams have done that, but it had the potential to really open up some auto if you could start with 0 and immediately, go out and start collecting more and let another one of your partners shoot, 16 or 24.
Yeah, there were some.
And then almost stay out of the way of the other robots that were cycling around on the field.
So I was drive coaching 45 because our student drive coach couldn't make it for this event. Hello, Ben Rye. we miss you. But I was drive coaching for us this year at this event, and every time we had to figure out who's getting those balls. And we usually didn't have everybody use 24. Usually it was like maybe one robot got 18, maybe another robot got 6. And usually it was the middle auto that got the lion's share of the ball, because the side autos, the trench autos, really could fill up. There's an opportunity for them to fill up to go out to the middle.
Right.
And that really gives that middle auto robot more balls to score. And usually, I'm generalizing, but
Yeah.
usually within these alliances, that's probably the weaker auto of the three. And
Right.
now they get more balls to score, having a higher opportunity for the trench autos to just get more balls in their containers.
Right.
Now the thing that's kind of interesting is we have a really big hopper. Our team, 45, we're really tall, and we could not fit 24 balls in our hopper pre-match because we have the intake folded up,
Right.
the hoppers pushed back, and we just couldn't because we didn't design it that
Right,
way.
right.
So I think we could hold 16, but I saw a couple teams hold all 24
Yeah.
by themselves, and that was a pretty cool rule to change.
Yeah, when I first brought it up with our team, they said, "Oh, that's great. We can hold like 34." And I said, "Well, you can hold 34 when the intake's out
Yeah,
and
right.
when the hopper's out. What can you hold when it's all in starting, because the rule required you to stay in the same starting configuration. You couldn't be extended out. So when you did all that, I think we could get 16 preloading the shooter area.
Yep.
And then with the ones you could fit in. And then being careful to make sure when we engaged and rolled our intake out and let the hopper come out that there wasn't going to be a ball there in the way that would prevent you from being able to play. So it was finding that right mix of you want to hold as many as possible, but don't put yourself at risk for the whole rest of the match.
I really recommend other off-season events who are tuning in, people who run those events. It's a good. I think people really like that change. I would recommend you guys to take that on at your off-season events for this game.
Yeah, because it's an easy one, and it doesn't. One of the things we really work on is not making changes that would really entice a team to change their total robot design.
Yeah.
We don't want to make rules changes that are that big. So
that makes your summer longer.
Right,
well,
right.
No,
and maybe stressful.
More difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was a change that if you can make it work, good. If not, and the same with the other rule changes. They might have opened up a little bit on autonomous, but somebody didn't say, "Oh wow, we got to go redesign the robot to be able to play now." Really didn't want to do that.
Yep. I think some rule tweaks that we made were just robot-to-robot contact. We defined those to be. I think they're a little looser here. I don't know the exact details of those changes.
I don't either.
But they were a little bit looser than. And we posted those. We did post those rule changes on the Chief Delphi thread that we have. For more information, go to the IRI 2006 Chief Delphi thread for more info on rule changes for IRI. But I thought we hit them all right on the money. I think people are really happy with the tweaks that we made.
Right. Yeah, one thing that really helps is with Chesney Champs, 254. They start a thread of what are good rule changes to think about. TRI, the Texas Robotics Invitational, does something similar. So you get, a lot of potential ideas. Some of them are pretty out there, like, okay, that would be a totally new robot, or how would you even make that work? But there's also some really solid ideas that you can take and look at and review and say, yeah, that makes sense. Let's talk about it.
And some of those off-season events, they're known for making bigger changes.
Right.
They kind of expected. Some of the teams attending look forward to those bigger changes that we traditionally don't make here, and that's great for those events. It's just not what IRI does.
Right. Yeah. It's been very good. We had a new Indian event, or a newer Indian event just a week or so ago. What's it called? Rowboat. Down in southern Indiana, Louisville.
Dang it.
So it's good. I'm drawing a blank on the name.
Riverboat
Rumble. Yeah.
It was in Sellersburg last
Yeah,
weekend. I think they had about 18 teams there.
on the team and was did a lot of CAD design work. Really got us started, kept things moving on how to do scouting. Kind of really added a lot of kind of data analytics to what we were doing. Made a big difference.
Robotiers, my gosh, they've been through a really big deal at their shop. They built their own facility. Like pretty much those folks on their team built their own facility. They have a full field workshop at this facility. They fundraised all of the money for this thing over in Illinois, and they kind of setting the standard for hey, you have a dream to build a event or build a practice facility and a shop facility for your team, and they just did it. They had a plan and they executed. And they got it done. So good for Robotiers.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. All right, we got the head ref wandering around, checking on teams.
Yeah, he's
making sure.
Gary's like, hey, get on the field, guys.
Give them the eye, making sure they don't look like they've exceeded that honorary 5-pound extra weight.
You think they're checking for the 5-pound extra weight, Chris?
And say, hey, this looks like
I don't know.
5.5 pounds higher than it's supposed to be.
That little bracket might be over 5 pounds.
What'd you do there?
Hey, I see something on number 2 Alliance. Denham's back. 8044 is back. They were out for a match.
Oh, yeah.
And Hilltoppers came in. Yeah, Hilltoppers 4499 came in. And number 2's got their Denham Venom is back at it. So I think they broke their intake, and now they're back. So good for them. They had a little bit of time to sit up there in the upper bracket to get their stuff
had a
fixed.
nice break to work on that.
Yeah, a nice break to work on their break.
Worked on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a good one.
I noticed, so back to our earlier, it looked like 2056 maybe was loaded with
Yeah, they have a lot of balls.
24.
They've got the majority of those 24 allocated balls for the Blue Alliance.
It looks like they might shoot them all, then go across middle.
Yeah, you guys don't see this on TV, but kind of the outliers are over here. They got the robot on their side. It looks like they're working on the robot, but I think that's just how they load their battery. It's kind of, like I said, they're kind of outliers. They're taking off something on the underside of the robot, and they're putting their battery in.
Putting on the battery.
That's what they have to do every single match.
Yeah, they looks like they took off a protective plate.
Yeah. Hey. All right. Hey, gosh, you guys get a break from us now. So thanks for listening to us.
Been
and
awesome.
we're gonna sign off and turn over some new talent. So Chris, hey, it's fun to do this with you every year.
Good to do it.
I think we got a couple more matches, but I think you've done a great job leading us.
Find a good spot for this eliminations.
Yep.
All right, we'll transition over.
Thank you, everybody.
You can stomp louder than that. Yeah, we're getting there. A little bit louder, come on. How much louder can you go? I don't know. Yes, that's what I want to hear. One more time. Okay, 2 more times. It's too much fun. Hey, welcome to the finals. So, as we always do here, with FIRST, we got to do some handshaking before we get started. And we're going to announce these teams. We're going to go by their choice order, tell you a little bit about them, things you may not know, and we'll bring them out here to handshake. Okay? And then we'll get started with the match. So I'm going to start over here, right here, with my friends from 8044. They drove a long way to get here. And here's a couple of trivia points you may not know. Last year, they were playing right across from them in the finals. Yeah, that happened. And in a 3-match loss, they went home, I would say losers, finalists. Then, if not to make matters worse, when they got to the Hopper Field at World Championship this time around, they knocked them down to the lower bracket, and then they knocked them out of play. So there may be a little bit of fun here about to be had. 8044, come on around.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, give it up for your Alliance number 2 captain, Denham Venom.
Now, 2481, Rocket City regional winners, yes. And they went to this little field called Milstein, and they did pretty good, right? Did y'all win the thing a little bit? Yeah, won Milstein. And now they're here. Yeah, we played with them last year, right? Yeah, this little bit extra stuff. So they're no strangers. Why don't you go out and join them?
From Tremont, Illinois, give it up for the Roboteers.
Okay, I have to admit to something. We play in regionals. We don't do a lot of districts. And so when I tried to start listing all the things that they won, I didn't know how to make it work because they won in districts and district championships. They won a regional. They were finalists at Archimedes. I don't just know how you keep doing it. It's amazing. Get out there with them. Y'all are amazing. Team 27.
From Clarkston, Michigan, it's Team Rush.
It's not often that a backup bot will come in and save the day, but dadgum, this team right here did a great job. 44.99, won 2 regionals. Their mentor took home a little award called the Woody Flowers Award at the World Championship this year, which is pretty awesome. Milstein semifinalists, and they played against 8044 in the finalists at Pikes Peak, but look, we're all together now. We love each other. That's the Red Alliance. Let's hear about the Blue Alliance.
From Fort Collins, Colorado, it's the Highlanders.
We have no microphone.
Now, Red may have some strong contenders, but I think we've got some just as strong people over here on Blue. We start on the Blue Alliance with their captain. They won 3 district events, their district championship division, and the overall district championship as the first seed on the Burns division. It's 56-87.
From Portland, Maine, your Alliance captains, it's the Outliers.
And they're joined by a team who might know IRI victory better than anyone else. They've won this event 11 times, only 1 loss in the past decade. It's 2056.
Hailing from Stony Creek, Ontario, give it up for OP Robotics.
And they're also joined here on the field by their partners who were finalist captains both on the DTE Energy Division in Michigan and the Curie Division at Worlds. It's 5907.
They're from Novi, Michigan. Make it loud for CC Shambots.
And the fourth member of the Blue Alliance, they may only be 3 years old, but they've sure made the most of it. They actually won Rocket City with their now opponents, 2481. Make it loud for 9401.
Hailing from Troy, Missouri, it's Midas's Mayhem.
Okay, folks, so what you're going to do, you're going to walk this way and shake hands, and then walk right back and shake hands again, because why not do it twice? You ready to go? Let's go. Shake some hands, make some friends. Okay, I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Finals match number 1 is off at IRI. Blue Alliance has OP Robotics unleashing a string of fuel into their hub, but it's the Red Alliance that had all 3 robots launching at the same time. Blue Alliance had a little bit of an issue, 2 of their robots colliding, maybe throwing off their auto a little bit. It's gonna be your Red Alliance coming in to Teleop with a lead. They're gonna need it. We've seen what this Blue Alliance can do. Red Alliance trying to make the most of their transition shift. Blue Alliance has to quickly shift into an offensive mode. 2056 now dealing with tough defense from Team Rush. 27, who's playing double duty, playing defense on 56, 87, and 2056, while also trying to steal some fuel along their way. We've got 1:45 on the clock. The Blue Alliance is trying to catch up to the Red Alliance, who has now surpassed Blue and is picking up momentum. 2481 Robotiers able to shoot now that they're not as slowed down by defense as they were before. 27 trying to get around defense as well. We've got 1:20 on the clock, and 27 is feeding fuel back over to the red zone and maybe hitting some volunteers in the process. Over on Blue, their hub is activated. 2056 trying to get around Team Rush, who has been doing an excellent job slowing down the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is trying to catch up to Red. They are having a hard time thanks to the defensive pressure. Each alliance is having 2 robots on offense, 1 primarily focused on defense. But the Red Alliance has been able to get around their defense and still have all 3 of their robots contribute to the scoring, which has helped them maintain their lead. 40 seconds left. The Red Alliance is up by 150 points over Blue. They've been able to be more dynamic and reactive in this match. Right now, there are 2 red robots stealing fuel from the blue side of the field. 27 and 8044 trying to get around defense from CC Shambots. Tremont, Illinois, Robotiers scoring for the Red Alliance along with their partners, all three Red robots emptying their hoppers of fuel. 15 seconds remaining. Blue is trying to catch up. 2056 collecting some fuel and lining up to shoot, but Red Alliance has been able to maintain their lead the back half of this match. Now shooting and adding even more. 2, 1. We have our results for the first matchup between our number 1 and number 2 alliance here in these finals. Folks, it's going to be your number 2 Red Alliance taking the win for finals match number 1 with almost 800 points. They scored 798 points to Blue's 490. They got an early lead in auto, and then they kept that momentum going the whole match to get the win. But fear not, fans of our number 1 alliance. These teams are going to face off once again pretty soon to see if we have a new IRI champion or if we're going to need to go to a rubber match. Stay tuned, but congratulations to our winning Red Alliance on an impressive first matchup win.
What an incredible first finals match. We have switched over our desk here. I am Ari. I am the scouting and strategy mentor on Team 8085.
And I am Rufus, the lead mentor for 6721 right here in hometown Indianapolis.
And holy cow, are we impressed.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the main thing just watching that match was that 2056 and 5687, that number 1 seed alliance, knew that they had to switch something up after match 11, taking that loss. And seeing them pull out the defense strategy is really interesting.
I was really impressed by 27's ability to come into transition, especially in those first cycles, blocking out the blue area, really locking off parts of the field for them, and putting them in a position where blue really had to fight off the back foot from the beginning of the match.
Absolutely. So the really big hopper, the 2481, 8044 strategy that they were able to pull off, also with 4499, the Highlanders in match 11, hoarding so much of that fuel in their alliance area by having it be in their robot. That's what really makes this work. And 27 is the perfect sort of counter to that, where they can pick up everything that is being shot back from the hub into the neutral zone. So they're controlling almost all the fuel in this match, that Red Alliance.
And the thing that's so powerful about that strategy with the Robotiers and like those big hoppers, right, is you're going to put defense on them. You're going to come down there. You're going to slow them down. You're going to get them off and miss a couple shots. But when they're unloading a hopper that's that full with that many balls, right, they will eventually, you will have to give up. You'll have to transition and start bringing balls back to your side, getting lined up for your attack. And then when they unload, that score, it's like a power up in a game. Just whoop, 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 and all of a sudden you're like, oh, we're behind 100 points. What just happened?
Yeah.
It's that huge hopper capacity that really makes defense a lot harder to maintain on them unless you can trap them out, which we may see a transition to a different way to attack the Robotiers and that super high capacity hopper.
Yeah, I think the real win from this Red Alliance here was that 2481, even though they were under defense, they were still able to fill up their hopper every single off shift. And that was huge for them. So even though they had defense on them, they got hit a few times, and absolutely pushed over 5907. Certainly a defensive force to be trifled with here.
Yes.
They are playing incredible defense.
Yeah.
But it's the speed at which 2481 can get all the fuel out of their hopper that even if you hit them for 2 seconds and they're off, they still scored 60 points.
Yes. You get that sense of a wave coming. Somebody playing defense, they've got 2 big buckets, and there's just a giant wave, and they're doing their best. They are hurling buckets of water out of that ship, but it's coming with a lot of force, and there's a lot of it.
Absolutely. So it becomes, what does this #1 seed alliance do in the next match? How do they prepare for that? 2056, notably not used to being the underdog coming into IRI finals.
Yeah.
So I think that instead of all season we've talked about fuel defense, being able to pick up fuel, put it in our zone, and making sure that the opposing alliance doesn't have that. And with 27 running these trench cycles and 2481 basically controlling the neutral zone, the Blue Alliance really has to either defend their fuel or figure out how their defense is going to work. Because even if you can defend this Red Alliance for most of the match, that last 30 seconds, 2481 backs up against the tower there, and they are fully protected.
Yeah. Well, and that's, you take your lead into that final period, right? So you're looking at, I can hit defense, I can get very strong defense in the cycles, but I have to be ahead by enough because I know that the Robotiers are going to load a couple of full hoppers in that safe protected period, right? So are you playing that zone trap defense, keeping them out of their area period? Are you, as you mentioned before, trying to hit more of a starvation offense and say, how do I keep my fuel on my side of the field and keep them away from it? But one of the beautiful things about this alliance is 27 being so fast, so agile, full court passing, in motion passing across the field, right? How do you slow that down? And that's going to be the real question to OP and their alliances. How do we deal with this? Like you said, how do we deal with this?
I mean, defense against 2481 isn't unheard of. They are tall. They can only go over the 2 bumps. I think that the Blue Alliance needs to be a little bit more successful in playing that sort of pick defense where they're preventing them from getting over either of the bumps. And maybe that becomes a full-time job for 5907. So maybe we see them running that in the opposite zone for most of the match now.
Yeah. And I think to that point, right, we saw once during the initial cycles where they caught the Robotiers on the outside on that far trench in the red. They held them out for a little bit, but then we came into that kind of the inevitability of the Robotiers large hopper, right, where you held them off for 15 seconds. Cool. They got back there 5 to 7 seconds, and you are underwater again, right?
Yeah.
So, I think like you mentioned, a good point is maybe we have to be a little more focused and a little more. When we get that trap, we're fully locked in on that for the rest of that cycle. It's that's the beautiful thing about this game is we are now in the off season. We are through worlds. We are through districts, regionals, district finals, and we are still seeing strategy and action. We're gotcha. Yep. And so we are still seeing strategies play out and evolve, and the fine tuning of this game at the highest level, right? Which that's pretty cool for a game. That's
and that's what makes IRI so special. So thank you for tuning in. I hear we're getting up to some funny business on the field, so we'll throw it back and see what happens there.
as entertainment for this next break, we are having a little bit of a dino match-up where we have a couple of fun dinos celebrating the archaeology theme of First Age, and they're going to try and score into the hubs with their tiny little dino arms. So we have our blue dino over here on the blue side of the field. And our red dino over on the other side of the field. And these dinos may be friends, but they are facing off against each other in this match. And I know both of them want to win. Who thinks it's going to be the blue dino? Who thinks it's going to be the red dino? All right, dinos, let's get some fuel and see how your aiming skills are. All right, the dinos are going over, collecting their fuel from their human players. Coming over, trying to score into the hub. Ugh! Blue dino missed their first attempt. It's the tiny little arms, but they got their second. Amazing. Ugh! Red dino missed their first shot. What are they going to do? Getting some help from the human player. They've got a few more. Blue dino is up now. They've scored 2, but missed their third one. Red dino, nice. They scored 1. Now 2. Oh, looks like we have a third competitor as well. Chips is over here helping the red dinosaur. Wow, that's a slam dunk by Chips. Really impressive. Uh-oh. I think the blue dinosaur is angry. The blue dinosaur is not happy that the red dinosaur is getting help from Chips. The blue dinosaur is coming over and is upset with the red dinosaur and with Chips. What's going to happen? We're seeing some defensive action up against the red dinosaur and Chips, who are trying to score, but the blue dinosaur is angry, and now Chips is throwing fuel at the blue dinosaur? That doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem like gracious professionalism to me. These two are friends. Oh my God, now red dinosaur is throwing at Chips too. The dinosaurs have turned on Chips. Chips is now being chased across the field by these slow, fumbling dinosaurs who are making their way over the bumps. They have united in their efforts. And they're going after Chips. Chips is now desperately trying to kick fuel at them, but he's no match for many tons of dinosaur fury heading after him. These two clever girls are going after Chips, trying to defend each other's honor in an act of gracious professionalism. Chips better run. Get away, Chips. Oh no. The blue dino is catching up to Chips, trying to encourage the red dino to go along with him. These two clever girls trying to chase down Chips, trap him behind the scoring screen. What's going to happen to Chips when the dinos get him? I don't know what's going on back there, but I'm worried about Chips. I'm worried this is going to be, oh no! Chips is no more. In the ultimate act of cooperation, it looks like we do have a referee that's calling a penalty on that. Unfortunately, Chips has met his untimely end, but the dinosaurs have remained friends and allies, even though they got a red card awarded to them for unfortunately killing Chips. Oh no! But the real lesson we learned along the way is cooperation and friendship, right everyone? Let's give it up for these dinos and Chip.
And we're back at the desk, waiting for final number 2 here, where we're going to see the number 2 alliance face off against the number 1 alliance also. It's been a while since we've seen a 2 versus 1 IRI finals, and I mean, I think that lends itself towards both picking the 1 through 8, but also this game. We're definitely seeing the upper echelon of the upper echelon here.
Yeah, well, this is a game really, if you look at it over the season, right, with just the nature of the number 1 pick, and especially in this 1 to 8 picking style that we have, it's a game where there's a lot of close matches. We've got a lot of, those 5, 10, something anywhere within 30 or so point matches that you see decided. But you also see that it's a game of that small, growing inevitability over matches. I used that word a little earlier, but when you have the highest capacity, the highest run team getting with another really good team, each cycle you start to see an edge forward, right? And any gap that you have as your 3rd seed or a 4th seed, picking a little later, especially in this 1 through 8, you beat 2 of the best teams in the world, but I'm 3%, 5% behind them in capacity, and the weight just starts slaying you. Oh, we got a couple more points, and I think that's why we've seen the strategy shift and evolve so much in the season. It's because how can I claw my way out of these middle positions with overwhelming strategy, knowing that I'm always going to be behind bigger firepower in these types of matches.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of evolution of strategy yesterday through qualifications and even in this morning, and playoffs are a completely different animal that we're seeing now.
Yes.
So, I mean, yesterday it was very much a game of protect the fuel that we have, go steal from the opposing alliance when you can. Mainly defense is either shooting fuel into the neutral zone or your zone, or actually playing man-on-man defense, but those really one robot. Here in finals, we're starting to see every robot from blue playing defense on their off shift. And that kind of dynamic is just so fascinating to me. Like, we're seeing all 6 robots in the red zone when it's their shift.
Yeah, and one thing, for folks who might be on the live stream, you're watching friends and family, to give some context, right, when you're in your qualification matches, your rank points are the most important thing. And the thresholds for those, I've got to be above 500 points. I've got to get my 1, 2, and my win, right? So you're going at all cylinders. You're trying to go full offense. In defense, it's wins, losses. Just like we've got in the World Cup right now, we're in the elimination stages instead of the quals, right? I've got to have one more point than you, and that's all that matters, right? So to your point, you see these, I've got to get defense, I've got to get everything I can think of to slow you down enough. And if the match, we see 700, 800 points, if the score was 0-1, 1 ball to 0, that team would win the championship, right? So it's figuring out how to have that advantage, and you see the strategy, to your point, shift dramatically in the finals matches.
Yeah, that's why I also think that this is going to be a lower scoring finals than we've seen through basically every match today. I mean, the first match was already lower scoring than we're used to from both of these alliances.
Yeah.
But it really is becoming that match of, if I score 1 more point than you, that's going to be the difference.
I'm taking home the gold, right?
Yeah. And, I mean, we've seen some pretty close matches. We even had a tie earlier.
Yeah.
Every fuel counts. Every human player shot that goes through the outpost over there, every auto shot, every half shot that you kind of make over there, like, everything impacts it.
And you see, if we think back to earlier in seasons, after your week 1, 2s, as we started to get in the second and third week, you would see a lot of teams, and you still see the strategies as teams are sweeping into their area. They're always taking a little extra second to bump a couple of balls that maybe strays into their human player station. And these human players have been doing this now for several months. Every ball that comes in, it's important to hit those. They're not just having fun throwing balls in the air, right? This is how I can make sure that game of inches, every point matters. They're training and tossing those in there so that when it comes down to those ties or those 1-point wins that we've seen, very dramatic reveals of who wins, they contributed. They know I got our team's back. I've got that covered.
And I will just say, the human players here, like,
oh yeah,
what do we have, like the New York Knicks? Like,
oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, they are so good.
Oh yeah.
Like, we were playing a few matches, and like our our human player is like very, very good. I absolutely trust him.
Yeah.
But like here, it's like, he's like, you know, everyone else is hitting 100% too. You know?
Oh, yeah.
We came back from a match and he was like, yeah, we just started playing horse with each other and shooting baskets.
And I tell you, as a mentor, you know, sometimes you look at challenges, you go, oh, that'll be easy, that'll be hard. And I remember the first time in the lab, we had our mocked up goal. I grabbed one of those, chuck it. It is not the shape and hardness that you think it is, and that ball just zoop hits a wall in the back in the lab, and you're like, oh, this is not just an instant easy thing, right? This is you're gonna have to practice at this.
Well, Rufus, we're not basketball players for a reason.
You are correct, Ari.
Yeah, we build robots for a reason.
Yes. All right.
All right, well, with that, we're going to turn it back to the field, hear some intros, and get back to you after finals match 2.
Okay, folks, here we are with the second match of the finals, and this should be an interesting match. If this alliance wins it, well, then they win the whole thing. They get a banner and a trophy and all that stuff like that. If that alliance wins it, then we get a rubber match, and you get to stay for her even longer, and I don't know if they planned another skit, but we might try to find those dino costumes. So let's go ahead and meet these teams maybe one last time. Do you think it'll be one last time? You see how many? That was great. That was great right there. You see how they did that right there? Okay, let's meet my teams first, and we'll go from there. Let's start off here. How's it going, guys? It's 27.
From Clarkston, Michigan, it's Team Rush.
2481.
Hailing from Tremont, Illinois, give it up for the Roboteers.
And wearing those yellow jackets, it's the Yellow Jackets 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denham Venom. And to give it up for your Red Alliance's 4th bot from Fort Collins, Colorado, Team 4499, the Highlanders.
Now, I know the Red Alliance may want this to wrap at one more match, but this Blue Alliance is doing everything they can to make sure we go to that third. Let's start it off with the first member, 5907.
From Novi, Michigan, it's CC Shambots.
And they're joined on this alliance by 5687.
Representing Portland, Maine, it's the Outliers.
And last time I mistakenly said that 2056 has won 11 IRIs. They've actually won 12 and are trying to make it 13. It's 2056.
From Stony Creek, Ontario, it's OP Robotics. And give it up for the Blue Alliance's 4th member from Troy, Missouri, Team 9401, Midas's Mayhem.
Okay, I know we're getting ready for the green light. If you want the Red Alliance to win, let me hear you stomp. 1, 2, 3, Red Alliance. Oh, that was bad. Let's try it again. Red Alliance, 1, 2, 3. Blue Alliance, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Red Alliance, 1, 2, 3. Blue Alliance, 1, 2, 3. Give me a drum roll for that green light. Let's go. Drum roll with your feet. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. We got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off for finals match 2 here at IRI. Blue Alliance starting strong. OP Robotics unleashing their hopper into the hub for blue. Meanwhile, though, all 3 red robots trying to go into the neutral zone. Last time, red scored over 180 points in auto. This time, 2 of their robots got stuck up on each other, and it's actually going to be your Blue Alliance coming in to Teleop with a lead. We have seen in these playoffs that auto makes or breaks a performance. We'll see if the Red Alliance is able to keep up the momentum, claw back a lead. 27 now having to deal with defense from CC Shambots. 2481 coming around the bump to try to get a good spot around defense to shoot and score from. Their partners, Denim Venom, lining up and scoring now along with Team 27. A minute and 45 seconds remaining. One last gasp in that last shift from the Red Alliance to try and score, but the Blue Alliance was locked and loaded and ready to go. Scoring fuel into the Blue Alliance's hub. 56-87, scoring a lot of fuel in that last shift. 2056 is now in the neutral zone trying to collect up fuel, while 27 is stealing fuel to bring back to the red side. Blue Alliance extended their lead in that last shift, but now red has the chance to try to narrow the gap. Robotiers sitting right next to the hub and unloading their giant hopper into the hub. Their partners now also just finished scoring, gonna try and go back and score some more before they have more defensive pressure from the Blue Alliance. CC Shambots just crossed over the bump to try and slow red down. Red now has taken the lead, closing that gap with a very productive shift. The Blue Alliance now needs to keep up the pressure to claw back the win. 59-07 going back on defense, trying to slow down the Robotiers to prevent them from getting a good spot up against the hub. Meanwhile, CC Shambot's partners are trying to continue to score, but now we have 30 seconds left. Both hubs are activated. Blue Alliance has taken the lead, but right now the Red Alliance is ready to score and Blue is not. 80-44, Denim Venom and Team Rush both scoring into the Red Alliance's hopper. These two alliances are neck and neck with 10 seconds remaining. It's gonna come down to every last ball of fuel here at IRI. 3, 2, 1. What an exhilarating match number 2. We know that the Blue Alliance wants to push it to a third match. OP Robotics wants to keep up their winning streak and make it 13 years. But from what we heard in the intros, we know the Red Alliance has something to prove. They're ready to take the win, and we do have our results. Folks, we have a champion. Your Red Alliance won 841 to 797. Our number 2 winning alliance came back during teleop, scored over 700 fuel in teleop alone to take the 2026 Indiana Robotics Invitational Championship. Congratulations to our winning Alliance number 2 in red for an incredible finals showdown.
What a match.
We were literally jumping and yelling at this field because this was just brilliant back and forth, tons of turns. Oh man,
Yeah.
I guess we start with a crazy auto start, not putting us where we thought we were going to start in this match, right? So
Well, yeah. So 2481 sort of was struggling in the middle sometimes with their auto, hitting other people. So they started in the middle and then backed up, shot that. I think that kind of hurt the dynamic that they had already pre-planned, and we start with Blue winning auto.
Yeah,
and that completely gave them the advantage early in the match.
Right, we see Red get beached on fuel, their partner comes around, hits, we've got just the schmoz in the middle, we got 2 stuck Red robots, Blue is on top and ready to go into this and push it to a third match, right? And then
the key to this is that 5907 is on 2481 the entire time. And like we were saying in pre-match before, 2481's the one you got to shut down, because if they even get a second where they can shoot, they will. And I think that 701 fuel really shows that.
And we see literally
Okay, we do have awards to give away, so don't go too far, everybody. Let them clean off the field.
2481 the entire cycle. They've got them locked out. They've got them trapped. And then with probably around 5 seconds left, 2481 slips around, hits a corner, and empties an entire hopper, negating an entire cycle of defense. And they start to edge back. They start to make that lead back up.
And even in that first part of the 30 seconds, we saw 5907 take that tower penalty to get them out of the way. And completely worth taking the penalty there. Like 10 points over whatever 2481's putting in, like 50, 100, somewhere in there. Definitely worth taking that penalty. And I am surprised they did not do it again.
Yeah, and so we see out of that period, you know, each one of these periods we're moving forward, we see Red Lions inching back. We see the defense, a very good strategy across the board by Blue, holding back Roboteers. And then we get to that end period, which we talked about in the lead up, where you know you've got to have a big enough lead against these big hoppers that they're gonna unload in that period, and you're not gonna be able, or you're gonna have to eat the penalty, right? You do the math, and in that case, maybe you eat that penalty because you see Roboteers, the Red Alliance is down, Blue's got that lead going into that final period, and Red just shows why this large capacity strategy is, it's hard to shovel that much water out of your ship when that wave hits.
It is so dominant at this elite level, and it was really, really great to see that robot sort of become what it was supposed to be. I know. Like a lot of like early season, like 2481 just kind of like goes around and like parks in front of the hub and shoots in and then they win. But even at like the championship level on Einstein, like they couldn't really like capitalize on the efficiency of the entire alliance. And I think here they finally got two partners that were really capable of, okay, so now we have the fuel, we're going to deliver it back, we're going to keep cycling, we're going to keep that fuel moving that's in the center of the field. And really was able to make 2481 sort of the elite robot that they are.
And I talked about this with my students here, right? When we came to the event, and I said, you know, they're like, man, this is like competing in the Worlds. And I said, oh no, Poss, this is harder than
this is a different animal.
Right? you think about Worlds, you've got 80-ish teams in each division. You've got 8 divisions. You've got the elite teams are spread out, right? This is like if you cut off the top, you know, 5 to 10 teams out of every division, put them in a cage together and said, all right, now you're going to figure out who the actual best is right now. And so these alliances,
I mean,
like
5907 was the #1 seed on their division.
Yeah.
And they're out here, and their job is play defense on 2481.
That's the level we're at.
And they're
at
incredible,
IRI, right?
yes.
I just remind folks watching at home, you got some of the best teams in the world and one of the oldest and most prestigious events right here in the Midwest, right here in Indianapolis. And if you're one of those top teams and you're not here right now, find your way here next year, right? Because this is where the best are playing.
And where the best corn is also.
Hey, we crush it on corn, right? You know.
I know. Do you know? That's the better question.
Yeah. Do you know?
Find
you
out.
gotta come out here and find out, right?
Yeah, but seriously, this event every single year, the pressure's off since it's not an in-season event. You don't have to qualify for Worlds. You don't have to win Einstein. So the camaraderie is amazing, and I love coming back every year.
All right.
Thank you so much for listening. Bye.
Look, there they are. Oh, wait, one of them. And then 2056 OP Robotics. The first one down here gets it. That's the rule. $59.07, the CC Shambots. We got 9401 Midas Mayhem. Okay, and our winners award the champions of the 25th annual IRI. Let's start off with the team captain, 8044 Denim Venom. You're going the wrong way, darling. It's okay. $24.81, the Robotiers. $27. Oh, there are more to come. Here you go. $27, Team Rush. And $44.99, the Highlanders. Okay, thank you all so much for coming out to IRI this year. We hope to see you next year. Have a great evening, everybody.